My next life as a reincarnated space villainess, intergalactic general in a galaxy war to save humanity. Volume 1, Kento Mitami, audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Admiral Lillian Loser, age 79. The Earth Empire's 109th Patrol Fleet was, as its name suggested, composed of nothing but flimsy patrol boats. Vessels so pitiful they couldn't even compare to the smallest destroyers. They were little more than glorified sailboats in space, each barely 100 meters long at best. Their armaments were equally pathetic. A few small, single-barreled heavy particle cannons, 3 at most, but even one was considered sufficient, and their primary weapons, 3 torpedo launchers at the bow, had ammunition reserves so meager they might as well have been tears from a sparrow. These patrol boats were never meant to leave the orbital confines of the glorious Earth Empire. And yet, here they were, 1,000 light-years from Earth, on the so-called front lines. An absurdity. Among this ragtag fleet, however, there was one anomaly, a 500-meter heavy cruiser, the Atropos. Calling it a heavy cruiser was generous, it was outdated at best. The only praiseworthy thing about it was that it had once been an officially commissioned Earth Empire warship. Leading this fleet was Rear Admiral Lillian Loser, 79 years old. A graduate of the elite military academy, she had initially been assigned to a safe patrol unit. Thanks to her family connections and some modest talent, she rose through the ranks quickly, becoming a captain and eventually an admiral. For 60 years, she had commanded fleets. Calling her a veteran of 60 years sounded impressive, but in truth, she had only once led a proper fleet of capital ships. After that, she had been banished from the front lines, left to drift for 6 decades in a single, rusting cruiser, pointlessly circling empty sectors of space. In other words, she had been sidelined. Normally, wasting valuable personnel and even an outdated cruiser like this would be unthinkable. But within the Earth Empire's military, it was common knowledge that bringing Lillian onto a real battlefield was bad luck. Because she was the reason the glorious Earth Empire fleet had been annihilated in a single night. And worse, she had survived the disgrace. Giving her even one cruiser was more than she deserved. And yet, she clung to her ship. Because nowhere else would take her. No, there was no place in Earth Empire society that would accept her. Only here, in this lonely, decaying cruiser. It was her cage, her home, her very being, a tombstone she was never allowed to leave. Lillian sat deep in the Atropos bridge, staring at the 3D tactical display showing her fleet's formation. A single-line battle array, an ancient formation now being attempted by a handful of patrol boats. It was a pitiful sight. Everyone knew this formation was meaningless with the ships they had, but it was all they could do. Electromagnetic shielding existed to block enemy attacks, but barely any of their ships could deploy a proper one. Against the heavy particle cannons of the enemy, the Horsehead Nebula fleet, the Atropos' outdated shields would hold for 3 shots at best. "How glorious," Lillian muttered, her voice dry as she eyed the tactical display. A dozen ships against 300. Once praised for her radiant beauty, the 79-year-old Lillian was now a haggard, sunken-eyed crone. Her once lustrous blonde-pink hair faded to white. Her skin pale as a ghost from decades, without sunlight. She had long since stopped bothering with makeup or even styling her hair. Her time had stopped 60 years ago, the day her arrogance and failure had cost everything. "Captain, how long have you been with me again?" she asked absently. The disparity between the fleets was stark. There was no chance of victory. They were cannon fodder. The Earth Empire was now facing an unprecedented crisis. Even before Lillian's catastrophic defeat 60 years ago, resources and talent had been dwindling. And the people here, expendable, 2 weeks admiral. The middle-aged captain replied lazily. Ah, right. Captains here were rotated regularly. She had long stopped seeing them as individuals, just replaceable symbols. She wasn't sure why she had asked. Maybe she just wanted someone to talk to. I see, not running away. Deserters get shot. HMPH. I doubt the kind-hearted Stellar Empire's outer orbital fleet commander would do such a thing. Her words dripped with sarcasm, and the captain smirked in response. The others would, especially the ones assigned to your unit, they're hated. Ah, right. This was where they sent failures and disgraced officers, people to be worn down and discarded. Endless, meaningless patrols until they either went mad or vanished. Lillian never stopped them. A place to dispose of talent in an empire starving for it. A contradiction, but perhaps it was inevitable. The once glorious Earth Empire, now on the brink of defeat, had become a frightening dictatorship. Every resource went to the war. Dissenters were sent to the front lines, so much so that such recklessness is allowed to go unchecked. What did you do to end up here? Nothing, that's why I'm here. We're losing anyway. How noble. Any fleet command experience? None. The Empire's fleets are mostly drones now, but I wanted to try commanding one. Doesn't matter, we'll lose anyway. The captain yawned. 2 hours until engagement, and this was the state of things. Either he was incompetent or here to die. Then you have command, we can't run anyway. Do as you like. Quincy, Zabato Quincy. Very well, Captain Quincy, the fleet is yours. Yes, ma'am. The captain mockingly adjusted an imaginary cap. A captain's gotta look the part. Saying such meaningless things. 2 hours later, the outcome was predictable. The moment they engaged, hundreds of particle beams lanced through the void. The patrol boats were annihilated instantly. The Atropos, thanks to its size, held out a little longer, but its shields were gone in seconds. As for Captain Quincy, he died 5 minutes in, crushed by debris when the bridge took a direct hit. In the end, Lillian was left giving half-hearted firing orders until even the guns stopped responding. The bridge was in ruins, the crew dead or dying. Finally, the enemy fleet, completely unharmed, turned its guns on the Atropos. They had toyed with her long enough. Finally, my sins will be cleansed. As the particle beams surged toward her, Lillian whispered, "Ah, but the ship, it was fun." In an instant, she vanished into the light. Chapter 1. Miss Lillian Loser, age 18. I had a dream, an oddly vivid one. When Lillian woke up as if it were part of her usual routine, she found herself in the body of her 18-year-old self. A nostalgic, plush, luxurious bed. Fancy dolls lined up around her, and a photo of her first love, Weltall Gandaman, conspicuously displayed in an eye-catching spot. Surely not. This was her room from when she was 18. Her rich blonde-pink hair cascaded down to her waist, and the supple, youthful skin she prided herself on was unmistakably her own from those days. Yet her mind held the awareness of a 79-year-old. Though she was incinerated by heavy particle beams, leaving not even dust behind, somehow sensations remained. She could definitely say her current state was one of being alive. She had the feeling of life. So that's what it feels like to vanish without a trace. I wonder if this is a good experience or not. And she was strangely calm. The sensation of being swallowed by the light of heavy particles, and then everything suddenly disappearing. Was it fortunate there was no pain, or did she simply vanish before she could feel pain? In any case, though her life was cut short, now she felt her heart beating. The warmth coming from the bed, her breathing, the sound of wind rustling outside the window, the scent of perfume. All of it felt so nostalgic. This is. As if out of habit, Lillian glanced at the pillar clock, leaning in the corner of the room. Though it looked like an antique, it was actually a digital clock that projected the time and date into the air. The date read, Year 4103, March, the day of her academy's graduation exam. Could it be that I've gone back? The situation was bizarre, bordering on absurd. If she were still her younger self, she would have screamed in shock. But at 79, she could remain eerily calm. In other words, she had returned to the past, back into the foolish, naive body of her younger self, but with the mind of an old woman. Honestly, what a joke. So Lillian sank back into her bed. If this was the afterlife, it was a cruel joke of a hell. I surrender, I lose, game over, I won't interfere. She spat out the words and tried to fall back asleep, but her eyes were drawn to the character-decorated clock. The hands pointed to 5 o'clock a.m. In a few hours, she would have to depart for the graduation exam, a real space battle exercise aboard an actual warship. I don't want to go. That was the first thing that escaped her lips. Immediately, she felt childish and ridiculous for saying it. Ah, right, I'm 18 now. How mortifying. An 18-year-old child, unable to defy adults. Back when she was 79, even as a mere figurehead admiral, no one dared oppose her openly. But now, she had no authority. She was just a child. And even if her body was young, her mind was that of an old woman, leading to an uncanny dissonance. For one, the idea of wearing a school uniform filled her with resistance. Somehow, she had become her past self. No matter how much she pondered why, there was no answer. It simply was. The only small mercy was that this would be the last day she had to wear this uniform. After all, the graduation exam was today. But the problem was that very exam. An exam in name only. In reality, it was just a training voyage aboard a mock battleship with other graduates. Supposedly, it was meant to simulate real combat, so the ship they'd be boarding was an actual battleship, not a mere destroyer or cruiser, but a capital warship of the fleet. Fully armed, equipped with 16 space fighters, and even carrying pilot course graduates. The ground troops had their own separate graduation exercises, so they weren't participating. At the same time, professional Imperial Navy officers would oversee the exercise from 2 accompanying battleships. The whole thing would take place near the moon and last only a single day. A peaceful, glorified graduation test from an era of complacency. If it had truly ended there, she wouldn't be so anxious now. The battleship Tiberius Miracle Return incident? My head hurts. But Lillian, who knew the future, was aware that this graduation exercise would spiral into an unimaginable disaster. The battleship they were boarding, Tiberius, would suffer a warp malfunction, stranding them in the Orion constellation. As if by strange coincidence, the warp drive malfunctioned while the adults were absent. No matter how hard anyone tried, repairs would take 3 weeks. In the meantime, they would move toward Earth using conventional propulsion as much as possible. The inability to use the function developed for traversing vast distances across space, meant to leap across light years in the blink of an eye, was nothing short of terrifying. However, that problem could be solved with repairs. The real issue came next. It was the enemy's attack, aliens appearing from behind the Orion constellation, the Horsehead Nebula. I only know they were humanoid-type aliens. More detailed information never made its way to me. There used to be a saying about knowing your enemy, but at that time, no information beyond enemy aliens was deemed necessary. The only thing we learned was that the captured aliens' appearance wasn't much different from humans, except for purple skin and green blood. With no hair on their heads and an appearance that made it difficult to distinguish between male and female, they somewhat resembled the gray alien type. But ultimately that was all the information we obtained. Well, I suppose that's enough when dealing with enemies. The war with them was initially evenly matched, but it eventually reached a stalemate. The Earth Empire, having expanded its territory, deployed forces to protect its domains. However, this meant dispersing their military strength, causing them to temporarily fall into an inferior position. Sensing this crisis, the imperial government mobilized the entire fleet and began a distant expedition toward the Orion sector. This was the prelude to collapse. The long-lasting peace naturally led to complacency, as our only hypothetical enemies had been anti-state terrorists and space pirates. Until the incident occurred, the Earth Empire had been relatively stable. Although opposition forces existed, they lacked sufficient military strength to aim for national overthrow. However, the number of military personnel hadn't increased proportionally with the expanded territory. Sensing a potential crisis, the imperial government began recruiting soldiers from among students. Becoming a soldier meant tuition exemption, acquisition of various qualifications, and various other preferential treatments. In fact, it must be acknowledged that this policy made the war against the aliens possible. This appeared to be a meritocratic system where even young people could be promoted to commanding positions if they had ability. But in the absence of enemies, the practice of powerful people giving their children credentials began to spread. As a result, problems erupted in the worst possible way 4 years later. That's why we ended up with the absurd situation of an 18-year-old girl leading a fleet. No, the mistake happened 4 years later. And the source of that disaster was Lillian herself. A foolish child whose enthusiasm ran wild without awareness of her surroundings. An incompetent, unlucky admiral who caused the meaningless deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers with her commands and authority, Lillian the Great Failure. Why am I now in the past? Due to her meaningless commands and stubbornness, the Empire's main fleet was annihilated. Her first love, her friends, and many officers and soldiers died without being able to do anything. Entrusted with a wing of the Earth Imperial Fleet, without real ability but driven by ambition, vanity, and jealousy, she ignored formation and strategy to charge recklessly forward. The Imperial fleet was annihilated, leaving only Lillian's fleet behind. As if deliberately allowed to escape, the enemy didn't pursue, and only Lillian survived. And then, that end. What happened to the Earth Empire after she died? Was it destroyed as she feared, or did that genius strategist somehow manage to save it? That was something she could no longer know. Ah, that's it. Having remembered this far, Lillian clapped her hands together. There's no need to think deeply about this. I just need to not interfere. In other words, I should leave everything to that girl. After all, she's a genius, undefeated. The image of a young woman floated in the back of Lillian's mind. Someone she once one-sidedly viewed as a rival, treated with hostility, bullied, and then, when Lillian returned in a pitiful state, that girl looked at her with eyes mixing hatred, pity, and mockery, keeping her alive like a pet. A girl who, in the future more than 60 years later, wielded sharp abilities as a fleet commander, was called Earth's last hope due to her overwhelming talent and the fear she inspired. Stella Dryad. Lillian murmured the name. What? It was a simple matter all along. If I entrust everything to that genius girl, surely things will turn out better than they did then. Stella was a genius. If she remembered correctly, she was originally a commoner who graduated from the maintenance division and was on board as part of the maintenance crew for the graduation exam. When the accident occurred, she was maintaining the battleship Tiberius's radar and cameras, quickly detected the enemy's approach, and contributed to their escape from danger. Afterward, she continued to provide accurate information about the incidents, becoming favored by some admiral candidates and valued for her abilities. After Tiberius's return, back then, Lillian Loser couldn't stand Stella. Resentment festered in her, so she fed her father some half-baked lies and had Stella shipped off to some backwater post, stuck with a rundown destroyer and no chance of advancement. But a year later, while Lillian was handed command of a fleet thanks to her parents' connections, Stella had somehow become a cruiser captain. Stella kept patrolling, steadily taking down space pirates, occasionally even wiping out enemy scouting parties, building a reputation through sheer merit. It pissed Lillian off even more, so she used her father's influence again, sending Stella to the most dangerous front lines. Yet Stella survived. She always came back. Then came the final battle. Lillian shoved Stella far into the rear, even removing her from her ship. And still, Stella lived. After that, while Lillian stagnated, Stella kept climbing. Personnel shortages must have played a role, but by her 20s, records say she was commanding entire fleets. Meanwhile, Lillian got stuck on the moon, endlessly running meaningless patrols. Every report of Stella's victories twisted the knife deeper: bitterness, envy, regret gnawing at Lillian until nothing but hollow emptiness remained. Eventually, Lillian was tossed into random sectors, only to end up as cannon fodder. Better to leave everything to the talented than let the incompetent meddle. The thought lifted Lillian's spirits. Maybe going to school wouldn't be so bad. Still, even if my mind's an old woman's, my body remembers. Lillian stripped off the frilly, girlish sleepwear and changed into the uniform she thought she'd buried in distant memory. The ribbon tied itself, muscle memory, flawless. Avoiding the mirror as much as possible, she combed out her absurdly long hair. Again, her hands moved on their own, no hesitation. The only difference? Back then, Lillian was a chronic oversleeper. Servants always drove her to school. If she was late, she'd make a spectacle by taking the family's private jet or helicopter. Pathetic. But now, whether it's her matured soul or just her old lady discipline, she woke at 5 a.m., a time her past self would have been dead asleep. Well, this is a bizarre experience. Solve one question and another pops up. Why did she regress? Lillian definitely died at 79. Can you even call that pathetic end a death in battle? Yet here she was, her consciousness dumped into her younger self. Come to think of it, our glorious Earth Empire was already crumbling back then. Soon, the Empire would go to war against the fleet, emerging from the Horsehead Nebula. Unfortunately, Lillian couldn't think of any way to avoid it. Who'd believe her if she said, "Aliens are coming from Orion to start a war"? which means the Tiberius incident can't be prevented. A warp mishap 300 light-years from Earth, near Orion. A skirmish with a small alien force. Tiberius barely escaped, returning to Earth's sphere. Because of this accident, the Earth side became aware of the existence of the enemy. In a way, that accident had to happen. It forced Earth into war, but at least they weren't blindsided. They fought evenly at first. Not that Lillian made use of that advantage. That incident was a blessing in disguise. Their first chance to bloody the enemy's nose. Wait. A sudden realization. No, more like a repressed memory. Back then, Lillian dismissed it, but now, with cold clarity, something about that incident felt wrong. Was the cause of the accident ever determined? They called it a warp malfunction, but that's absurd. The warp theory, developed during Earth calendar year 1000, an era known as the Golden Age, was not about surpassing the speed of light through superacceleration. Instead, it forcibly distorted spacetime, creating a rupture that allowed ships to plunge into an alternate dimension, effectively jumping from one point to another as if connecting the dots between the stars. In a way, it was close to instantaneous travel, but of course, it had its flaws. The biggest one, unless you input precise coordinates, there was no telling where you'd warp out. Even if you warped 10 light-years, you weren't traveling in a straight line from start to finish. The gravitational pull of stars, magnetic fields, cosmic radiation, and other spatial influences could throw you off course, sending you somewhere completely unintended. In modern times, people sarcastically called this phenomenon being swept away by the waves. And since the method involved forcibly tearing a hole in spacetime, any abnormalities in the surrounding environment at the moment of warp could destabilize the jump. In the worst cases, it was said that a ship could end up disintegrating into dust, lost forever in the void. There were other dangers, too. If an obstacle happened to be at the warp exit point, a collision was inevitable. And if that obstacle turned out to be a massive asteroid, a densely populated area, or worse, a star or a black hole, well, the consequences would be catastrophic by any measure. Yet, no matter how careful people were, warp malfunctions and accidents were never entirely eliminated in this age of space travel. Sometimes it was human error, mistakes in operation, incorrect coordinates, or other slip-ups. But even so, even if they're graduates, this is a real military vessel. And for a routine training exercise to go this wrong, would they really attempt such an extreme long-distance warp? Under normal circumstances, impossible. In fact, warping hundreds of light-years was considered outright unfeasible in this era, but the truth was, it had happened. No way. A spy, the absurd thought flashed through Lillian's mind. It sounded like something out of a bad joke, but it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, many of the graduates aboard the Tiberius were children of influential nobles, the kind of people who held power in this day and age. You're not going to tell me they were trying to take hostages. If she thought about it calmly, even if the enemy was facing an amateur-crewed battleship, would they really let a target slip away so easily? Looking back, the enemy's attacks hadn't been as fierce as they could have been, which meant, were they trying to capture us alive? The idea was ridiculous, but if it was true, a strange unease settled over her as Lillian forced herself to leave her childish-looking room. Either way, she had no choice. She had to board that battleship now. Chapter 2. A second life filled with regrets. The era known as the Western calendar was said to have ended in the year 2348. The Earth calendar marked that year as its first. Around that time, Earth plunged into civil war, dragging its colonies, other colonized planets, into the conflict. Pollution from the wars rendered Earth uninhabitable, forcing humanity to terraform Mars, the Moon, and other colonies to survive. While waiting for Earth's purification, they fought over hegemony, and the wars continued. Records from that period are severely fragmented and ambiguous. Many scholars believe civilization temporarily regressed, with interstellar communication cut off for over 1,000 years. Eventually, despite the prolonged warfare, humanity rebuilt, reclaimed its spacefaring technology, and Earth transitioned into an imperial system. A leader was necessary. Thus, the political system centered around the emperor was established. And just as Earth's empire was about to reach its zenith, the Earth Empire, no, humanity itself, was once again on the brink of crisis. The decisive battle took place in the Empire's controlled sector M6567 near the resource mining colony planet Agri. With Agri at their backs, the Earth Empire's Grand Fleet numbered 1,500 ships of all classes combined. Among them were 120 battleships, 6 carriers, 209 cruisers, and the rest destroyers. Of course, this wasn't the Empire's entire fleet, only the most capable ships mobilized for the battle. The total number of onboard fighters exceeded 3,000. It was an overwhelming, awe-inspiring, undeniably invincible armada, or so everyone believed. Among the fleet's right wing was a small squadron, commanded by a young woman who had just turned 22. All ships commence firing, artillery ships, missile ships move forward. At her command, beams of heavy particle fire erupted from every ship under her. When one fired, others followed. And since it was an order from their captain, no one dared disobey. With no real coordination, the rest of the fleet also began attacking, pushing forward recklessly, as if competing for glory. It was unmistakably the behavior of green recruits. "Advance, advance, our fleet will strike first." Hundreds of flashes of light streaked through the dark void, slamming into the dull-colored circular fleet in the distance. But due to particle diffusion over range, most were easily dispersed by enemy shields. However, a few lucky shots, particle beams that avoided attenuation or consecutive direct hits, managed to breach the shields. A handful of unlucky enemy ships were destroyed, and the young captain grinned with nervous excitement. We can do this. The data was right. The defense of the Horsehead Nebula fleet isn't that strong. All ships launch torpedoes in sequence. Keep advancing, burn them to ashes with heavy particles. The enemy seemed paralyzed by the ferocity of their assault. No proper counterattack came. Of course, they had struck first, a surprise attack. The Earth Empire's ships boasted the strongest defenses. The enemy's pitiful particle beams would all be repelled. And in return, they would unleash overwhelming firepower, shatter the enemy's formation, and cut through them. Victory would be the Earth Empire's. "Go, go, push forward and keep firing." Everyone obeyed her voice. No one stopped them, or perhaps someone tried, but neither she nor the young soldiers would have heard it. Drunk on the intoxication of crushing the enemy, they gave no thought to the state of the fleets following them. This was the Earth Empire's greatest weakness, a chronic shortage of competent personnel. Decades without large-scale warfare had bred complacency. Even against minor rebel forces, the atmosphere of real battle was unfamiliar. So when the enemy counterattacked, they didn't target the overextended vanguard. Instead, the wolves pounced on the sheep, the fleets in the rear, hesitating, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Thus, it was over in an instant. The female captain let out a bewildered sound. Her own ships were mostly unharmed. But when the shockwaves of distant explosions reached her, she couldn't believe what the bridge displays showed. The Earth fleet was in ruins. The reckless charge of her Lilian fleet had thrown the rest into chaos. Some feared friendly fire and held back. Others, realizing their advance wasn't ordered, froze in place. Some simply stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. This was behavior that should never have happened. But most of these soldiers had only a few years of experience. Age didn't matter. Whether 30 or 40, they had never seen real war. And the enemy fleet seized the moment. In mere seconds, the invincible Imperial fleet was annihilated. The ones devoured were the half-hearted fleets caught in no man's land. Some, in a mix of bravery and foolishness, tried to rescue others, only to be caught in the chain reaction of explosions. By then, the Earth fleet's right wing had vanished. W8Y. Ignoring the Lilian fleet's battleship, the enemy's circular formation advanced. And then, section. What an unpleasant dream. Lilian woke without cold sweat, without screams, without anything. She was on the left observation deck of the battleship Tiberius. Did thinking about the past bring that on? And yet, I still can't remember anything beyond this point. The nightmare came from dredging up old memories. But even so, the doubts lingering in her mind remained unanswered. After being seen off by her overprotective parents and servants with hollow smiles, Lilian was sent off to the academy. An academy in name, but closer to a military base. Most students came from military families, though there were plenty of commoners, mostly in maintenance, marines, or infantry courses. Lillian and her peers, of course, were in the elite track: future commanders, admirals, fighter pilots, communications officers, and artillery specialists. The name of this prestigious institution? The Akatsuki no Hamura Dawn Blaze Academy. An absurd name, but as an Earth Empire-approved school, it reflected the Empire's aristocratic tastes. The headmaster, a man who bragged about being a fleet commander, though everyone knew it was a ceremonial post in the frontier with no real combat experience, gave a meaningless speech. Afterward, the graduating students split into groups and filed into the academy's massive underground dock, each boarding their assigned battleship. The construction of this underground facility had reportedly caused horrific environmental damage. 300 years ago, when the academy was founded, there had been significant opposition. By the 4000s of the Earth calendar, spaceship dock construction had become a major industry. The Empire saw no reason to stop it, so even now, they likely kept digging up land to build more bases. From this underground dock, 4 battleships soared majestically into space. The Tiberius and the other ships taking the graduation exam shared the same design: an upper section housing the bridge and command centers, a middle section for living quarters, and a lower section with hangars and storage. Since they were built for space combat, both the upper and lower sections were equipped with main cannons, torpedo launchers, and anti-aircraft guns. Destroyers and carriers had different layouts, but cruisers and battleships generally followed this structure. Students, teachers, families, and curious citizens watched the ships depart. How carefree, though I suppose I shouldn't talk, I was napping just now. Lillian, clad in the officer's uniform given to all graduating students, gazed down from the observation deck, half-dazed. No one could have known that soon a space war would begin. Then and now, I can't really judge others. In my past life, I barely thought about exams, just attended tea parties. In her previous life, she had spent her days elegantly sipping tea with her entourage of classmates. But now, she couldn't bring herself to join such gatherings. Politely declining, she had escaped to this deserted deck and dozed off. Come to think of it, those girls died in the war too, didn't they? Truthfully, she barely remembered their faces, daughters of military officials. Most were assigned to safe rear posts, like headquarters or bases. But as the war turned against them, even communications officers and radar operators were dragged to the front lines. And of course, the cause was her. The decisive battle had wiped out the Empire's main fleet and its most promising officers. They had no choice but to send even the untrained into battle. Amateurs with no combat experience died meaningless deaths. The result? The future Imperial military shifted to unmanned drones. Thinking about it now, she felt a twinge of guilt. I only have bad memories of this place. With a sigh, Lillian gazed at her nostalgic alma mater, fading into the distance. To begin with, for an institution supposedly dedicated to training soldiers, it was hard to call it a proper environment. Whether you were an officer or not, physical training was essential for any soldier, and a well-rounded education was necessary. Sure, there were specialized fields, but still. However, after years of complacency in the Earth Empire, the line between regular schools and military academies had blurred. Most of the children from powerful noble families, especially the young ladies, never took the grueling physical training seriously. Even if they excelled in classroom studies, this only bred a generation of armchair theorists. It was painfully obvious that the Empire just wanted to increase the number of soldiers to maintain its expanded territories. Yet most citizens didn't even question it. A few sharp critics had pointed this out, but, in that sense, my family was at least serious about it. Even if they were rot, her family came from a long line of soldiers. And though they were nobles, they weren't the type to laze around. Under the guise of lessons, she was forced into ballet, horseback riding, tennis, and other physical activities. Social standing also demanded a certain level of endurance. So, at least in her youth, Lillian never struggled with physical strength. But now wasn't the time for nostalgia. In less than 6 hours, the Tiberius, the ship they were on, would vanish toward the Orion constellation due to a warp accident. From there, they'd drift for nearly 2 months before miraculously making it back alive, a major incident waiting to happen. If we just let things unfold, At least we'll survive, but soon they'd head to the lunar base for training exercises. Under normal circumstances, she should have returned to her assigned officer's quarters to prepare. But despite everything, Lillian was still a veteran with over 60 years of military experience. Unconsciously, she had already finished all necessary preparations. Not that there was much to do. Cadets would take turns commanding the ship, circling the moon while simulating fleet battles against decoy, enemy ships. The goal was to assess their aptitude and assign them accordingly. Cadets also rotated as subordinates, meaning she had to review the personnel data on her tablet and arrange deployments, something she had already completed. She'd done it all before, and anyway, the Tiberius would warp away before these crews even got to the exercise. Or should I try to prevent the accident? After voicing the fleeting thought, Lillian gave a bitter smile and dismissed it. No, impossible. The cause is unknown, and we don't even have proof that there's a spy. Warp control involved coordination between the bridge, engine room, and computing center. Something might have gone wrong in one of those areas, but without knowing the cause, there were no leads. Besides, she wasn't an investigator. If someone played dumb, that was that. And if this accident didn't happen, the enemy and the Horsehead Nebula would never be discovered. Meaning, she shouldn't prevent it. Well, that leaves me with nothing to do. She briefly considered attending the tea party after all. SHHH. The automatic doors slid open. 2 sets of footsteps followed. Casually, Lillian turned to look. The observation deck had been empty until now, leaving it eerily quiet. Potted plants and vending machines obscured the entrance, making it impossible to see who had arrived. You, One voice belonged to a girl. Well tall, no, I mean sir. Oh, you're. The other was a boy's, and Lillian knew these voices. There was no way she could forget them. Ah, right, Stella, was it? Why, yes. Stella Dryad reporting. Stella and Weltall, no way. Peeking from behind cover, she saw 2 people who held deep significance in her memories. Her first love from the past, Weltall Gandaman, and the future genius commander, Stella Dryad. There was no real need to hide, yet Lillian found herself doing so anyway. Partly because she sensed she shouldn't interfere, and partly because she was curious about their relationship. I know this is in bad taste. About the other day. Stella, shy and slightly hunched over, had short black bob-cut hair, though a few strands dangled over her large, round eyes. Lillian remembered them well. She also knew those eyes would one day grow dull and lifeless. Dressed in a mechanic's jumpsuit, Stella looked nothing like the future Supreme Commander, no, the Marshal, she would become. Weltall probably saw her the same way, as did her classmates, no, the entire Empire. Even Stella herself wouldn't believe it, but Lillian knew her talent. Despite her clumsy demeanor, the moment battle began, something incredible raced through her mind. She reacted with precision, as if predicting, even prophesying, the enemy's moves. Ah, the arcade. You kept that a secret, right? I only went because Deland dragged me there. Never thought I'd get crushed so badly, though. Weltall smiled gently at her. With his golden hair and mature demeanor, he hardly looked 18. In his officer's uniform, he could easily pass for a high-ranking soldier. In the previous timeline, he and his allies, his sworn comrades, had faced the final battle. Because of Lillian, their talents were wasted, and they were annihilated. WL, you were holding back, I think, and I never thanked you for helping me, and then, even though it was just a game. Don't worry about it. Frankly, it's disgraceful that such thugs exist in the Empire. Laying hands on a lady, no less. The atmosphere between them was warm, no, even more than that. Now that I think about it, those 2 were always close. Not just Weltall, but the other admiral candidates too. What happened between them? I'm dying to know. Is this what it feels like to be invested in your kids' love lives? In her past life, Lillian had been infatuated with Weltall and resented Stella for no reason. A shameful past. Stella wasn't just close to Weltall, though. She got along with all the promising young admirals-to-be. They were even called the Young Lions of the Empire. Right now, Lillian had zero romantic interest in Weltall. Instead, she was more curious about their relationship. Were they dating? She'd never heard rumors, but clearly, Stella and Weltall had some history. Their conversation had an undeniable chemistry. At the same time, guilt gnawed at Lillian. No wonder Stella despised me. Maybe he was her first love, no, maybe they were even lovers. And I stole that from her, ruined her youth entirely. With that thought, she realized she had no right to eavesdrop. Lillian shook her head and prepared to leave. BZZZT, an alarm blared through the ship. Not a danger alert, but a notification that they were leaving Earth's gravity well. The observation deck's blast shields descended as artificial gravity stabilized the interior. The slight tremor made Lillian lurch forward, right out of her hiding spot, directly into the middle of the young couple's moment. A thought crossed her mind. Am I just incredibly unlucky with timing? You. Weltall's voice was icy toward the sudden intruder. The warmth he'd shown Stella was gone. It couldn't be helped. Lillian understood now to Weltall. She was just another spoiled noble brat, coasting on her family's status without putting in any real effort. And my father's reputation wasn't great either. To Weltall, who resents the current empire, I'm the embodiment of corruption. Her father was the chief of military intelligence, a lieutenant general. The daughter of a powerful man, she had been selfish and unrestrained. Weltall's family, on the other hand, was a distinguished military lineage. They believed those in command should prove themselves worthy, a sense of noblesse oblige. It was an admirable philosophy, one she respected, and this boy would undoubtedly uphold it. As I recall, Lieutenant General losers. At the same time, Lillian knew that his somewhat blunt attitude was the same persona he displayed at the academy. A handsome man with an unapproachable air, always calm and composed. His family background was flawless, his personal talents outstanding, excellent in both academics and combat, of course. But above all, in the simulated fleet battles occasionally held at the academy, no one surpassed him in tactics or strategy. He was a perfect being, so impressive that even professional military officers would marvel, someone who would never disgrace himself no matter where he went. That was bad taste. Weltall narrowed his eyes, letting a hint of irritation seep into his voice. But Lillian, despite her appearance, was an old fox who had lived 79 years. Whether it was the wisdom of age or simply the absence of starry-eyed admiration, she didn't know. But Weltall's cold tone struck her less as composed and more like that of any ordinary boy annoyed at having his romantic moment interrupted. Why are you here? My apologies. In the past, she would have been flustered, stumbling over her words, and likely directing hostility at the girl beside him like a jealous stray cat. But not now, so she could bow her head honestly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. For the sake of my honor, let me clarify, I was on this observation deck before either of you. Sorry to the young lady as well. It seems I intruded. HMPH. When she apologized so frankly, there was little else the other party could do. Moreover, Weltall seemed to recall the words he had just spoken to Stella and realized his attitude toward Lillian had been less than ideal. No, I should apologize as well. I went too far. No need, it's fine. In the end, I was the one who acted rudely. Truthfully, she had intended to eavesdrop. Then I'll take my leave. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. With a light, courteous nod, she prepared to walk away. But a voice stopped her. W8, it's not what you think. It was Stella. We were just at the arcade. I like simulation games, battleships, ships, and all that, so we were playing. And then some troublemakers started harassing me, and Sir Gundaman helped me, and I didn't get to thank him properly. And then I got carried away with the game and... Suddenly, the entire backstory of their relationship came spilling out. Stella seemed frantic, desperate to clear up any misunderstanding. Behind her, Weltall pressed a hand to his temple as if exasperated. Stella herself probably didn't even realize what she was saying. Lillian could only blink in mild bewilderment. This girl, she's oddly slow in the weirdest ways. Despite her genius-level tactical and strategic insight, Stella in everyday life was, by contrast, a rather clumsy girl. She wasn't much of a talker either, and the old Lillian had found that attitude irritating. She could never understand why everyone accepted this awkward girl so easily or why the admiral candidates doted on her. But 60 years had tempered Lillian's spirit somewhat. I see, a lovely way to meet. She had learned to let things like this slide. And I'm the one who ruined such a lovely moment. But rest assured, this time I won't take anything from you, because I've decided not to interfere anymore. You'll unleash your full potential and steer this war toward a better outcome. At the very least, you won't suffer the tragedy of a fleet's total annihilation. Not wanting to intrude any further on the young couple's rendezvous, though technically, she was the same age now, Lillian quickly excused herself from the observation deck. Now then, I said I wouldn't interfere, but as things stand, I'll just end up assigned to some fleet regardless. Even if she swore off unnecessary meddling, Lillian, born into a military family, rotten as it may be, was already on the predetermined path her parents had laid out. Her assignment to a relatively safe patrol fleet had long been decided. There, she performed her duties as a soldier adequately. Truly, just adequately. She produced middling results, her fleet management was passable at best, and yet, due to the Earth Empire's desperate personnel shortages, she somehow ended up as the captain of a battleship-class vessel. The whole situation was a mess. Wait a second. Had she just remembered something critically important? Lillian stopped dead in the middle of the corridor, forcing herself to calmly reassess the situation. The incompetent me will step back and leave everything to the future Marshal. That much was fine. In Lillian's mind, it was already decided. But glorifying Stella and the inherent mediocrity of the Earth Empire's military were two entirely separate issues. How many of those soldiers on that battlefield had actual combat experience? No, how many of them had even received proper training? In her past life, the destruction of the Earth Empire's fleet had been her fault. That was an undeniable truth, but the problem didn't end there. Plenty of fools had blindly followed her idiotic decisions, or worse, enabled them. The decisive battle was 4 years away. The idea that fresh recruits would become seasoned soldiers in that time was pure fantasy. In reality, the gap between those sent to the front lines and those who stayed behind only widened. Many fools, having only swept up stragglers in safe rear areas, mistakenly believed their war talents had blossomed. Even so, there were experienced soldiers. And yet, was it a matter of ratio? True, some veterans had spent years in service, leading suppression campaigns against rebel forces and space pirates. Military training did exist. And that doomed fleet had even included the so-called young lions of the Empire, promising officers brimming with talent. But the sheer number of incompetents outweighed them all. The Empire's current policy prioritized quantity over quality. Yes, they had the numbers, enough bodies to move the fleet, but not the skill to operate it effectively. Disgusting, I'll say it outright. Even if I hadn't been there, someone else would have pulled the same idiocy. No matter how many talented individuals they had, the rest were far below standard. They could handle sporadic, random skirmishes, but few were accustomed to large-scale fleet maneuvers. A conclusion began forming in her 79-year-old mind. What if, unless fools like me are retrained, we'll just drag the genius strategist down? No matter what, mediocrity outnumbers genius. And the Earth Empire's current state teetered between stagnation and decline. This Tiberius incident? A trivial problem in comparison. Even with her interference, everyone had survived and returned to Earth. The real turning point came after the choices made upon their return, perish or rise again, and she had spectacularly chosen the former. This is no joke. No matter how much we rely on her, if similar failures occur, we'll just be dragged back to the battlefield. Or worse. In hindsight, the fact that Stella had been sent to the rear during the decisive battle was why she survived, and why she spent the next 60 years supporting Earth. But what if they had deployed her? Could they have created a situation where her talents truly shined? Wait, Stella can't display her so-called genius tactics unless she's the supreme commander, right? How stupid am I? Soldier quality. Stella's appointment. Hold on, does this mean the Imperial Army needs reform before anything else? In her past life, the Supreme Commander during the decisive battle had been the Earthsphere Fleet's Admiral and Grand Marshal. What was his name again? General Alfred Kalinak. To add, her father, Pinjar Loser, had been his subordinate Chief of Staff. Yet neither could be called competent. Most of the current Imperial Army's upper echelons had climbed the ranks through political maneuvering rather than merit. Yes, military operations against rebel forces existed, but those were in colonial territories. The Earth sphere itself was secure. That much, at least, deserved praise, but that very security bred complacency. Men like her father, lacking real achievements, had cozy relationships with power-hungry pseudo-politicians. That was how an incompetent like her could command a fleet's right wing, and how powerless Stella could be relegated to the rear. The imperial government was a den of cunning old men clinging to authority. In other words, fundamental reform was necessary. This is giving me a headache, the problems just keep piling up. She had known the Empire's internal state was crumbling, but it was worse than she imagined. Right now, she lacked power, influence, achievements, everything. And it wasn't just her. Stella was the same, even Weltall. There was no solution in the current state. Whatever they tried, they were still powerless children in every regard. Grrrr. She might not have gritted her teeth like this in years. Lillian, forgetting she stood in a public hallway, agonized deeply. Power, power, power. The authority her father had wielded, which she had once exploited for her own whims, now loomed before her like an insurmountable wall. Are you okay? Since this was a public corridor, it was only natural for passersby to be around. Huh? Oh, sorry, I'm fine. The voice startled her. When she turned, she saw a young girl in the white uniform of a medical orderly, carrying a floating tray of medical supplies. Her long hair was pure white, though in this era, hair color wasn't a big deal. White, black, red, nobody really cared. But this girl, dressed all in white, gave off a strangely fragile impression. You look a little pale, though. The girl took a small case of pills from the floating tray and opened it. The tray hovered smoothly, using the same principles as a hovercraft, and was stable enough to remain unaffected even if the ship shook violently during combat. Here, a nutrient supplement, vitamin B tablets, there's chocolate or mint flavor. Chocolate then, wait, is it really okay for me to take these? Lillian accepted the pill, but tilted her head in question. A lot of people get space sick, so the medical team is making rounds like this. Don't worry, we have permission. Though some meds can't be handed out freely, so if you need those, you'll have to come to the infirmary. The girl smiled warmly. Wow, she's cute. Even as a fellow girl, Lillian felt a little dazzled by her beauty. Have I seen her somewhere before? And recently at that. While Lillian was lost in thought, the girl gave a polite nod and turned to leave. Watching her go, Lillian popped the chocolate-flavored supplement into her mouth. If I'd asked her name, maybe I'd have remembered. It was just a supplement, so it wouldn't work instantly, but the chocolate taste did help her mood a little. Right now, the problem she needed to deal with was the Tiberius's warp accident. Everything beyond that was on a completely different scale. In her current state of confusion, she doubted she could come to any sensible conclusions. I need a change of pace. She let out a light sigh, exhaling her gloom. I'm not really in the mood for tea right now. Quickening her steps, Lillian followed after the white-clad girl. Hey, let me help. Hi. Clearly not expecting to be called out, the pale girl flinched before cautiously turning around. You're from the officer training course, right? Yep, officer candidate, future admiral in fact. Part of the job is checking in on my subordinates, you know. But according to the tablet's data, some things you just can't tell without seeing them in person. And actually, there. Checking the crew manifest on her tablet, Lillian found the girl's photo listed among the exam support staff. Let's see, names, Frim Yuuki, so you're of Japanese descent. Well. There was a slight hesitation in her reply, but in this era, mixed heritage, half, quarter, or even more wasn't just common. Ethnicity and race had long since blurred into irrelevance. HMPH, well, nice to meet you. So Lillian brushed it off without a second thought and returned the greeting. I'm Lillian Loser, daughter of the infamous Chief of Staff Loser. Infamous, and your nobility too. I can't possibly let you help. I'm bored, and I do want my subordinates to think well of me. Oh, yes. The faces of my subordinates. No, more than that. The faces of those who died because of me in my past life. That thought crossed her mind, too. And so, for no particular reason at all, Lillian decided to help Frim with her work. Chapter 3, Decisive Battle, the Empire's Young Lion Fleet, Recreation Room Simulation Area. 4 small pods, each capable of holding 1 person, were operating in the simulation area. How did I end up in this situation? Lillian was inside one of them. It was portrayed with cheap-looking graphics quite typical of a game, rows of fleet ships lined up neatly, with blue lines indicating the Allied forces, which consisted of 2 small fleets. These images were displayed on monitors throughout the area, allowing everyone around to watch the battle. Despite the cheap graphics, the sheer number of vessels lined up created a certain impact. Moreover, the system used flashy sound effects to heighten the audience's sense of immersion, though it remained, after all, just a game. Each side had 1 aircraft carrier, while the remaining vessels included 3 battleships, 10 cruisers, and 25 destroyers. Facing them was a fleet marked with red lines. Like the blue side, it consisted of 2 fleets with the same total number of ships, but it featured 3 aircraft carriers in exchange for fewer destroyers. Since this was a simulator-based mock battle, the distance between the fleets was much closer than in real combat. In an actual engagement, it would take at least an hour before they even made contact. "Let's win this, Lillian. We'll make them eat their words." Stella in the pod next to hers was so excited it was obvious even through the comm screen. Yeah, sure." Stella, breathing heavily, glared at the enemy fleet with fierce determination. Yes, somehow, Lillian had ended up teaming up with Stella for this mock battle, and their opponents were, Hey Stella, this time I'll get my revenge. Hey Ares, don't drag me down, your fleet's too slow. Shut it. Your paper-thin carrier planes are nothing compared to mine. Try not to get shredded by my AA guns." 2 of the Empire's so-called young lions. Elite candidates for admiralty, both geniuses in their own right. And somehow, Lillian was now facing them in a mock battle. How had things come to this? Section, a few minutes earlier. There are this many types of cold medicine. Yes, different colds require different treatments. The Imperial Army may seem uniform, but its members come from diverse ethnic backgrounds. So the illnesses vary by region. Exactly. This medicine for that group, that one for another, we have to check before prescribing. Though Lillian had been helping Frim for about an hour now, she had little to do besides follow her around and ask questions. Truth be told, Lillian had no idea what effects any of these medications had, nor did she have anything productive to do. She was just pointlessly following Frim around like a lost puppy. Realizing how ridiculous that looked, she'd started asking questions about the different types of medicines to seem somewhat useful. Though mentally 79 years old with considerable life experience, there were still many things she'd never learned about. Medications had always been something she took as prescribed without much thought. During emergencies, though, you just jam the sedative ampules straight into them. I've only heard this in class, but apparently it even calms people who have had limbs blown off. Frim explained with her delicate features, belying her matter-of-fact tone. Sedative ampules, something Lillian had never even touched in her previous life. They're not narcotics, right? She had some basic knowledge at least. Yes, they are actually, but don't worry, none are on this tray, though Marines and pilots carry at least 3 in their first aid kits. Beyond medications, the tray contains supplies for bandaging wounds and performing emergency treatments. Naturally, if the ship took damage, the medic's workload would become overwhelming. After memorizing all these medications, you medics still have to run all over the ship. Isn't learning all the corridors a pain too? Well, Frim tilted her head. We're assigned to specific sections normally, but injuries and illnesses happen randomly, so medics end up needing to know the entire ship's layout. It's manageable on destroyers or cruisers, but battleships and carriers, that's when things get crazy. To put it simply, Earth Empire vessels followed general size categories. Battleships and carriers at about 500 meters, cruisers 300 to 400 meters, and destroyers around 200 meters. Of course, there are minor differences among these classes, and the sizes are not always the same. The Tiberius, while classified as a battleship, was actually a compact 400-meter design with automated systems allowing operation by a smaller crew. These automation systems, currently allowing the Tiberius to be towed by a control ship with its bridge locked until the exam begins. This system would eventually form the backbone of unmanned fleets, though that future remained 60 years away. The current crew consisted of 312 students, far below the standard 600-plus complement that included relief personnel. This smaller number sufficed for the training exercise. So where to next? Lillian asked. They stood near the Tiberius's starboard midsection, where observation decks protruded slightly on both sides, normally sealed behind exterior bulkheads, but retracted during combat. The ship's central section housed crew quarters, mess halls, and the infirmary, with hangars forward and engineering aft. The upper decks contained the bridge, combat information center, computer rooms, and radar stations, all retracting into an armored combat bridge during battles. Probably the recreation room next. Some might be exhausted from overplaying, and there's something I want to check personally. Check what? Oh, just a private matter. A quick scolding should settle it. Scolding? Puzzled but curious, Lillian followed. The recreation room doubled as a simulation chamber. Though ostensibly for entertainment, its systems could run sophisticated fleet battle scenarios, making it essentially a training facility. However, in these peaceful times, students regarded even these high-end military simulators as little more than advanced game consoles. And frankly, with their ability to simulate realistic fleet engagements for fun, Lillian understood the appeal. The equipment's precision was astounding, only the graphics appeared slightly dated by modern standards. Well, this is lively. The room buzzed like an amusement park, full of excited students completely unaware they'd soon face not just drills, but actual combat due to the impending accident. Not that anyone could blame them, Lillian herself had once been among such carefree youths, and nobody could have predicted their impending displacement. The current commotion centered around a particularly intense simulated fleet battle. Just as the match concluded, an egg-shaped pod opened to reveal Stella emerging alongside a blue-haired boy. From the opposing pod, a loud-mouthed brunette erupted shouting, "Damn it." That was cowardly. The boy's appearance triggered cheers, or more accurately, squeals from onlookers. Mixed in were unmistakable jealous glares directed at Stella. Just as I thought. Frim muttered, plowing through the chaotic scene with her tray. Stella. Eep Frim. Stella froze like a child caught misbehaving, then turned her head with mechanical stiffness at Frim's motherly scolding tone. Well now, if it isn't Frim, you look upset. What's the matter? Interjected the blue-haired boy, placing a hand on Stella's shoulder while maintaining his pleasant smile. Lillian recognized him immediately. Richard Fowler, one of the Empire's young lions and self-proclaimed adjutant to Weltall, another genius in his own right. This chance encounter would mark the beginning of a minor incident. Stella is currently engaged in something important with us. If you have business, please make it brief. Richard said, his handsome face perpetually smiling. Come to think of it, Lillian realized she knew little about Richard. His family were minor nobles without notable military achievements, politically neutral middle class, the type who normally wouldn't stand out. Yet he possessed an inexplicable presence that earned him a place among the Empire's elite youth. Elusive in personality, yet childhood friends with Weltall, he would eventually serve as both Weltall's adjutant and fleet admiral in the future. Lord Fowler, Stella is from the maintenance division. Please don't drag her into your games. My apologies, but her talent is genuine. Letting it go to waste isn't my style. How selfish. Frim was unusually assertive toward one of the Academy's most admired figures. What's their relationship? No matter how you looked at it, she was being too bold. And judging by Richard's reaction, he and Frim seemed to be on fairly close terms. No, Frim. I'm doing this because I want to. That's obviously a bad idea. The moment Stella spoke up like a child caught misbehaving and making excuses, Frim shut her down sharply, almost like a mother scolding her. Do you even understand your job? The maintenance team leader was worried too, you know. But I finished all my assigned work. What's the point of the maintenance team if they're not at the maintenance site? I can't argue with that. The future marshal was sunk by sheer logic. My, still as harsh as ever. No wonder Vel has a hard time with you. Vel, Lord Gundaman, has nothing to do with this. Does he even know about this? Of course not. This is something I want to do. Listening to their conversation, something occurred to her. Stella was supposed to be with Weltall. Well, it's not like they were glued together, so she must have split off after that and immediately gotten caught by Richard. Lillian was reminded once again that Stella's circle of acquaintances was wider than she thought. Just how did she meet all these people? Still, what a rare sight. Isn't that the young lady of Loser? Richard said it with a smile, but it was immediately obvious that the smile directed at Lillian was fake. Her mind may be 79, but she'd had more than enough life experience to spot a forced grin. In other words, that was the face of someone who wasn't welcome. What are you doing here? She's preparing for the upcoming exercises. Frim quickly interjected. In reality, it was just killing time, but Frim seemed to genuinely believe it. Preparations. An openly suspicious look, Vel's little stalker. Richard muttered under his breath. Apparently, he knew about how Lillian had once been infatuated with Weltall. Maybe because of that, Richard naturally stepped forward as if shielding Stella. It seemed he was wary that Lillian might harass her. Not unreasonable. Even during her student days, Lillian's reputation wasn't exactly stellar, not as bad as in the future, but still far from good. The spoiled daughter of a powerful family, acting high and mighty. To most, she was just another typical fallen noble. And at least for this era's Lillian, that assessment was accurate. No room for excuses. Well, fine. If it's preparations, does that mean you're here for the mock fleet battle too? Weren't you a candidate for admiral once? No, not exactly. Lillian just happened to follow Frim and ended up here. You're joking, right? That girl can actually command a fleet. The moment Lillian instinctively denied it, a voice cut in from behind. I've never seen her properly manage a fleet in class simulations. Turning around, Lillian saw the short, brown-haired boy from earlier, the one who had been in the mock battle with Stella, and a clearly irritated red-haired boy with a stern face. The voice belonged to the brown-haired one. Frim's here too, what a pain. Delan Aldemalt, another of the Lions. His family had roots in the Air Force, but they rose to prominence in the space age for their carrier operations. Rumor had it he originally wanted to be a fighter pilot, but his family's influence steered him toward fleet command. But his talent was real. In the future, his carrier and fighter maneuvers would be considered an art form. Hey, come on, let's go again. That last one didn't count. Delan glanced dismissively at Lillian before rushing up to Richard. Like Weltall, you're quite the sore loser, aren't you? No, we had a deal. Ares is next. Exactly. There's little time before the real exercise. Unlike some people who have all the time in the world to play around, I don't. The red-haired boy, Ares Hall, spoke coldly. Naturally, he was also one of the Lions. His specialty was an impenetrable defense. It was said that breaking his fleet formations required either overwhelming firepower or extreme mobility. Among the Lions, his lineage was second only to Weltall's, with ancestors who had once served as part of the Emperor's personal fleet. Meaning, ironically, he was the closest to the royal family. And as you could see, his mouth was just as sharp as his skills. That's how it is, Frim and loser. Stay out of our way. Yeah, fleet exercises aren't a game. This is serious prep work. Frim, shouldn't you get back to your medical duties? Your job is dealing with the injured and sick, right? And as for loser, why the hell are you even here? Shouldn't you be sipping tea somewhere? Most likely, she had nothing better to do. If she were truly free, she could at least review crew assignments or prep for exercises. Must be nice to be so busy doing nothing. That's enough. Frim snapped, but Lillian stopped her. It's fine, they're not wrong. Harsh as their words were, they weren't inaccurate. This was just the consequence of her past actions. To outsiders, that was the natural assessment. This was the kind of treatment Lillian of this era had to accept, so she would. Willingly, even. Yes, she wouldn't get angry. After all, she was 79 inside. HMPH. If you're just going to roll over, there's no saving you. At least show a little effort. We're going to be military officers, you know? Get your act together. Well, if she had to say something. Little brats. Do you really think playing with a game board makes you professionals? She may be past her prime, but she had over 60 years of experience as a captain and admiral. This little thing wouldn't make her. No, actually, she was getting annoyed. She had to say something. With all due respect. I don't think that's a nice way to talk to someone. Lillian's rebuttal was drowned out by Stella's loud voice. Seems the future marshal had also reached her limit. But Lillian, the young Lions, and even the surrounding students who had been pretending not to eavesdrop all fell silent, staring at Stella. Only Frim wore an "oh no, here we go again" expression covering her face. I hate that kind of talk. Apologize. Why should I apologize to her? Ares scowled, but Stella wasn't backing down. I don't know what kind of person she is, but that kind of language is despicable. Hey Stella, calm down. Delanne tried to intervene, but it was too late. If you won't apologize, then I'll make you a duel. Me and Lillian against the two of you will crush you. Stella's challenge echoed through the room. Wait. Did Lillian just hear something concerning in there? Wait, me too. Lillian. Why, yes. Lillian answered reflexively. Stella grabbed both of her hands tightly. Don't worry, I don't know you at all, we just met, and I have no idea what kind of person you are, but I won't let anyone talk to you like that. I appreciate that, but why am I involved? Come on, let's go. And just like that, before she knew it, the match was set. Lillian Stella Fleet versus Delanne Ares Fleet. Wait, why? Section, for those who command starships, training is essential, but conducting actual fleet drills and exercises is difficult. Moving ships costs money, maintenance is required, and securing a training area in space while ensuring civilian safety is a logistical nightmare. One stray civilian vessel could lead to disaster. That's why simulation-based fleet exercises are part of the curriculum. Lillian and Stella each took command of a standard battleship as their flagship, leading their respective fleets. The rules were simple: annihilate the enemy fleet or destroy their flagship. But simulated fleet battles were still just glorified games. While they replicated the basics, combat speed and timing were heavily simplified. In fact, civilian versions of this system existed. Fleet battle games were popular in the market. Space was vast, and starship engagement ranges were enormous. Trying to condense that into a short session inevitably led to compromises. In the end, too many people played these simulations and convinced themselves they had talent, myself included, but these guys are different. The young lions aren't just hyped, they're the real deal. That's why I can't afford to slack off. Another quirk of the system. Orders, whether fleet movements, attacks, or fighter launches, transmitted instantly, with no mistakes or disobedience. In that regard, these virtual crews outperformed real soldiers. In other words, the outcome of this mock battle hinges purely on individual skill. A single misjudgment guarantees defeat. It all comes down to a straightforward battle of wits, though in the end, it's just a game. Lillian muttered to no one in particular. Why am I even in this situation? Where did things take such a turn? Why was she fighting a fleet battle alongside the so-called young lions? And to make matters worse, her wingmate was that Stella. I swore I wouldn't interfere, and now this. Though, if she were honest, she was the one who broke her own resolve. So should she try to correct course now, and how? Throw the match. Her opponents were two prodigies hailed as the future hopes of the fleet. Even if she lost, no one would question it. They'd simply see it as the expected outcome. No, that was impossible. Snorting at her own thoughts, Lillian glanced toward Stella on the other side of the monitor. The girl was staring fixedly ahead. She's fighting for my reputation. In her past life, Lillian had taken everything from Stella. Of course, the Stella of this era wouldn't know that, but Lillian still felt compelled to make amends. At the same time, another emotion surfaced. Could she really let Stella be humiliated here? This girl had stood up for her. The girl destined to become Fleet Admiral, the Marshal. She had to command the entire fleet one day. In that sense, wasn't this mock battle the perfect opportunity? Besides, if they won here, it would prove Stella's talent to everyone. Beating those elites with an ad hoc fleet, that alone would skyrocket Stella's reputation. Most likely, in my past life, Stella must have fought them in simulations like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have grown close to Weltall and the others. The problem is, my interference changed history. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Show them Stella's brilliance. In that case, there was only one course of action. The enemy's formation is a defensive bastion. Shield ships are protecting the carriers, and they're not just deploying passively. They've deliberately weakened coverage around key targets like the carriers to prevent shield decay. Observing the enemy fleet's formation, Lillian had to admit it was impressive. A masterstroke from Ares, the defensive specialist. Not just stacking high-shield ships up front, but also accounting for deflection. Electromagnetic shields weren't infinite. Sustained hits would degrade them, and once past the threshold, the emitters would temporarily shut down for recharge. Shields weren't invincible either, enough concentrated fire could breach them. To counter this, fleets would alternate between dispersing for evasion and regrouping for pure defense. Ares, the Iron Wall. His real strength lay not just in dodging attacks, but in knowing exactly when to stand firm. Only a genius could grasp that timing. Right now, he had positioned his fleet in an evenly spaced defensive formation, ready to adapt. Next, carrier-based fighters will launch. Delan's strike craft are relentless, but he never overextends them. Expect precision strikes like needle-threaded torpedo volleys. Dogfights are his last resort. Sure enough, swarms of fighters erupted from the carriers, shielded by Ares' ironclad defense. Delan, the carrier genius, demanded immediate countermeasures. Somehow, his fighters always found the weak points in an enemy's formation, and if the attack turned unfavorable, he'd pull them back without hesitation. Not the reckless type. In a way, Delan was the one who best understood the battlefield. That was Lillian's assessment. Plus, if we focus on the fighters, the enemy ships will pelt us with artillery. But if we prioritize the ships, the fighters will tear through us. A flawless offensive-defensive setup, no. At first glance, Delan and Ares seemed like oil and water, yet they meshed terrifyingly well. Focus on one and the other would dictate the pace. So, how to respond? Proposal. Launch interceptors and use torpedoes to degrade their shields. But what's your call? First, she offered the textbook move. I have an idea. Could you hear me out? Stella, who had been scrutinizing the enemy fleet intently, suddenly shrank into a timid posture, gauging Lillian's reaction. You beat Delan earlier, didn't you? A victor's words are worth hearing. At that, Stella brightened, then instantly schooled her expression. The whiplash sent a chill down Lillian's spine. We retreat. Stella's eyes returned to the main monitor as she dropped the single word. Fall back. What about interception? Even if we launch now, we won't break their formation in time. Assume anti-air defensive formation and retreat, but match our speed to theirs. Have the long-range artillery ships focus on their carriers. But first, we pull back. Just not too far. Anti-air defense, in space might sound odd, but the term had stuck as shorthand for countering strike craft and torpedoes alike, whether in atmosphere or vacuum. The key difference in space was the need for omnidirectional awareness. Understood, artillery ships full volley, prep interception torpedoes too. Space was an ocean, and thus, ship-launched missiles were universally dubbed torpedoes, a quirk of aristocratic tradition. Yes, that's fine, destroyers fall in, cruisers hold the perimeter. The fleet realigned itself to Stella's strategy. A fighting retreat, with long-range artillery, maybe, but can this really break Ares' iron wall and Delan's mobility? Lillian's artillery ships opened fire at extreme range, their heavy particle beams streaking across the void as faint lines. The heavy particles from the fleet form countless flashes of light, drawing a line of fire. Naturally, even the long-range heavy particle cannons of the bombardment ships reduced their power at this distance. Even their firepower was diminished, easily deflected by shields. The simulation registered no hit. Prepare long-range torpedoes, but hold fire. For now, keep hammering the carriers with particle cannons. Ahem. If this were her past, foolish self, she'd have argued, or obeyed without grasping Stella's goal. But now, Lillian almost understood. She just lacked certainty. Meddling recklessly would backfire. She knew that from bitter experience, enough to leave scars. So, she needed confirmation. Should we deploy recon drones? Might help track the enemy's movements. Stella blinked, surprised. Please do. She immediately replies, Roger, Roger. Lillian pulled up the simulation menu, selecting drone deployment. In reality, hundreds would launch, but the sim displayed only 15. The drones had no weapons, just radar, cameras, and tiny thrusters. It looks small, but it is actually a 10-meter class drone. Enemy fighters closing in. Your orders. Screen them with flak, heavy coverage. Delan probably won't target me directly. Because you beat him once. Yes. Instant reply. He's more cautious than people think. How many times have you fought him? Twice. Including earlier. And you're that sure. I am. Here they come. Anti-air defenses up. Torpedoes, tank them with shields. They're not aiming to cripple us yet, so just repel them. No pursuit. Radar lit up with enemy fighters. As Stella predicted, they seemed slightly skewed away from Lillian's fleet. Opening AA fire and torpedo interception. Artillery ships keep pressure on the carriers. Cruisers guard the artillery. After all, it was just a simulation. But fleet battles still set her heart racing. Some things never change. Section: Ares' flagship was a standard battleship, Delan's, naturally, a carrier. Losing the flagship forced the fleet into autopilot, a crippling handicap. In games, that balanced things. Here, command would shift to the surviving wingmate. But merging two fleets with clashing doctrines was a nightmare. Basic coordination was possible, but reconciling fundamental differences, nearly impossible. The enemy couldn't tell which ship was the flagship either. However, most of them are carriers or battleships. Also, in a multi-person simulation, the fleet and the flagship will always be divided. In the case of two people without any settings, as in this simulation, there are simply two fleets. In unconfigured matches like this, two players meant two fleets. But Ares and Delan had split theirs into three, partly because they had three carriers, partly to sow confusion. Not to sound arrogant, Ares mused silently, analyzing the oddity in the enemy's movements. A fighting retreat, you say? The movements of the Lilian Stella fleet were bizarre, yet there was an unmistakable sense of intent behind them. Ares had no intention of carelessly charging in. A meaningless retreat didn't exist. Naturally, he suspected a trap. Yet, the enemy's movements didn't seem like they were luring him in either. If anything, their formation was a basic defensive one, clustered tightly together, increasing the density of their shield ships. But this formation had its weaknesses. They couldn't hold out against attacks forever. Their shields would eventually decay. There were ways to compensate for those weaknesses, the simplest being synchronizing and amplifying the electromagnetic fields between shield ships. Though straightforward, this method was highly effective. If deployed in sufficient numbers, they could withstand even nuclear blasts or hundreds of direct hits from heavy particle cannons. Still, that didn't make them invincible. Maintaining such a formation meant continuously draining energy. Surely they understood that. Are they planning to whittle down our shields with long-range artillery fire? No, that can't be it. They don't have enough guns. A handful of salvos wouldn't be enough to break through. Our shields would recover before they could fire again. What's their goal? Every inexplicable move had a hidden motive. Figuring it out was necessary, but with so little intel, no clear answer presented itself yet. Delan, what's the enemy fleet doing? Delan's carrier-based squadrons, having completed their initial strike, were beginning their return. That attack had also doubled as reconnaissance, meant to observe how the enemy would react rather than actually destroy their ships. They've locked themselves down tight. Their anti-air defenses are thick as hell. Lost 3 of mine. What a waste. Grumbling, Delan still shared detailed data on the enemy fleet's formation. Basic textbook defensive formation, right. Yeah, nothing suspicious about it. So then, what's their play? How do you interpret the fact that my carriers have been under concentrated fire since earlier? Both Ares and Delan had noticed the enemy fleet targeting the carriers with their artillery ships. But at extreme range, the shots lost too much power, hardly enough to even scratch their shields. They're probably trying to locate your flagship. If they think it's a high-value target, they might assume you'd reinforce its defenses. The Ares-Delan fleet was split into 3 divisions. The right-wing carriers, led by Delan's flagship, and Ares' battleship positioned at the center. Even so, Ares had ensured balanced defenses across all units, with no obvious weak points. Delan operated similarly, coordinating his fighter sorties with the left-wing fleet, which was mostly under automated control. Delan, I know you don't want to talk about it, but how exactly did you lose to Stella? The complete opposite of this. She dispersed her fleet like a spider's web. Every destroyer and cruiser's guns were positioned with perfect spacing, close enough to cover each other, but far enough that firing at full power wouldn't cause collateral damage. My fighters got picked off one after another, like flies caught in a net. Of course, I tried countering. Each of her subfleets was small, so I pushed for concentrated bombing runs to break their formation and secure a solid attack. Space bombers carried heavy anti-ship torpedoes. Though slow, their firepower was devastating, capable of crippling entire fleets if used right. But their sluggish speed proved fatal. And then, her main battleships wiped them out in a one-sided barrage. It was chilling. No matter where I struck, she countered perfectly, like she was reading my mind. Delan's face paled as he spoke, his voice uncharacteristically tense. Describing it was easy, but unless you witnessed it firsthand, the sheer terror of it was hard to grasp. Even Ares struggled to believe it. Delan, a genius with carrier tactics, completely outmaneuvered. Was almost unthinkable. If Delan's fighter wings were in play, smaller enemy forces should have been toyed with and crushed in moments. Hearing that he couldn't only left one reaction, that's impossible. But the real issue wasn't that. The problem was that Delan's experience held little relevance in this battle. Their enemy fought differently. Fascinating, though now's not the time for that. The battle had only just begun. Both sides were testing the waters. The one who rushed would lose. For now, they needed to stay patient and observe. Delan prepped the next strike force. Didn't need you to tell me, so where do we hit first? I'm leaning toward Lillian. From the earlier attack, Delan had already deduced which fleet belonged to whom. The one that had almost predicted their movements and adjusted its guns accordingly. That had to be Stella, so he deliberately shifted more of his strike force toward the other fleet. Well, if we're breaking through, that's the spot. Ares stared at the main monitor again. Hey, doesn't something feel off? You're saying it doesn't feel like Lillian, right? You noticed too. We were classmates, same training course. This isn't like her. That idiot charges in like a bull, but not this time. Honestly, for a second, I thought I'd mix them up. Even now, part of me wonders if the fleet I think is Lillian's is actually Stella's. What do we do? Hold the attack and see how they move. Nah, that gives me a bad feeling. We'll rattle them with the bombers. I need more intel anyway, huh. An alarm blared. The enemy fleet wasn't retreating, it was advancing, slowly but surely. Yet their formation remained unchanged. They were moving forward in defense mode. Their attacks were monotonous, barely enough to chip their shields. What's their plan? Are they coming at us as a single mass, or will they scatter? Either option was manageable. It's fine whether the enemy fleet approaches in formation or disperses. There's a strategy to crush them either way. Splitting the fleet into 3 parts wasn't just because there were 3 aircraft carriers. By showing the fleet divided into 3, the intention was to demonstrate to the opponent the option of encirclement using 3 separate fleets. What will they pick? A concentrated assault on one flank? Then we envelop and overwhelm them with saturation fire. If they split their fleet, they'll divide into 2 or 3 like us. They'd want numerical parity. 4 divisions would spread them too thin. Delan's bombers launched, fighters escorting them. The enemy showed no signs of scrambling interceptors. Their formation held. Gradually, Delan's strike force closed in. Ares, enemies moving, looks like they're splitting in 2. Delan had sharp eyes. To most, the fleet's movements would seem imperceptible. Spacecraft were simply too vast. But missing even the slightest shift was unacceptable for a fleet commander. How close are the bombers? Not yet in range, but almost. Torpedoes will be viable soon. What's the call? We can cut off their retreat if we adjust firing angles. Do it. Now, how would they respond? Ares kept his eyes locked on the monitor. Are they splitting vertically? In space, up and down were arbitrary concepts. Yet humans and their ships operated with artificial gravity, creating an inherent sense of orientation. So, in the end, the concept of up and down exists in the fleet members based on the flagship. The bridge was always up, and fleets adjusted accordingly. So if the enemy seemed to be positioning above and below them, that meant a vertical split. In response, Ares deliberately widened his fleet's formation. If the enemy wanted to spread out, he'd just tighten the net. All ships fire long-range torpedoes, heavy particle cannons on standby, prepare for evasive maneuvers. Bombers are about to engage. Launching torpedoes. The decision wasn't wrong. If anything, it was the correct response. Neither Ares nor Delan expected this to decide the battle, it was just the battlefield shifting. At best, they hoped to deal some damage. Spacecraft weren't fragile enough to be sunk so easily. And the distance was still considerable, barely within cruiser artillery range. Plenty of time to regroup. Which was why neither Ares nor Delan could comprehend what happened next. What the? Alarms, damage indicators. The simulation pod shook from simulated impacts. A direct hit, impossible. From where? Ares checked the radar, and what he saw made him doubt his eyes. What is this? Enemy markers weltelapped with their own fleet's positions. That shouldn't be possible. They're inside our formation. The moment he shouted, the simulation pod flooded with white light. Section, a short time earlier. While Ares and Delan were deliberating, a quiet exchange was taking place aboard the Lilian Stella fleet. Delan will likely deploy bombers next. He'll try to weaken our shields with sheer firepower. But he isn't aiming to destroy us. He's weltily cautious right now, and that's blunting his usual aggression. Because you've beaten him before. Yes, Stella answered without hesitation when certain. She'd claimed not to know Lilian well, and the feeling was mutual. To Lilian, Stella was just a ruthlessly efficient commander. Yet by some twist of fate or simulation, here they were, strategizing together. Well, that's fine, but don't you think we're just wasting time pointlessly retreating and exchanging fire like this? If anything, we're the ones slowly getting whittled down by their carrier-based strikes. And if the Ares fleet advances, this tight defensive formation will just make us sitting ducks. Lilian wasn't offering advice to Stella. She wasn't just some empty-headed fool, her mind was sharp. She could easily imagine the enemy fleet's intentions, not to mention the flaws in their own formation. Staying in a defensive formation means we'll just be ignored until the end. If we split our forces, we risk getting picked off one by one. But mobility-wise, we're at a severe disadvantage, which means our only option is firepower. Normally, yes, that's the standard theory. Then what's your plan? The battleship barrage is just a bluff. Your real goal is to force Ares to move, isn't it? The weakness of their defensive formation applied to Ares as well. True, he was skilled at defense, but splitting his fleet into three meant his firepower and defenses were spread thin. Even if he compensated with mobility, if their entire fleet focused on attacking just one of his divisions, they could wipe it out. Of course, they'd take heavy damage in return. On the other hand, if the enemy started regrouping, they could encircle and wear them down. Though their ship types differed, the numbers were equal. This battle would come down to who could land the decisive blow first. We'll adopt a spindle formation and cut straight through the enemy's gap. The spindle formation was designed for breakthroughs. The fleet's front narrowed into a sharp point, widening toward the center. From the side, it almost looked streamlined. If we force our way into the gap between their fleets, we can split them apart and deal critical damage. That's your goal, isn't it? Which was exactly why Lilian had deployed observation drones. They had to prepare for any enemy movement, a crucial factor in actual combat. No matter what, they needed to bring their firepower to bear. The ideal scenario was breaking through a single point in the enemy's defenses. In other words, Lilian understood Stella's plan, close-quarters battleship combat. She was trying to recreate the point-blank broadside duels of ancient galleons, but in space. Impressive. That's almost exactly it. The easiest outcome would be if Ares spread his fleet a little more, but he's not budging. Of course not. He's probably accounted for everything. And above all, those enemy fighters are infuriating. We can't ignore them. The real obstacle, however, was Delan's carrier-based fighters. They still hadn't scrambled interceptors at this point. Launching them would be too late. Besides, Stella predicted Delan would deploy bombers. Their firepower could shred even shields. Right, then let's advance. Keep the formation as is for now. Oh, can I take control of the destroyers? Fine by me, but a spindle formation. Not an assault formation. Stella seemed ready to take the offensive, yet their formation was entirely unsuited for attack. Still, she insisted on pushing forward. The destroyer's mobility is key. But if we stay too far back, no matter how fast they are, they'll just get picked off by enemy fighters. This simulation has no debris fields to hide in, no gravity wells, no solar winds. So we'll have to push them a little. As she spoke, Stella repositioned the destroyers deeper inside the formation, almost tucking them in. Then she cut their engines. The cruisers fired tractor beams, towing the destroyers instead. The Earth Empire's tractor beams used magnetic fields, typically for recovering ships with damaged propulsion. But right now, there were no ships in need of rescue. What are you doing? Lilian didn't stop her, but she had no idea what Stella was planning. If the destroyers were so important, but the fleet wasn't charging, then what was the main offensive force? We'll send the destroyers in. Huh? Via warp? What? The answer was simple, but incomprehensible. What did she just say? Warp the destroyers? Where? Straight into the heart of enemy lines. Are you insane? Warping their own ships into the enemy fleet was suicide. Practically a deliberate kamikaze attack. I wouldn't do this with real people aboard. But this is a simulation, and I'm not treating it like some training exercise. I'm pissed at those two for their disrespect, so I'm going to crush them. That's all. Besides, do you really think fleet battles are just staring contests where both sides wait for a signal to start? No, they're not. Now that she mentioned it, Lillian had to agree. Right? Normally, you'd plan formations and strategies before engagement. This is just a game, both sides playing with the same hand. So let's fight like it. Ahem. Exactly. This wasn't a real battle, just a simulation. Not a live exercise, not even using real ships. It was an extension of a game, with attack speeds and time flow differing from reality. While somewhat realistic, it was nowhere near actual combat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have time for leisurely conversations like this. Stella clearly understood that, hence her unorthodox plan. Hypothetically, if this fleet had real people aboard. Well, I'd figure it out then. There'd be no way to minimize losses, and... She grinned sheepishly. AI obeys orders, people don't. Lillian only grew more baffled at the calculations running through her mind. Trying to understand a genius's thoughts was pointless. Stella devised strategies out of nowhere and executed them without hesitation. Was it boldness or pure theorycraft? Yet, in her previous world, she had been hailed as a genius tactician. Fine, do as you like. I get your plan, and I'll handle my part. The destroyers should launch torpedoes after warping, right? Full engine burn for evasive maneuvers. Meanwhile, our main fleet will max speed and focus fire on enemy fighters. That about it. Yes, see, you do think like me. Not a chance. She was just adapting. If Stella planned to pull this off, Lillian had to figure out how to support it while minimizing casualties and maximizing their chances. 60+ years of experience wasn't for nothing. The drones detected movement. Enemy fighters launching anti-ship torpedo bombers. Understood, let's advance. Once the bombers are slightly separated from the fleet, we'll split vertically. Got it. I'll take the upper group and handle the bombers. You sure? Let me have some of the spotlight. Minutes later, a section of the enemy fleet vanished in a chain of explosions. The supposedly impregnable Ares fleet, renowned for its defenses, crumbled like a sandcastle. Ares' fleet left just the slightest gap in their formation. In that instant, the destroyer squadron held in reserve executed a close-range warp. The absence of debris or other obstacles proved fortunate. No, it was clearly part of the plan from the beginning. The distance was precisely calculated to avoid magnetic field interference during warp. Seizing this razor-thin opportunity, Stella sent the destroyers charging in. The moment they warped in, the destroyers unleashed all their torpedoes while executing emergency evasive maneuvers. The torpedoes streaked forth like ravenous piranhas, tearing into the vulnerable underbellies of the massive capital ships. And how did Ares Delan's fleet respond? This surprise attack via close-range warp was too bold, too dangerous. Impossible in real combat, the destroyer losses would be catastrophic. Moreover, the enemy destroyers had appeared right in the heart of their formation. Any counterattack risked hitting friendly ships, creating that crucial moment of hesitation. That hesitation proved fatal. Because Ares couldn't bring himself to fire on his own formation, his fleet took the torpedo volley at point-blank range, no, at near physical contact distance. Watching the Ares fleet vanish from the tactical display, Lillian began mopping up the remaining forces. When your main force gets split like that, it's already over, she murmured. She could see Delan's carrier group on the right flank desperately trying to regroup surviving ships. But what remained was no longer a proper fleet, just a disorganized mob. Nothing is more vulnerable than a carrier group stripped of its defenses. The bombers' movements had clearly grown sluggish too. Delan was undoubtedly panicking in the chaos. A greenhorn who's never seen real combat. I understand the panic, but the moment you failed to account for friendly fire possibilities, your defeat was guaranteed. Not that it mattered either way. With each flash of heavy particle beams, bombers exploded, shield ships detonated, carriers erupted in flames. The outcome was obvious to everyone watching. So this is victory. When Lillian emerged from the simulator pod, the spectators stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. They still couldn't believe the results. As for Lillian herself, she allowed herself just a small moment of exhilaration, even if it was just a simulation. Even with the future Marshal Stella watching from the next pod, she defeated the Empire's two brightest young stars. To put it another way, Lillian had finally basked in the glory of victory, something she had never experienced in her past life. Even without praise, the result remains. Personally, it feels good. Now, where there are winners, there are losers. From the opposite pod emerged two boys, their faces visibly shadowed with frustration. Their expressions said it all. Both Ares and Delan wore looks of utter dissatisfaction. What the hell was that? Ares was the first to explode. Stomping forward with wide strides, his shoulders trembling, he looked ready to punch the ground. That kind of fighting style. Treating your soldiers like disposable pawns. They're not dead. Did you think people actually die in a game? A game, this was a mock battle. Then they're still not dead. GRRT, that's just sophistry. In a real battle, that kind of. Ares was still young. That's why he had a stubborn sense of honor. His family pride likely played a part too. Because of that, he couldn't back down from a defeat he couldn't accept. Not that it was a bad thing. Only the living could afford such pride, and learning from failure was its own kind of answer. That would never work in reality. Ares, before you pick a fight, I believe you have something to say. Stella stepped forward, cutting him off with cool composure. Her gaze briefly flickered to Delan, who looked equally uncomfortable before she continued. We had a deal. If we won, you'd apologize for your earlier rudeness, so go ahead. Oh, that's... Under Stella's unwavering stare, Ares faltered, unable to meet her eyes. Come on, just give it up, we lost. Apologizing's faster. Surprisingly, Delan, the one who'd seemed most aggressive, was oddly compliant. After suffering two perfect defeats in one day, he must have lost the will to argue. Sorry. I went too far, you got us fair and square. GHH, my apologies. Ares, though still seething, forced the words out. He might have been impulsive, but he understood the weight of his family name. A military lineage that had once served the royal guard. Pushing further would only tarnish his honor, so he reluctantly stood down. Great, then it's settled. As if flipping a switch, Stella beamed like a flower in full bloom. But, settled? Hardly. Just as things seemed resolved, Frim's thunderous glare turned on Stella again. Eep, Frim, no need to be mad. Listen here, winning doesn't excuse it. What if you'd lost? You could have dragged Miss Loser into trouble. Ooh, but Papa always said people like that deserve to be put in their place. Don't use your father as an excuse. There was no need for a duel. The girl who just outmaneuvered rising stars now looked like a chastised child, shrinking under Frim's scolding. Now, no harm done. All's well that ends well. Honestly, Stella, you're a genius. Richard clapped loudly, shattering the tension. Slipping between Stella and Frim, he took Stella's hand with theatrical flair. Join the Well Fleet after graduation, won't you? You do great work. Lord Fowler, enough jokes. Stella is maintenance crew. She's not here to entertain your whims. Frim, who'd been reprimanding Stella moments ago, now shielded her, peeling Richard away. With a resigned sigh, Richard stepped back, shaking his head. Watching them, Lillian recalled a similar exchange before the battle. Judging by their banter, they're clearly close. Lovers. No, the vibe's different. It struck her how little she knew about their relationships. I never had many friends myself. She'd had followers, but could she really call them friends? Well, there must have been some genuine ones. Probably, maybe. Honestly, I'm just doing my duty. Talent like hers shouldn't go to waste. Speaking of which. Stop lying. You were just using her for gambling again, weren't you? What's me? A noble's son. Richard's smile tightened under Frim's scrutiny. Oh, now that you mention it, I have heard rumors about gambling on campus. Don't tell me. Lillian vaguely recalled the gossip, though she'd never paid it much mind. But judging by Richard's reaction, Frim's accusation seemed spot on. All right, everyone, we'll reach the moon soon, about 3 hours. Fun's over for now. Ares, Delan, let's go. We've got good news for Weltall. Yeah, let's do that. Stella will play again soon. Adieu. With rapid-fire speech, Richard grabbed Ares and Delan and bolted. Hey, get back here. Frim lunged but caught only air, sighing as she massaged her temples. Ahaha, WL, I should get back to work too. Seizing the chance, Stella inched away. Frim shot her a look but didn't pursue. The gallery buzzed with murmurs. The stairs were unbearable. Lillian sensed it was time to leave. "Let's move." "All right. Well then, everyone, pardon me, oh ho ho." With an exaggerated laugh, Lillian hurried out of the rec room. They walked briskly in silence until Lillian spoke up. "Don't be too hard on Stella." Lillian did not want to remain silent, so she thought of something to talk about, and that's what she said. "I won't. She's a good kid, just airheaded. She's a handful. Quiet usually, but full of surprises." "How long have you known her?" "Since middle school, when she transferred in." That surprised Lillian. She hadn't even known Stella was a transfer student. "I really know nothing." "Transfer?" "Yeah, she was born in a colony, I think. Her dad was a destroyer mechanic. They moved back to Earth, and now he runs a repair shop. If her family had military ties, it made sense." "Huh, so that's why she's in maintenance, but with her talent. She's just good at games." That sim was like ones she played on Earth. She was actually kind of famous, ranked online. That's how she met Richard and Delanne, at an arcade. And she wiped the floor with them. "WL, yes." Lillian nodded. She couldn't picture well-tall nobles slumming it at arcades, but Richard and Delanne? Absolutely. After that, Richard took an interest. Delanne too, though not as intensely. And Stella likes that attention. It's a problem. Mystery of her social circle solved. But what about you? "Me?" "Yeah, you and Richard seem close." Frim's expression visibly darkened. It was enough to tell Lillian that their relationship was complicated. Just as she had initially suspected, were they lovers, or perhaps even engaged? "Got it. I won't pry anymore." "Huh. W8. Frim seemed taken aback, as if she hadn't expected that response. Now she was the one looking flustered. "You clearly don't want to talk about it. I won't force you." "I was just curious, but digging into someone's private life isn't really my thing." I didn't mean to make you feel like you had to hold back." "No, I was being nosy." From Frim's reaction, it was obvious their connection wasn't ordinary. That was enough for Lillian to piece things together, for now at least. "Anyway, shouldn't you be heading back to the infirmary soon? You mentioned something about 3 hours, right? Sorry for dragging you into this mess." "No, if anything it was Stella's fault." "It's fine. Honestly, putting those young lions in their place was pretty satisfying. Take care. I'll let medical know I kept you. Wouldn't want you getting in trouble on my account." "You too, Lady Loser, be safe." They exchanged light nods before parting ways. Time was ticking. Soon, months of drifting would begin. In Lillian's past life, they'd made it back to Earth without a single casualty, a miracle. Would things play out the same this time? If I leave it to them, it should be fine. But history had shifted, even if only slightly. Would the earlier commotion steer things for better or worse? If Lillian's actions changed the outcome, what was she supposed to do? She'd sworn not to interfere, yet here she was, making waves. Too late for regrets now. Whatever happens, happens. Oh, right. A thought struck Lillian. I should head to the bridge. She turned toward the heart of the ship, the bridge. If anything did go wrong, being there would at least give her a fighting chance to react. Chapter 4, First Contact. Including the Tiberius, all ships used in the exercise are under remote control from the command vessel, so some functions are locked. Naturally, weapon systems are entirely disabled. Whether you're in the control room, the bridge, or even a gun turret, it makes no difference. However, the ship's main systems remain operational. Otherwise, navigation wouldn't be possible, and life support, like oxygen and artificial gravity, would fail. From the bridge, you can monitor the status of various systems. By design, these ships allow minimal crew operation, so while simplified, you can manage most functions here. That said, critical areas like the engine room still require direct staff presence for full operation. Now, will I even be able to enter the bridge? It's practically a vault of classified systems. Even with locks in place, the bridge is the ship's nerve center. No matter how complacent the Earth Empire has grown, they wouldn't leave it completely unprotected. However, Lillian wasn't approaching this based on mere whims. Imperial military vessels are equipped with systems that allow emergency, warp execution directly from the bridge if necessary. Normally, each section would exercise extreme caution and make thorough preparations, but exceptions exist, such as when immediate escape becomes necessary. The Tiberius and its sister ships, as well as the main battleships developed in recent years, are designed for operation by minimal crew. That means if someone seizes control of the bridge, it's all over, a notable weakness. Though in my 79 years of life, I've never heard of or seen the Horsehead Nebula alien engaging in hand-to-hand combat. This was the question she had been contemplating before boarding the ship. Why did only the Tiberius experience a warp accident? When heading to the lunar base for exercises, the training ships do indeed execute small-scale warps. But this happens in the form of being towed by a control ship's warp field. The training ships like Tiberius don't initiate warps themselves. Instead, they're physically secured to each other with wires or docking rails, traveling as a single unit under the control ship's guidance. This method is also used when rescuing disabled vessels. And the reason training ships operate this way is simple. They don't want inexperienced students making operational errors that could send them flying off somewhere unintended. They were still students. Even though they were aboard real battleships, they weren't official military personnel, so their access to such combat-ready systems remained restricted. Could there be a spy on the control ship? If that's the case, we're completely helpless. Unlikely, but Lillian can't dismiss the possibility of a saboteur aboard the Tiberius. Her reasoning? After the accident, an enemy ship appeared conveniently in their path. The universe isn't so narrow that this could be dismissed as mere coincidence. If the area they were heading toward was enemy-controlled territory where they got caught by surveillance, that would explain things. But then the question becomes why they were conveniently in enemy territory in the first place. Not all elements can be explained away as simple coincidence. Even so, if I prevent the accident, the Empire won't learn about the enemy's existence. And even if I somehow apprehended this supposed spy, they could just deny everything, and that would be that. Actually, I'd probably end up looking suspicious myself. To someone who knows nothing, predicting an accident before it happens would appear most suspicious of all. How could she have known about the warp and been able to capture the supposed spy? With no knowledge of the enemy's existence yet established, how could a student, even the daughter of the chief of staff, have obtained such significant information? And why wouldn't she have told her father about it? No matter how Lillian looked at it, the situation only made her seem more suspicious. In reality, there was no explanation that worked. Besides, if she prevented the warp and declared, "This person is an enemy alien," who would believe her? It really is like something from a dream. Lillian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In the current Earth calendar year 4103, the revival of medieval-style aristocracy on Earth happened partly due to activities preserving past civilizations, but also because people needed guiding figures during times of chaos. As a result, aristocratic tendencies prevailed, leading to the current system. That said, today's medieval aristocratic social structure was a distorted blend incorporating 2300s culture, but once accepted, it was just another class-based society that had persisted for a long time. Humanity seemed to have evolved less than expected. And during the 4,000 years of Earth's calendar, the only intelligent extraterrestrial life humans had contacted were supposedly whale-like creatures. Though various primitive organisms were later discovered on colonized planets, there had been absolutely no contact with humanoids. That was the problem. Converting from the Western calendar, for over 6,000 years, humanity had developed unfounded confidence that they were the most evolved species in the universe. Despite extensive searching, nothing close to humans existed. The most evolved species discovered was just the whale. This fact led beyond pride to complacency. And then we encounter something that knocks us on our heads. Well, I too was once among those who dismissed the possibility of aliens. Soon they would encounter aliens, whose existence everyone believed impossible. No matter how loudly Lillian might shout this truth now, nobody would believe her. What was about to happen was terrifying. She knew the future and was in a position to stop it, yet she wouldn't. But she was concerned enough to go check things out. What contradictory behavior. Still, if we can identify the enemy spy, it could benefit us. If we secure this person, we might obtain valuable enemy intelligence, and the return journey after the warp might go more smoothly than before. That was just wishful thinking. It would be nice if everything worked out conveniently. After all, They were dealing with humanoid aliens, humanity's first contact, and they were civilized enough to possess a space fleet equipped with warp technology. Even after 60 years of war, much about the enemy civilization remained mysterious. However, capturing a spy would let them learn about them. That could be a crucial factor in winning the war. But this required surviving the accident first, quite a gamble. Seems I haven't changed since my youth. Even now, Lillian acted on impulse sometimes. In her younger days, she convinced herself these impulses were conclusions reached after careful deliberation. But apparently her habit of acting on sudden ideas remained unchanged even with a 79-year-old mind. So here she was, heading to the bridge amid all these thoughts of maybe this and maybe that. She would figure out what came next when she got there. She wandered the corridors, took the elevator, and reached the upper decks. Whispers from the rec room incident had spread. Students shot her odd glances or muttered as she passed. Ignoring them, she pressed on until two figures appeared ahead. For no logical reason, Lillian ducked behind cover. Their voices carried. But someone like me. It's fine, I trust my judgment. I am flattered, but is this okay? Do you dislike me? And no, it's just. It was Weltall and Stella. Their destination, the bridge. Those two wait, is she off duty again? No wonder Frim's angry. Hold on, why are they going there together? Hypocritically ignoring her own trespassing, she eavesdropped. Their conversation grew fragmented. But, that's hopeless. Then they entered the bridge. What was that? Suspicious. In this moment, Lillian had reverted to the sensibilities of a 79-year-old woman with too much time on her hands. What's this? What's this? Nothing improper going on, is it? In such a secluded place. Oh dear, are young people these days really like that? Even I've never experienced such things. Thinking such thoughts as she approached the door, she now hesitated. No, but barging in on a secret meeting feels uncomfortable. First of all, why did she have to witness 2 secret meetings in a single day? Her curiosity was irrepressible because of this. But at the same time, she understood it was unseemly behavior. And no, I should go back. Yes, leave it to the young couple. That's when it happened. What are you doing there? Jaya. Startled by the voice from behind, Lillian let out a sound like a squashed frog and lurched forward. At the same time, the door, apparently unlocked, swung open forcefully. Naturally, Lillian's body tumbled into the bridge. Ah! The young couple inside had apparently been looking at the main monitor, which displayed a handsome, black-haired young man on the large screen. What loser, and Richard? Huh, both of you, why are you here? Weltall and Stella were both wide-eyed with surprise at the sudden intruders. Incidentally, it seemed Richard was the one who had called out to her. He too apparently hadn't expected things to turn out this way, as his usually sleepy eyes were now wide open. Ah, well, I saw Miss Loser hesitating in front of the door, so I called out to her. Falahaha. Then the handsome man on the monitor burst into loud laughter. Weltall, did they perhaps think you were having a secret rendezvous? Ha 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 ha. Why, of course not. Weltall flustered. Stella, her face red, looked down silently. Seeing this, the handsome man laughed even harder. Lord Zenon, please spare us your jokes. The man on the monitor, of course, Lillian knew him. Commander of the lunar base. His Excellency, Major General Zenon Hughes. He was the supervising officer for the exercise. Section, Loser, what are you doing here? Unlike on the observation deck earlier, the voice Weltall directed at her now carried the impatience of a young man flustered by embarrassment. Something Lillian immediately recognized. Well, how should I put it? As His Excellency the Major General said, I suppose. In truth, Lillian had followed the two after overhearing their strange conversation, trailing them out of sheer nosiness. So Zenon Q's earlier remark was correct. She had suspected they were sneaking around. It was completely accurate. Why you mean? This is slander. Whatever he imagined, Weltall's face was now just as red. If a young man and woman sneak off alone to a place where no one goes, of course people will suspect something. That is logical. Unexpectedly, Major General Zenon backed her up. Lord Zenon, no, Your Excellency, please refrain as well. Perhaps remembering he was in the presence of a superior, Weltall regained some composure, clearing his throat before turning to Lillian, though his gaze kept darting away nervously. It seems there's been some misunderstanding, but things are not as you think. I merely wish to pay my respects to Major General Zenon. After all, he oversees the exercises. Ah, I see. But the bridge systems are offline right now. The one who answered that doubt was Richard, who had slipped into the bridge as if it were nothing. Comms still work, you know. They wouldn't disable those. What if there's an emergency? I suppose that's true. But never mind that, why is Stella here? If it was just about greetings, there was no need for her to be present. Well, that's... You were promoting her, right? Well. Hey, Richard. Listening to their exchange, Lillian could piece things together. Ah, I see. Stella's sudden assignment to fleet duty and the path to her cruiser command, this must be where it started. Weltall must have recognized her talent and pitched her. The dots connected. Zenon was a major general, commander of the lunar base. Even if it was a ceremonial role, he still had enough influence to push through personnel decisions. A pretty-faced figurehead commander. Zenon Q's, a prodigy who rose to Imperial Major General by 20. From a prestigious family, distantly related to the Emperor himself, even holding a minor claim to the throne. Though it was said his place in the succession was so low, counting from the bottom would be faster. Still, as part of the imperial branch, he wielded considerable power and influence. That was the official narrative. In reality, his position was one where he neither achieved great feats nor could be carelessly dismissed, so he'd been assigned as Lunar Base Commander. And while Lunar Base Commander sounded impressive, nearly all its military forces fell under the Imperial Mainland Command. Since Grand Marshal Alfred Kalinak held supreme authority, any emergency would strip Zenon of control over the base's forces. In short, he was a figurehead. That said, the moon did host cities, mostly luxury tourist facilities, along with shipyards and factories, a crucial hub. So they couldn't just leave it in utterly incompetent hands. Still, Zenon's duties leaned more toward corporate executive than military officer. It was said he'd never done anything resembling actual soldiers' work. Even in her past life, Lillian had no memory of Zenon playing any major role in the war. After the Empire's crushing defeat, internal power struggles erupted. She'd heard he was either sidelined or executed, but by the time she reached her 30s, his name had vanished entirely. A man so faint in memory. The only thing she did recall? That he was handsome. When politics grew chaotic, the Emperor, some say the Crown Prince, was nearly overthrown. Others claimed Zenon plotted rebellion to dismantle the Empire. Though, the one who dragged him down from the stage was. Lillian glanced at Stella, still red-faced and fidgeting. This girl wasn't it. In her past life, she'd never understood Stella and Zenon's relationship. Judging by the present, Weltall had orchestrated this meeting. But how had it led to hostility? Well, given that Stella seized military power in that world, it makes sense if she eliminated him as an obstacle, but that's the worst-case future. At the very least, this encounter wasn't a bad one. Actually, well, it's perfect timing. There's someone else I wanted you to meet. Suddenly, Richard, wearing his usual unshakable grin, turned to Lillian. She's quite something. I wanted you to see her too. She and Stella played Ares and Delan like fiddles. What? Weltall's expression shifted at Richard's words, but the biggest reaction came from Zenon. Oh, another one you deem noteworthy besides this, Stella? Yes, Your Excellency. Miss Loser here, alongside Miss Stella, effortlessly crushed Ares and Delan. Granted, it was a simulation, but it was a masterful battle, without a doubt. Richard bowed as he reported to Zenon. Hey, Richard, seriously. As if unable to believe it, Weltall whispered urgently to him. It's true. Unexpectedly, it was Stella who answered. Her voice slightly shrill, as if tense. Miss Lillian understood exactly what I wanted to do and matched me instantly. SHE's strong. Stella. Weltall was naturally startled by her sudden outburst. I mean, she's incredibly calm. Calm, loser. It's true, well. I'll send you the data later. Heck, it seems this year's crop is exceptionally talented. How delightful. Richard, might I see that data as well? Sir, yes, sir. Richard saluted, then muttered pardon me as he tapped away at his tablet. Good, I'll review it later. Now, regarding Weltall's matter. A split second the transmission flickered. What? Tiberius is runaway. Then snap, the monitor went dark. What the? Well, look, the instruments. This is insane. Tiberius's main system just booted on its own. Weltall's voice was thick with shock, understandably. Tiberius's core systems, externally controlled, had activated autonomously. That was impossible. But that wasn't the only problem. What's going on? It's not responding. Richard, anything on your end? No good, the system's fully online. Can't cancel it. The two scrambled across the bridge's control panels, but the cause remained a mystery. Stella, meanwhile, clung to Lillian in a panic, flustered beyond words. Lillian said nothing to her, but she understood what this meant. It's finally happening. She alone knew. Tiberius was preparing to warp. And this was the beginning of the Tiberius incident, the trigger for the interstellar war between Earth and the aliens. She knew, yet she wouldn't stop it, couldn't stop it, because this accident was necessary. Still, one question lingered. It's earlier than before. The warp was happening sooner than she remembered. Maybe her memory was flawed. Maybe, even in her past life, it had been this soon. But that didn't matter now. What did matter was what came next. Tiberius's fate. A journey of 300 light years. A dazzling light engulfed everything. No way is this a warp. It won't stop. Weltall and Richard fought helplessly against the controls. D-Daddy. Stella's scream, the light peaked. And then, section. The warp completed. There must have been a few more impulsive blasts inside the ship. The ship shuddered slightly, an effect of warp brakes, automated thrusters stabilizing the hull post-jump. Combined with artificial gravity, the vibration was brief. The Horsehead Nebula. All systems were back online. Beyond the reinforced glass of the bridge, displayed on the main monitor. A cosmic vista. Stretching 7 light years, a colossal dark nebula. True to its name, a shadow like a horse's head, cast by interstellar gas and dust lit by distant stars. But Lillian knows, beyond the monitor. She doesn't know how many hundreds of light years away it lies, but that nebula is the enemy's stronghold, and soon they will come from there. Ah, they're here. For thousands of years, that nebula has, whether by some bizarre coincidence or by design, barely changed its shape. It births countless supernovae, engulfs dying stars, and drifts through the cosmos like a dark nebula, looming over them as if watching. And beyond its shadow, or perhaps within it, they are there. So she can't help but shout. Battle stations, activate the radar. The enemy is coming. It's a habit ingrained in her. Even after being demoted to patrolling the remote reaches of space for 60 meaningless years, commanding a ship is second nature to Lillian. There were times she'd sit alone, staring at the radar in fear. In the era of automated systems and minimal crew, she's been forced to operate heavy cruisers with barely a few dozen personnel. That's why Lillian can handle nearly every function on the bridge alone. One small mercy of the Earth Empire's military, the basics never change. The irony isn't lost on her that her past suffering would now be her salvation. Stop gawking. First, we need to assess the situation. The sudden warp had left everyone on the bridge, except Lillian stunned. An impossible accident, an unfamiliar stretch of space. And above all, the sight of that colossal dark nebula, even just a fragment of it, was enough to steal their words and thoughts. What is that? An animal's head. Impossible. The Horsehead Nebula, it's never looked this huge. Wait, are we in Orion? Well, even if they're elites, even if they're prodigies destined for greatness, they're still just 18-year-old kids. At the same time, Lillian is surprised at herself for reflexively taking charge. She said she wouldn't stand out, yet here she is, drawing attention again. Not that we have time for this. After activating the radar, she moves to another terminal and powers up the ship's shields. Experience dictates this is non-negotiable after an unscheduled warp. Space debris could hit them at any moment. Once, she'd even warped right into an asteroid belt. The result? Severe hull damage. Shields mitigate that risk. And of course, they're essential against surprise attacks. In my past life, the Tiberius lost a thruster to an ambush. Luckily, it was just a sub-engine, but no guarantee it'll fail the same way this time. Back then, the attack avoided critical crew areas, so casualties were minimal. But Lillian isn't naive enough to assume things will play out identically. Thinking the explosion's aftermath would match the past is wishful thinking. Still, one question lingers. The enemy isn't trying to destroy them. Maybe they want to capture the ship. A baseless theory, but it'd explain why they targeted the thrusters. Even if true, losing propulsion means no escape, no fight. And last time, that damage led her to a reckless decision, deviating from the planned return route. Ah, I'll need to tighten escape pod protocols with maintenance later. Fear drives fools to panic. Some might try fleeing in escape pods for no reason. The ringleader, her past self. Back then, many agreed, but she'd never do that now. Yet, given how many followed her before, someone might try it. Keeping that in mind, Lillian moves to the helm, steering the ship to turn. Another tactic from her past life. Slowly, the Tiberius pivots, presenting its rear to the Horsehead Nebula. But she holds off on igniting the main engines. Doing so from the bridge would only heighten the chaos. Besides, I never did learn proper navigation. She doesn't know the exact course to Earth, nor how to calculate it. Never having left Imperial space before this incident, she'd always relied on autopilot, a crippling weakness. Still, these are basic skills any commanding officer should have. Specialists can handle the rest later. Tinkering with weapons control is risky, though. Switching the radar to long range should at least give us early detection. Unless the enemy has stealth tech, then we're doomed. Hence the shields. Loser, you. So decisive and cool. Reactions vary. Weltall is stunned, Stella is awed. Now for the final touch. Lillian moves to the comms station, triggers an emergency alert, and reroutes shipwide comms to the captain's chair. Weltall. Address the crew. Tell them, move to assigned drill stations and begin work. They'll listen to your voice. All right. Though Weltall was caught in the confusion, it was also characteristic of him to quickly regain his composure. Nevertheless, he appeared somewhat discomfited, and while the initial shock had subsided, a sense of bewilderment seemed to remain. As Lillian urged him on, he took up the captain's microphone, but for just a brief moment, hesitated to speak. Watching Weltall's expression, Richard stood beside him. Wait, loser. This situation is too abnormal. Well, myself, probably everyone is confused. Richard still appeared unsettled. In this state, making hasty moves might be dangerous. But that's exactly why, isn't it? Stella's voice was strangely calm. We need at least those who have calmed down after hearing Weltall's voice to take action. Right now, I think it's critical that we get the ship moving. But wouldn't moving carelessly be precisely what puts us in danger? We may be graduating, but we're still students. Not trained soldiers. If we allow panic to persist, we'll have serious problems later. Richard's opinion also had merit. The current situation, in a word, was extreme. It was only natural, considering that until just moments ago, the peaceful voyage had suddenly been transported to unknown space. Furthermore, this ship would encounter enemies. Of course, only Lillian knew that. That's why she couldn't do anything beyond activating shields, adjusting the ship's heading, and using radar. To help everyone settle down, we need to find a secure location. Besides, sometimes physical activity helps calm people. At minimum, we need to gather personnel here on the bridge. Fortunately, the Tiberius is designed to operate with minimal crew. Weltall took another deep breath before making the announcement. Attention to all students aboard the Tiberius. Due to an unexplained warp accident, we have arrived at what appears to be the Orion sector. This is not an exercise. However, the knowledge you have all acquired was meant precisely for venturing into this vast universe. All personnel, move to your designated sections as per the exercise protocol. The order doesn't matter. Focus on your individual responsibilities. All bridge staff report immediately. We will now conduct a detailed survey of the surrounding space and calculate our course. Weltall continued the shipwide announcement. At times, he stated facts dispassionately. At other times, he offered words of encouragement. While major confusion was likely occurring throughout the ship, level-headed students, who understood that panicking would accomplish nothing, would gradually begin their work after hearing the broadcast, and others would be influenced by watching them. As expected of an elite, even with some lingering unease, once he calms down, he can make accurate judgments. I suppose this would have happened even without my intervention. Like in her past life, the Tiberius would have returned to Earth. Its crew is exceptional, but history is already shifting. Her simulated battles with them, the earlier warp accident, all deviations. Small changes, perhaps, but as an old saying goes, the butterfly effect. The flap of a butterfly's wings may one day become a great tornado. Whether such an influence really exists or not is not the point. Survival is all that counts. That is the mindset of someone who's commanded ships for 60 years. And so Lillian thinks, I really do love ships. That's why I feel alive. She checks the radar. The enemy hasn't arrived yet. Section: when all the important data you've been working on suddenly disappears right in front of you, people sometimes feel a kind of intense anger. The worst. Machizuki Mayuri from the navigation department only knew one thing at that moment. Something troublesome must have happened. She tied up her bluish-black hair, and the sharp eyes behind her glasses became even more needle-like as she muttered under her breath. Even though she said she didn't know what had happened, she pretty much figured it out the moment she saw the coordinate data she had been comparing in the navigation calculation room had somehow been replaced with completely different, inaccurate, jumbled data. When there's a sudden shift from the coordinates they were just at, the AI can sometimes get confused and scramble the data. And then there's the minor shock from the warp break. What idiot decided to warp here, of all places? The lunar route data scheduled for the exercise was now completely gone. First of all, she had never heard anything about a warp being planned. And on top of that, their current location was unknown. The data she had been working on had vanished too. If she ever found the idiot responsible for this, she wouldn't let them off easy. She'd gladly stuff them into a spacesuit and toss them out into the void with nothing but a lifeline. Route calculations were precise, meticulous, and the very lifeblood of the ship. Space was vast. The whole point of plotting a course was to avoid getting lost in that endless expanse. And then, the other navigation students in the route calculation room let out ear-splitting screams. Seriously, shut up. What's the matter? Given the nature of silent, focused calculations, the navigation room was usually quiet, a mood Mayuri preferred. Minimal noise, only necessary exchanges, and above all, none of the usual rowdy crowd. If this room ever got loud, the only possible reason would be the discovery of an entirely unknown route. Yet her classmates kept screaming. Enough already, I have to recalculate the route. How long are you all going to keep this up? Mayuri, look at this. One of the girls pointed at the holographic monitor at the center of the room. What? It's just the moon, right? The planned exercise Loka. What was displayed was a dark nebula shaped like a horse's head. No way. Mayuri tried to stay calm, but it was impossible. And as if to twist the knife, the shipwide intercom crackled to life. Hearing its message, Mayuri felt like she might faint. This is the worst. Following the announcement, Mayuri headed to the upper deck designated as the primary bridge, where the appointed leaders of each department had gathered. Notably absent were the heads of medical, maintenance, engineering, supply, and living quarters. Those present were mostly from combat-related fields. For now, we've gathered here on the bridge, but soon we'll need to activate the secondary bridge, the CIC, as well as the tertiary bridge in the computer room, route calculation room, engine section, gun turrets, hangar. There's no shortage of places to check. But for now, we act fast and efficiently from here. The one explaining was Weltall, temporarily appointed acting captain. Temporarily in the sense that it was only for this moment, but realistically, he'd likely remain in command from now on. No objections there. He was the top student in the academy, no, the entire school, and student council president. Of course he'd be captain. Mayuri, too, knew of Weltall's capabilities. Delan, Ares. I'm putting you in charge of the Combat Information Center, CIC. Understood. Got it, we've trained with the tactics team plenty. If anything, this'll be a breeze. Don't get cocky, Delan. We're in real combat now. The two assigned to lead the CIC, the secondary bridge, were, like Weltall, recognized for their talent. Again, no objections. Mayuri knew firsthand how capable they were. They'd been trained as commanders. It was only natural for them to take charge. Gunnery team, Cohen Hadevel, you'll coordinate with the CIC and manage the main cannons. Fighter team, Albero Belkrat. Our onboard fighters are invaluable right now. Sorties will be heavily restricted, but if needed, you may have to conduct dangerous EVA extravehicular activities. Also, stay in touch with Delan and report back if necessary. One by one, the assignments were made. None of them bothered Mayuri much. Navigation, Machizuki Mayuri, I'm counting on your skills as a navigator. Of course. She'd expected this. Even if it was an emergency appointment, becoming the ship's chief navigator made sense. If given the role, she'd fulfill it, she'd live up to expectations. She'd been preparing for this in training, after all. And her future career would demand the same. The situation was far from ideal, but her job hadn't changed. Panicking wouldn't help. Communications, debonair Elters, your team skills will be tested keeping everyone connected. You'll be spread across all bridges. Also, I need one representative each from gunnery and navigation on the primary bridge. Who you send is up to you. And finally, Lillian, I'm assigning you as the primary bridge's main operator. Your earlier performance was impressive. You're capable of handling overall coordination. That last appointment gave Myri pause. And she wasn't the only one. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the gathered leaders. Everyone here knew Lillian, and not in a good way. Sure, she was the daughter of the chief of staff, an ultra-elite by default. But beyond that, whether academically or militarily, no one had ever heard of her excelling at anything. As far as Myri knew, she spent most of her time with her entourage at tea parties, and her combat simulation record was abysmal. Typical. Just another one coasting through military school. Nobles came in all types, but some only attended the academy for prestige, skated by without real military service, and then landed cushy bureaucratic jobs. The current academy head was probably like that. Even the commander of the lunar base, their original exercise location, was only there because he was the emperor's relative. Lillian was that type. Infamous in the worst way, a noble kid with no talent, coasting on her parents' status. I thought the Gundamen were sharp, but is this just noble favoritism, or is he currying favor? Here of all places. If they needed an operator, why not assign Richard, Weltall's usual adjutant, even if he seemed like an airhead? That would have made sense. The main operator needed sharp judgment. It should have gone to someone competent. And why is there a maintenance student here? She's not even a team leader. There was also someone who clearly didn't belong. A girl who, according to navigation class gossip, had recently been hanging around Weltall and his group. Don't tell me they were sneaking around together. Doubt prickled at Myri. That concludes our current assignments. We're facing adversity, but fortunately, we've confirmed we're somewhere in the Orion region. As Weltall spoke, the main screen displayed the Horsehead Nebula. Staring at it like this fills me with dread. But at the same time, this dark nebula helps us roughly pinpoint our location. Of course, calculating our distance from Earth and plotting a route will require further investigation. Navigation, this will be a heavy burden, but I'm counting on you. Finally, Acting Captain Weltall looked straight at Myri, his voice firm. With assignments settled, even Weltall seemed to relax slightly, leaning back into his chair. Not that this was over. Can I ask something? Tension ebbed, bringing a measure of clarity. But with clarity came sharper awareness of just how dire things were. At the moment, Myri didn't realize she was caught in a vicious cycle. I have no major objections to the section assignments, but I do question the primary bridge's setup. As she spoke, Myri shot a glare at Lillian. So what if she was the chief of staff's daughter? Right now, it was life or death, and what mattered wasn't pedigree, but skill. That's why she spoke up. To be blunt, I'm deeply uneasy about her being the main operator. Dislike played a part, sure. But more than that, in an emergency like this, putting someone with no proven competence in a critical role made no sense. Wasn't that obvious? Even the communications and fighter team leaders, though silent, nodded subtly in agreement. I know this is rude, but right now we're adrift in space, aren't we? I want to make it back to Earth alive, and I'll do whatever it takes. I'll calculate that route myself if I have to. That's why I'm worried. I'm not just going off rumors, but as the old saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Dying here wasn't an option, so she'd say what needed saying. She wanted to survive. Wasn't that natural? Staying silent meant staying powerless. And she'd regret that for sure. Yeah, I kinda agree. If she could just call her dad for help, fine, but that's not happening. Same, this isn't about pride, we need to move as one. Debonair, Communications, and Albero, fighter team, voiced their support. Many others nodded their heads in agreement, although they did not say it out loud. Lillian Loser's reputation was just that bad, always late, always playing around, always losing in combat sims. How could anyone trust her? So I'd like a rational explanation for this decision. Mayuri wondered if she sounded too harsh, but it didn't matter. Life or death, in a situation like this, speaking up was only natural. Section. Even Lillian could tell the newly appointed navigator distrusted her. Everything the girl said was undeniably true, and Lillian had no intention of making excuses. Given her own past foolishness, distrust was inevitable. If anything, she respected someone who could call her out so bluntly. It's not just Stella or Weltall. These girls, too, are indispensable to the future of the Earth Imperial fleet. Lillian, rather than being annoyed by the girl's skepticism, was impressed by it. In fact, it only strengthened her resolve to ensure Tiberius's safe return to Earth. That aside, the current situation was far from ideal. If she didn't dispel their doubts, it would undoubtedly cause problems later. Yet clumsy excuses would only provoke them further. Claiming victory in Delan and Ares's mock battle wouldn't hold water. Not that Lillian would ever stoop to using such a flimsy justification. What does winning a game even prove? If anything, given Mayuri's personality, it would only fuel her resentment. Weltall, too, for all his genius, he lacks consideration for those who can't keep up with his thinking. In her past life, the main operator had been Richard, but now he occupied a deputy captain-like role. Meanwhile, Lillian had once postured as an advisor, lingering by Weltall's side, though in reality she'd been little more than a nuisance, as none of her input was ever heeded. Back then, she'd been content just being near the man she'd foolishly loved, her first crush. Pathetic, really. Eventually, the frustration of being ignored drove her to steal an escape pod and flee with sympathizers, only to be caught by the enemy, plunging Tiberius into crisis. What an idiotic move. But setting aside my blunder, that arrangement did work more smoothly. In short, her past self had been relegated to a position where her presence, or absence, changed nothing. Now, however, the opposite was true. She held a critical role, main operator. Weltall's reasoning was simple, it tied to the skills Lillian had just demonstrated, but few knew that. Mayuri and the others hadn't even witnessed it. So, Miss Loser, what's your opinion? It's hardly fair for me to be the only one pressing the issue. This is troublesome, I hate my past self right now. At present, Lillian had no cards to play that would win them over. The only way to earn their acknowledgement was to prove her worth, but that came with its own risks. She had to choose her words carefully. What she was about to say hinged on her knowledge of the future. A poor choice of phrasing would only deepen their suspicions. Plus, time was short. An enemy attack was coming, there was no room for petty squabbles. I'll answer your question with another question. Is that all right? Go ahead. Mayuri crossed her arms, her posture practically daring Lillian to try. Clearly, she was strong-willed, or just stubborn. The sharp, youthful vigor she radiated was almost blinding in the best way. How far is the Horsehead Nebula from Earth? Isn't that relevant? The Horsehead Nebula is right in front of us. That's critical intel, no? Roughly 1,500 light-years, but we're not that far now. Closer, 300 to 600 light-years, maybe. If we jumped 1,500, Tiberius would be inside a dark nebula by now. Wait. Mayuri seemed to realize something. Or rather, she just confronted the fact that none of them had been thinking clearly. Lillian gave a small nod. That's strange, how did the ship even warp this far? Because there was a route. Mayuri shook her head vehemently. Don't be absurd. The Empire has no mapped routes to Orion's sector. Warping blindly is practically suicidal. And for good reason. Warp travel required safety protocols, space was vast. Even a slight coordinate error could leave you stranded. Routes existed to prevent that. By recording and referencing the positions of stars and planets in each sector, ships could pinpoint their location. That was why route mapping was so dangerous. You never knew what lay ahead. If you warped into a debris field or a gravity anomaly, even a battleship wouldn't last long. Warping via an unmapped route, you've got no idea what could happen. You might materialize inside a star or get swallowed by a black hole from gravitational distortion. No, worse. Mayuri's face paled as she grabbed Communications Officer Debonair by the shoulders. Contact engineering, now. What? Why? Debonair flinched, her wavy blonde hair swaying as she recoiled. A faint floral scent, perfume, perhaps, drifted across the bridge. That was at least 100 light-year warp. The engines have to be damaged. This isn't some 10-light-year hop move. All right, geez, that hurts. Shrugging Mayuri off with a pout, Debonair hurried to the comms station. True to her rank, she worked swiftly, but the noise from the headset made her grimace. So loud, hey, I can barely hear. This is First Bridge, comms officer Debonair, engineering. First Bridge, this is Chief Engineer Sidor. Sorry, we're swamped, the warp drive's wrecked. What? Officer Debonair, patch me through. Sensing the urgency, Weltall's demeanor shifted. Debonair complied, transferring the line instantly. This is Acting Captain Weltall, Chief Sidor. Explain concisely. Acting Captain, the warp drive's overloaded. What the hell did this ship do? Its max range is 30 light-years. How far did we go? Under investigation. Chief, how bad is the damage? Repairable. Dunno. Didn't explode, so we shut it down for now. Gotta dismantle it, check the fried circuits and wiring, cross-reference supplies, Give me a rough estimate, assuming repairs are possible. 2 weeks, no 3. Warp drives were that delicate. Her past life had been the same. That impossible long-distance jump had crippled Tiberius's warp capability, short-range included. Repairs had taken 3 weeks, a miracle, really. Right now, she could only be grateful for that fact. The warp timing had changed, and her key role meant history had diverged. She'd worried the drive might be different too, but it seemed intact. Understood. Emergency shutdown of the warp drive. Chief, are the conventional engines operational? No issues there. Running diagnostics now, but standard navigation's unaffected. Proceed as planned then. Ending the call, Weltall sighed deeply, sinking into his seat. Hypothetically, warping hundreds of light-years is possible, but we can't do it without mapped routes or safety assurances. Not to mention strain on the drive. Our only luck is Tiberius surviving, and the warp drive not being totaled. Not just that. Even Weltall seemed uneasy now. Lillian glanced at Mayuri. Navigator. We're near the Horsehead Nebula, Orion's vicinity, meaning we should spot Orion's stars. With Earth's observational data, we can roughly triangulate our position. Right. Why, yeah, there'll be light-year margins, but warp could fix that. If we can warp. Engineering said 3 weeks. They didn't guarantee it. So we give up, sit here forever, hard pass. Me neither, fine, I'll do it. Orion's stars, right? And if we're near Horsehead, we should see Alnitak. One of Orion's belt stars. If we find it, we can gauge distance. How far is Alnitak from Earth? About 800 light-years, but we're likely closer. The dark nebula's visible, so we're near it. Still, we've gained ground. Once the drive's fixed, a proper long-range warp could get us home. But we need correct coordinates. I know that, but wait, you're sidestepping, my point is. Mayuri's retort was cut short by an alarm, not just any alarm. The kind they trained for and dreaded most. Red alert. Unknown entity detected. In the depths of space, far from Earth, who could have predicted this? Fair? Hardly. I've no way to prove my necessity here. Normally, assignments would have gone smoothly. I'm the one causing chaos, and I'm the one who knows what comes next. As panic erupted, Lillian silently took her seat at the bridge's central radar console. Right after warp out, I activated the radar and deployed the shields, considering risks like debris or drifting into an asteroid belt. This is standard crisis protocol per the Imperial Military Manual, right? It was the bare minimum to ensure the ship's safety. This action alone wasn't suspicious, it was mandatory. Maybe a meteor's on a collision course with the Tiberius. I'll start distance calculations and auto-tracking. Permission to proceed, Captain. But that couldn't be it, Lillian was certain. This was an enemy approach. They had warped in, heading straight for the Tiberius. How do they know our location? She had no answers yet. Only one irrefutable fact remained: the enemy was closing in. But the crew still refused to believe hostile aliens even existed. Yet Lillian alone knew the enemy was coming. Distance calculated, approximately 1 million kilometers. Evasion is possible. Orders. Chief Gunner Cohen. First, let's test our readiness. Can the Tiberius evade while firing on what appears to be a meteor? No human ships should be this far out, and no aliens had been confirmed, so it had to be a meteor. That's what everyone assumed. Possible. If the Tiberius meets Earth Empire standards, effective range is still far, but at 400,000 kilometers, long-range targeting becomes feasible. Though still suboptimal, I can't guarantee destruction. Cohen, a tall, dark-skinned boy, smirked, but I'll hit it. Gunnery's been blasting meteors for practice. Destroying small asteroids was part of their drills. Then, Chief Cohen, take position on the first bridge. Delan and Ares to the second. Comm Officer Debonair, authorize personal terminals. Mobilize nearby sections for comms. Flight Captain Albero, stand by in the hangar. Navigator Myri. Why yes. No time to return to the third bridge. Recalculate the meteor's distance from the first. The AI's estimate is too rough. Understood. In emergencies, delaying problems was key. Cowardly, maybe. But that's Lillian's strategy, and now came the hard part. That thing is the enemy. Whose transmission is this? Then a slight reprieve. The shipwide comms crackled from the hangar. Every eye turned to one girl. First bridge here, acting Captain Weltall speaking. Hangar Chief Seo here. Technically, Stella's still under my department. I'll send her back immediately. Cutting the line, Weltall sighed softly. The blame was partly his, maybe even self-mockingly so. Right, Stella, return to your duties in maintenance. Why yes. Even Stella couldn't refuse this. Now, everyone, let's make it back to Earth alive. The first mission. And first contact, the bridge the entire ship, erupted into chaos. At the same time, there was also a sense of relief. The alarm was due to a meteor approaching, but it was still far away. If they moved the ship according to training, it could easily be avoided. In fact, this was being treated as a good opportunity to test fire the battleship's main cannon. So in this situation, it was turning into an exciting show to relieve the students' anxiety and stress. Not everyone felt that way, of course, but the mood of motivation was spreading through the ship, sparking enthusiasm among the students. Amid all this, Stella, who had been called away from her usual station, had to hurry from the first bridge all the way back to the storage hangar on the third bridge. Her cheeks were slightly red out of embarrassment. Ugh, what should I say to apologize to Seo? He already knows where I was. Frim must have told him for sure. On top of that, she had been seen twice secretly meeting with Weltall by someone named Lillian. And to make matters worse, people on the first bridge had also seen them together, plain as day. I hope it hasn't turned into gossip. She mumbled that partly because, well, part of her was hoping it had. Stella was still a girl with a heart full of feelings. She had made a connection with someone who was admired by everyone in the academy. They had grown close. And then, he had said he wanted her. Of course, Stella understood that it wasn't meant in a romantic or marriage-type way. He had recognized her talent and said he wanted her as a subordinate. He had even arranged for her to meet the commander of the moon base. Honestly, she still couldn't quite believe it. But I wonder if Dad's going to be upset about this. Her father was a mechanic back on Earth. He used to work on warships, and when she said she wanted to enter the academy, he hadn't exactly looked thrilled about it. Even if it was just maintenance work, he didn't like the idea of her boarding a military ship. And to be fair, it was dangerous. Still, if she became a member of the Imperial military, her life would be secure. The pay was good. She could even earn certifications. If that happened, she could finally repay her dad, the man who raised her all on his own, and even give back to everyone at the factory who'd supported her. But for that, she would have to return to Earth first. Yeah, so I've got to fix the warp engine. I'm a mechanic, after all. All right, she gave both her cheeks a little slap to pump herself up. First, they'd blast the meteor with the main cannon and make a glorious start to their journey back to Earth. But still, a meteor, huh? The odds are astronomical. Space is huge. And this one just suddenly shows up. The storage hangar was located in the lower level of the Tiberius, so to get there from the upper levels, one needed to take the elevator. Stella walked over and waited for it to arrive, her thoughts wandering while she stood there. Something nagged at her. Why is it coming straight toward the Tiberius? No, more importantly, what kind of mass does a meteor need to have to be clearly visible from such a distance? Does it have a heat signature? Could it be leftover solar flare debris? No, that doesn't make sense. Then was it heated by electromagnetic waves or plasma? No, that still doesn't add up. Wait, what? Why would a meteor come directly toward them? Let's just assume for a moment that this was a coincidence, a complete accident. The Tiberius's radar had detected the object from 1 million kilometers away. For it to show up like that, it must be emitting a significant amount of heat. The Empire's ships were equipped with radar capable of detecting heat sources, infrared, metal signatures, even ultrasonic waves, radiation, and electromagnetic signals. But space is actually a surprisingly noisy place. Cosmic rays constantly fly around, gravity from stars interferes more than expected, and the metal content in meteors can even mess with metal detection. So, in practice, they filter for specific heat signatures under controlled conditions. For example, if the target is a battleship, there are expected values for its mass and thermal output. But then, if something is being picked up from 1 million kilometers away, right at the edge of radar range, just what kind of scale are we talking about in terms of heat and size? In that instant, a flurry of calculations and information raced through Stella's mind. The bridge crew had said they would wait until the target came within 400,000 kilometers, the max range of the main cannon, before firing. In the age of space travel, the 400,000-kilometer distance between the Earth and the Moon feels far, but it's really quite close. That's because the maximum range of a battleship's main cannon is, well, 400,000 kilometers. But that's only how far it can reach. In reality, the firepower drops off significantly over distance. It might be enough to shatter a small meteor, sure, but if the target were an actual warship, its armor could easily withstand it. Not to mention, it's easy to dodge at that range. Actual combat tends to happen much closer. Around 200,000 kilometers is where long-range artillery starts being effective. Real firefights begin around 100,000 kilometers. And if it still isn't resolved at that point, the battle enters ultra-close quarters, fast-paced melee combat at ranges of just tens of thousands of kilometers. Though realistically, most ships are destroyed before things reach that stage. More than anything, space warfare begins with detection. Spot the enemy first, and you gain a major advantage for a surprise attack. Something's not right. That uneasy feeling soon took shape. That meteor, it's not just flying through space randomly. Isn't it following them? Even the Tiberius is moving along an inertia-based trajectory. And yet, this thing is coming straight at them from 1 million kilometers away. Could it be? Not a meteor at all. It was still just a hunch. A theory. But Stella activated her personal device, contacted Chief Mechanic Seu down in the hangar, and then turned back, dashing once again toward the first bridge. She didn't care if she got scolded. She just wanted to silence the alarm bells ringing in her chest. Stella-chan, where are you? I'm not mad, okay? Just hurry back already. I'm sorry, Seu-san. Can we launch an observation drone? I'd like you to request permission from the acting captain. A drone? Why? Oh, right, they're gonna shoot the meteor with the main cannon. You want to help with that? That's part of it, but doesn't it seem weird that we can detect a meteor from 1 million kilometers away? I mean, it's possible, right? Space is huge. Some battleships are equipped with long-range radar that can reach 2 million kilometers, just in case of sudden warp ambushes by space pirates or whatever. Their range and sensitivity are insane. The Tiberius is capped at 1 million, though. Seu-san, you mean that kind of radar is meant to detect something with battleship-level mass and heat output, right? So doesn't that mean we're detecting something the size of hundreds of meters? Get the observation drone prepped. Now, Kamada, contact the acting captain immediately. Ask if that thing is really a meteor. Continue preparing for drone launch. Seu's furious shouting echoed through the comms. He'd realized it too, that something wasn't adding up. If it really was a massive meteor, then fine. It would be dangerous, yes, but they still had distance on their side. They could easily maneuver out of its path. But Stella wasn't the kind of person to just brush things off with it's probably fine. No way, it's probably not fine, and if it isn't, I don't want to be caught off guard. Dad always told me, even a scratch just a few millimeters wide can eventually become a wound hundreds of meters long. If this was just needless worry, then so be it. That would be the best-case scenario. If that was all it amounted to, then they could all laugh about it later. But in this world, there are things that can't be dismissed as mere jokes. That alone is what she fears, around the same time. An abnormality was also being sensed on the first bridge. Aside from Lillian, Mayuri was the first to notice it. Wait, this is weird. What is it, Navigator? Lillian quickly picked up on Mayuri's change in demeanor. The meteor, right? Its trajectory is. Explain it clearly. Its course is changing. It's moving along with the Tiberius, which is currently at minimal forward speed. Just as Mayuri shouted that, an emergency transmission came in from the hangar. It was the gruff voice of Chief Engineer Seo, acting captain, requesting permission to launch an observation drone. What's going on, Chief Seo? Weltall couldn't grasp the meaning behind this sudden request. Though the urgency in his voice suggested something unusual, it was far too abrupt. Arstella noticed it. A meteor that size shouldn't even be detectable from 1,000,000 kilometers away. Listening to Seo's words, Lillian was impressed. Not by Seo, but by Stella, who had likely pointed out that fact to him. Just like before. Even in my past life, she was the only one who saw through the truth. But back then, no one believed her, and we were ambushed. So what I need to do now is... Lillian stood up, turned to Weltall, and spoke. Captain, I support this. The Navigator has identified suspicious anomalies in the meteor's trajectory. Wait, hold on. It is strange, but we don't have confirmation yet. Before she knew it, her observational data had been cited in the discussion. Mayuri grabbed the hem of Lillian's uniform, trying to pull her back down. Its course is shifting, isn't it? That's threat enough. Everyone calm down. First, let's gather observational data. The bridge grew chaotic as reports came in from all sides. To restore order, Richard took control, but then Gunnery Chief Cohen let out a shocked cry. He, too, had been studying the data while aligning the main guns, and he realized something was wrong. Hey, is that thing accelerating? What do you mean, show me? Relay the data to the third bridge? No, this can't be possible. Mayuri rushed back to her station, scrutinizing the data as if her life depended on it, drawing on all her knowledge. Distance, 920,000, 880,000. It's not making a short-range warp, so how? At this rate, it'll reach us in 2, maybe 3 hours. What kind of cruiser does that? Stop panicking. Debris doesn't accelerate like this in space. Well, unless gravity field fluctuations, or a nearby black hole. No, we'd already be. Calm down. Lillian didn't shout, yet her single sentence carried undeniable weight. Gunnery Chief Cohen, can we keep tracking the target? Why, yeah, that's not an issue. Then continue observations until it reaches effective firing range. Captain, your orders. The final decision rested with Weltall. Lillian turned to him again, awaiting his command. Navigator, recalculate our course accounting for the acceleration. Relay orders to engineering, maximum speed. First bridge, initiate combat preparations. This is practically war. Communications Officer Debonair let out a near scream. Captain, the observation drone is ready for launch, Lillian reported, picking up a transmission Debonair had missed. Weltall responded instantly. Permission granted. Share the observational data. Maximum magnification. Get a still image on the main monitor if needed. Anything. Understood. Drone launch confirmed. Data link established. Image on main monitor in 3 seconds. Video feed delayed by 3 minutes. The observation drone, unlike standard models, was massive, over 40 meters long, closer to a small craft than a typical drone. It carried only essential sensors, high-powered telescopes, and minimal thrusters. A single unit launched into space. Though its data had slight margins of error, it was still quick. Ideally, such drones should be deployed in advance, but even now, it would provide crucial information. Image coming through. What appeared on the main monitor was heavily blurred, like footage from an outdated camera. Yet the silhouette and colors were discernible enough, and what they revealed sent shockwaves through the bridge. What is that? Even Weltall, the prodigy, the genius rookie, couldn't help but gasp. On the screen was a single disc-shaped vessel. Not a perfect disc, it had a distinct front and back, more like a semi-ellipsoid. At what could be assumed as its stern, faint traces of propulsion systems were visible. From this image alone, little else could be confirmed. Whether it had turrets, a bridge, anything, no one knew. Only one thing was certain. This was an unknown, matching no ship in the Earth Empire's records. AI analysis estimates a length of 200 meters. A destroyer of some kind. While the others stared in shock, Lillian deliberately let her voice tremble, because she alone knew what it truly was: an enemy destroyer. In a few years, they'd be mockingly called flatfish for their appearance, but their mobility surpassed the Empire's own destroyers. More like oversized attack craft than proper warships. The one approaching now was an unmanned variant, likely a large reconnaissance drone. No matching vessel in Imperial databases. The possibility of it being a pirate-modified ship is also low. Gunnery Chief Cohen responded to Lillian's report with a near scream. Of course not. What humans would be out here? SO aliens. Debonair covered her mouth, unable to do anything but stare in shock. Well, Tall, should we try hailing them? Richard, relatively composed, made the suggestion. Broadcast on all frequencies, long-range comms. Is the acting captain serious? Cohen grabbed his own shoulders, as if trying to steady himself. Fear might make him pull the trigger prematurely. They were still far from effective range. We haven't been attacked yet. Whether they're aliens or another stranded ship, we don't know. But stay alert. Don't assume they won't fire. Keep the Tiberius on combat maneuvers. Raise shield output to combat specs. Main guns ready at all times. Debonair, any response? Nothing. Should we wave a white flag? Richard's suggestion earned a faint smirk from Welltall. If that make them stop. Captain, updated data from the drone. Lillian delivered the report impassively. The ship on screen had deployed turrets from its flattened hull. Simultaneously, it altered course, as if evading their main guns' firing line. It was hostile. Everyone who saw the drone's feed understood. They had sent communications, whether understood or not, they didn't know. No response. They'd even tried old Morse signals. Still nothing. The enemy had what looked like main guns trained on them. The only reason they hadn't fired yet was distance. 70,000 kilometers apart. The Tiberius main guns had a maximum range of 400,000 kilometers, but effective striking range was optimistically 200,000, with peak efficiency at 100,000. If the enemy was a destroyer, its max range was likely around 100,000, with effective range at roughly 40,000. Standard for Imperial destroyers. Fortunately, their effective range isn't far from ours. Firepower isn't exceptional either, but their mobility is overwhelming. Durability, however, is fragile. Ideally, we'd strike first. Lillian alone knew the enemy's specs, but that knowledge came from the future. There was no way to explain it now. Frustrating? Yes, but this was also the best way for them to learn what war truly was. She knew how cold that sounded. Yet if they were to survive the coming battles, they needed this experience. We're gonna get caught. Chief Gunnery Officer Cohen, who had been watching the observation data for the main gun control, exclaimed with sweat beading on his forehead. A battleship versus a destroyer. Raw speed aside, their warp drive was damaged. Emergency escape was impossible. Shut up. Seated nearby, Myri snapped back hysterically. Acting captain, they're targeting the Tiberius dorsal side, the bridge. But her own voice was nearly a scream, her words far from a proper report. This way, that way, such vague phrasing was unlike her. Quite the mess here. Welltall, what's the call? Richard didn't scold them, whispering to Welltall instead. Clear hostility. Debonair, keep hailing them. Cohen. Why yes. Sync with CIC. Delan, Ares, you hearing this? Cohen handles main guns, you two focus on targeting. Patch me through to the third bridge. This is live combat. Orders flew. Red alert again. Welltall took the mic, addressing the entire ship. After a deep breath, he spoke. From this moment forward, the Tiberius will commence actual combat operations. I repeat, the Tiberius will now engage in actual combat operations. This is not a drill, but proceed as you would in training. Welltall deliberately withheld unnecessary information. A moderate level of tension kept the crew sharp. He understood that overly reassuring words had no place here. Watching his composed demeanor, Lillian found herself impressed once again. As expected, it's not just Stella. His presence will be crucial to the future Imperial force. Truly, he was exceptional. And to think I wasted such talent, how terrifying I must have been. Though self-deprecating about her past, Lillian focused on her duties. Now that morale was high, the real challenge began. After all, their enemy was unmanned. That meant they didn't have to worry about human casualties. Captain, Observation drones have detected spatial distortion waves. Lillian relayed the drone data with precision, eliciting another wave of surprise across the bridge. It's a warp. They're using short-range warps. As Myri said, the distortion waves were fluctuations in space caused by warp jumps. They vanished. Cohen's voice wavered in disbelief. The target, which was supposed to be pursued by automatic targeting, disappeared. Of course, the main gun did not fire. With the disappearance of the target, the auto-targeting system was dotting and darting its markers to detect the next target. But before it could recalibrate, an impact struck with enough force to make their organs lurch. A blinding flash seared their retinas. Sound didn't exist in space, but inside the Tiberius, a metallic shriek reverberated, the echo of plasma striking the shields, rattling the hull. Some students even feared the ship had cracked. We're gonna break apart. Debonair clung to her console, teetering on hysteria. Richard snapped at her with thinly veiled irritation. It's just shield feedback. The ship won't go down from this. Bracing himself against the captain's chair, he shouted. Status report. Weltall, though also gripping his station, kept his eyes locked on the main monitor. Shield output at 97%. No hull damage, but plasma scorching on the outer armor. Short-range radar has reacquired the enemy. They've jumped past us and are now at our 6. Distance, 308 kilometers. Point-blank range. Lillian delivered the update calmly, but inwardly her pulse raced. This feeling. The shockwaves, the flares, she hadn't experienced this in so long. Even as a figurehead, even as a pawn sent to mop up remnants, this exhilaration was incomparable. No matter what, she loved being aboard a warship. Energy spike detected from the enemy vessel. The moment she spoke, a torrent of impacts hammered the hull like rain against glass, accompanied by rapid vibrations. Rapid-fire guns, they're trying to whittle down our shields. The energy signatures confirmed particle cannons, likely compact, rapid-fire models for destroyers. Countless rounds pounded their defenses. Shield output down to 88%. Shields weren't invincible. Though sturdier than in simulations, they couldn't endure endless barrages. Had the Tiberius been accompanied by even 2 more ships, they could have synced shields for greater durability. But they were alone. Worse, the destroyer had closed the distance, outmaneuvering the battleship's sluggish bulk. A single solid hit could decide the fight, but landing it was another matter. That thing's more agile than our destroyers. At this rate, we'll get picked apart. Calm yourself, Gunnery Chief Cohen. The enemy's likely unmanned. That's why they can maneuver so recklessly. Doesn't matter, acting captain. If they keep zipping around like this, our main guns can't track fast enough. And missiles, at this range, their homing's useless. Their inability to retaliate was inevitable. No matter how skilled they were, they'd been caught off guard, and they were still amateurs. Fear had paralyzed half the crew. Weltall, what about point defense guns? Assume they have shields too. Whether we use pulse lasers or kinetics, they hold the mobility advantage. In a straight artillery duel, we'd win, but this is close-quarters brawling. Weltall's expression remained stoic, but his jaw clenched. He thought he'd been cautious. The students had been prepared. Their responses weren't the problem. And yet, even so, this situation was turning out to be more than a little bad. From the way the enemy moved, it was clear they were dealing with unmanned drones, and that was the problem. Drones didn't need to account for the fact that humans were inside the ships they attacked. Even if the enemy ship was just a 200-meter class destroyer, it was showing terrifying agility. The only small mercy was that it didn't seem to have much firepower. But even so, if they kept taking continuous hits like this, the Tiberius itself might hold out, but the students' morale would break long before that. That said, striking back at the wrong moment could be fatal. If they left even a small opening and were hit during it, it'd be all over. If only we could launch the fighters, but in this situation, even the students in the fighter division probably wouldn't want to take off. They'd just be picked off one by one. And more than anything, we don't have any professionals. Even if they wanted to launch the carrier-based aircraft to defend the mothership's perimeter, the timing window for that had already passed. These were students, kids. There was no way to expect real combat maneuvers from them. Weltall's thoughts had become overly focused on minimizing casualties. that wasn't necessarily wrong. In fact, it was probably the correct choice. But, seeing them kids who weren't even proper recruits yet, Lillian decided the time was right. Yes, it's true, I was a bit harsh. But with this, they've tasted a piece of real combat. They've felt it in the air. And Lillian glanced briefly toward Chief Communications Officer Debonair. The girl who had been near hysterical earlier was now curled up, quietly sobbing. She was whispering something under her breath and trembling. I feel kinda bad about it now. Maybe I went too far. Still, Lillian had figured out the gist of what had happened. And before the boys around them could notice and make things worse, she figured it was her duty to protect that girl's dignity. She found herself wondering, just briefly, what she had been like in her past life. But that was a stray, unnecessary thought, and she brushed it aside. Captain, a proposal. Given the enemy's behavior, I believe they aren't trying to sink us. Lillian stood. Though tremors still rocked the ship, her footing was steady. Don't be absurd, they're pounding us, stop spouting nonsense. Myri, desperate to analyze the enemy, had lost her composure. Then why haven't they fired torpedoes or main guns at this range? Perhaps they intend to capture us. Even if not, their sporadic attacks present an opportunity. They've recklessly closed in on a battleship. But without pinning them down, landing a hit with main or secondary batteries is near impossible. Blind firing won't work. That tactic might have suited ancient naval ships, but if you'll trust an untested voice, I have a suggestion. Don't interfere. How many times had she told herself that? Yet she couldn't ignore the girl on the verge of breaking. Execute an emergency stop, then deploy all torpedoes. Stop the ship and unleash every torpedo. Another voice, Stella's, overlapped Lillian's, echoing the same strategy. The entire bridge froze in shock, except Lillian. So she arrived. Just like in my past life, it's Stella's plan that saves us, the only surprise. That she'd thought of it too, but that didn't matter now. The plan was risky, but there were no alternatives. The bridge crew hesitated, but with no better options. Stella, Lillian, fine. Deb. Captain, patching you through to CIC. Before Weltall could address Debonair, Lillian acted. The girl flinched at the near miss. First bridge to second bridge, you heard. Torpedo spread, right? We're on it. It was Delan who replied. His statement meant someone had already briefed them. Only one person could have done that. Weltall's eyes snapped to Stella at the entrance. This breaches protocol. It's punishable. Sorry, but hurry. Though apologetic, she stood firm. She'd clearly used her personal terminal to coordinate with Delan. No time to reprimand her now. At least it ensured swift action. Cohen, main gun control, you're up. Leaving command to Weltall, Lillian turned to the hyperventilating gunner. Why, yeah, leave it to me. Top of the gunnery class, remember. If they stop moving, I'll blast him to dust. He dove for the controls. The Tiberius surged forward. The enemy destroyer's relentless assault continued. Tension gripped the ship. Decelerate. Simultaneous torpedo spread at close range. Lock on. Main engines halt. Reverse thrust from the bow. Simultaneously, countless space torpedoes scatter from the launch tubes. Without specific targeting, they drift aimlessly like debris. But precisely because it was unmanned, the destroyer's rigid automated systems detected the sudden mass of torpedoes. For just an instant, its movement wavered. The flaw of unmanned ships. Their automated threat assessment is too sharp. That destroyer had to identify the sudden mass. Superior machinery becomes its own liability. It hesitates. That's why its reactions dull. Unmanned ships were the backbone of future warfare. Lillian understood their patterns, their weaknesses. Had this destroyer been piloted, it would have ignored the torpedoes and charged. Because no lives were at stake. Machines advance, but relying on them too much makes you rigid. The torpedo's proximity triggers detonate. Chain explosions. At close range, the blasts destabilize the lightly armored destroyer. My eyesight 6.0, perfect. Cohen boasted something incomprehensible and fired the main cannon. An instant later, in the soundless void, the destroyer shattered under the particle beam's impact. Tiberius had no time to rest after the skirmish. If that was a destroyer, we must assume the main fleet knows our location. I'd love to examine the wreckage, but evacuation takes priority. Weltall's judgment was sound. Whether the enemy was unmanned or not, an attacker would have relayed their position. Worse, Tiberius couldn't warp away, they needed distance. That's precisely it is necessary to get away as quickly as possible. If the ship accelerate at maximum thrust, it won't reach light speed, but it can achieve considerable velocity. Captain, I suggest launching decoys as a precaution when we depart. There are two types of decoys, one resembling a giant balloon and another made of metal chunks. The balloon type can inflate to nearly 100 meters in size, while the metal type is roughly the same size as a torpedo. Both are equipped with small propulsion systems and can generate a certain amount of heat, deliberately allowing them to be detected as heat sources. It won't be much of a distraction, but no, it's necessary. We'll use everything available to us. After the battle ended, the exhaustion from tension seemed greater than expected. Except for Lillian and Weltall, everyone on the first bridge visibly looked pale. While there was also relief from being released from combat, the impact of mental fatigue on the body is immeasurable. Debonair sat cross-legged in her seat, sobbing, clearly unable to perform her communication duties, while Cohen was in a state of complete exhaustion, utterly drained. Normally, there would be at least some reprimand from a superior officer, but they weren't officially military personnel yet, and in this situation, they were survivors and victims. No one rebuked them for it. Among them, the one who regained some energy and composure was Myri. May I offer a suggestion? Myri timidly raised her hand. Weltall acknowledged and encouraged her. Let's hear it. Well, if we just continue straight ahead, I think the enemy will detect us. So, I believe we should partially change our course and deliberately take a roundabout route. We could send one decoy straight ahead. Prepare another to take a wide detour. Then our ship could proceed between those two paths. That's probably our best option. Permission granted. Navigation Officer Myri, can you calculate each course? If it's too difficult, I can have someone replace you. No, I can do it, but to the third bridge. Granted. Have one person from the third bridge's navigation department take over. No, everyone except myself will be relieved. Weltall understood that their fatigue was greater than he had thought. In this state of exhaustion, forcing them would only lead to more mistakes. Besides, they were currently cruising at maximum speed. That should be sufficient for making their escape. Well, you should rest too. Richard, serving as the vice captain, offered to take over, but Weltall shook his head with a wry smile. No, I was just sitting here giving permissions. Everyone else was doing the actual work. Arrange relief personnel and take breaks when appropriate. Food is necessary, and so is sleep. And Stella, you should return to the hangar soon. I'll hear the details from you later. Richard, sorry, but could you go with her? She's, well, one of our heroes. Please look after her. Understood. Shall we go, Stella? Excuse me, but could I have a moment before that? Richard extended his hand to Stella as if he were some prince, but she bowed slightly and hurried over to Lillian. I've been rejected. Shrugging his shoulders, Richard could only exchange wry smiles with Weltall as they faced each other. As for Stella, she was at a loss for words after rushing over to Lillian. Well, that was a good strategy. If you make it back alive, I might ask my father to recommend you for a good position. Well, that's... It seemed Stella had taken the joke more seriously than intended. Haha, it's fine, there seems to be others who want you anyway. More importantly, never leave your post without permission. What was it called again? Right, Frim, you'll get scolded by her again, you know. I am sorry, but I'll remember. You'll definitely make a good commander someday. Those words were genuine. In fact, it would be problematic if she didn't become one, not just a commander, but a marshal. Well then, I need to take that girl with me. Is something wrong? Lillian glanced at Debonair, who was crouching at the communications station. Stella seemed to notice something as well and quickly averted her gaze. That was probably her way of showing kindness. Afterward, Stella gave a small bow and left the bridge, escorted by Richard. After seeing them off, Lillian decided to attend to her own duties. Come on, let's go. You don't want to stay until the relief personnel arrive, right? Though Debonair didn't respond verbally, she nodded slightly and finally got up from her seat, letting Lillian lead her by the hand. Afterward, Lillian proceeded through the corridor without saying anything. Along the way, she caught a medical student who was rushing around dealing with those feeling unwell and obtained a thin blanket, which she draped over Debonair. The condition of the ship's interior was neither good nor bad. Though the battle had ended, a slight state of tension remained. Even so, the fact that many people could move relatively energetically might be because they were military academy students. Still, some found it difficult to adapt to the situation and couldn't move. In that context, Debonair was better off than most, at least able to walk while crying. Well, you should take a shower soon. Being selected as a squad leader means you have a private room, right? Debonair nodded. Though her face was tearful and her eyelids somewhat swollen, she seemed more embarrassed now, slightly turning her face away. While moving to the living quarters, Debonair appeared a bit frightened, but others were too preoccupied to pay attention to them. Also, Imperial military uniforms are generally treated for that, so don't worry about it. Lillian was deliberately vague about the treatment to avoid upsetting Debonair. In battle situations, one often can't leave their post for extended periods. Food can be handled with portable rations, but waste elimination is a different matter. In that sense, all types of Imperial military clothing are fully equipped to handle such care. And that point is undoubtedly praiseworthy, perhaps even the greatest invention. However, that's something only experienced soldiers would say comfortably. For a girl who until recently was just a student, the shock would be greater. After showering, get some proper sleep. Even just closing your eyes would help. Get your own meals, you can manage that much, right? What seemed like a short journey to Lillian felt like an endless trek to Debonair, who finally reached her private room and rushed inside. The automatic door closed with a whoosh. But immediately, as if switched to manual control, the door opened slightly, and Debonair peeked out from inside. "Thank you." Debonair expressed her gratitude in a small voice. Lillian merely gave a small nod in return. As she turned to leave, Debonair called out to her again from behind. "Hey, about that thing, I'm sorry." "That thing. You know, before the battle that." Ah, Lillian remembered. She must mean when she joined Myri's questioning. "Well, it was the truth, so it's fine, isn't it? I don't worry about such things. I understand how I'm perceived. But the atmosphere is different, you're more." "Of course it is. I want to enjoy myself while I'm still a student, don't I?" It was an excuse she had just thought of. She felt it was a weak excuse, but couldn't think of a better one. "Well then, I want to rest too." With that, Lillian finally left. Debonair looked like she wanted to say something more, but no words came. Walking through the corridor toward her room. "We've safely overcome the first battle." Lillian observed the students passing by and thought the situation wasn't too bad. "The real problem starts now. I'm afraid of what might happen when people start to feel comfortable due to battle victory and the passage of time. That's how it was for me. As one gets used to the situation, they gain composure. That composure can cause unnecessary problems. There's no guarantee someone else won't repeat the foolish actions of her past self. Well, anything I say now won't sink in, so I might as well rest." Upon reaching her room, Lillian removed all her clothing and headed straight for the shower room. Just for this moment, she could rest her body like in her carefree younger days. Rest is also part of the job. After taking a lukewarm shower to wash away the sweat, Lillian changed into her underwear, put on a thin shirt, and sprawled out on the bed. Now, when was the next attack? Not immediately. There was some time in between, but I wonder why. They could have just attacked continuously. Was there some reason? Or, perhaps the enemy lacked resources at that time too. That part, no matter how much she thought about it, had no answer. There's no point in contemplating things without answers. Lillian closed her eyes and focused on resting. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, Surprise Attack. 3 full days had passed since they sank the enemy destroyer. To avoid losing track of time, the spaceship adjusted its lighting to match Earth's day-night cycle. When night fell, the lights dimmed. When morning came, they brightened along with music. Just 3 days. Yet even that short span was enough to ease the tension and allow some breathing room. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A moderate amount of tension might be necessary, but humans fundamentally crave relaxation. And considering efficiency, this was for the better. Moreover, Weltall had fully opened recreational facilities. During breaks, students were free to engage in simulations, sports, training, or even elegantly enjoy tea. This had successfully reduced stress by a significant margin. At the same time, the fact remained that they were in a crisis. Many students worked desperately at their tasks. In her past life, Lillian had been no different. Though she had her shame, her resentment over youthful struggles yielding no results, her jealousy toward Stella, and the crushing pressure of noble status, which drove her to hijack an escape pod and flee in a reckless act of desperation. Lady Lillian, please do something. If this continues, we're in danger. But no matter how much they tried, problems arose. Most were trivial, yet ignoring them could lead to bigger incidents. So, the commander candidates also had to lend an ear to such complaints. And the one who ended up shouldering the girls' grievances was Lillian. She had done similar things in her past life, but the difference now was that she was relied upon far more often. Setting aside the mock battle victory, word of her performance in the destroyer engagement had spread somehow. Whether in awe, envy, or suspicion, all kinds of eyes turned toward Lillian. And so, as if testing her, a flood of complaints and troubles from female students poured in. Now, a group of so-called hangers-on had come to her. Calm down. Huffing and puffing won't help me understand. Be specific. 6 noble girls had approached Lillian as she enjoyed a slightly late breakfast in the mess hall. They were all ladies of respectable status, and, in a way, Lillian's entourage. Were being the operative word, because they hadn't flocked to her out of admiration. Rather, they saw her as the daughter of the loser family, whose head served as chief of staff, and thus someone worth cozying up to for political gain. But now it seemed different. They appeared genuinely distressed. What's wrong? Your faces are all red. Though the girls had stormed in angrily, Lillian's composed response made them falter, faces flushing as their words tangled. Lately, it's always girls like this. Lillian wondered if young girls were really so prone to blushing. One of them glanced around furtively before leaning in close. Something utterly disgraceful has happened. So what? I can guess most of it. In the rec room, some boys with beastly eyes were watching. Porn right. Yes, in secret, and in groups. Disgusting. Just knowing such beasts are aboard makes me sick. They should be punished immediately, don't you agree? As Lillian sipped her breakfast tea, she dredged up memories from her past life. Right. There had been an incident like this. And back then, she had been the one complaining. Though she hadn't actually seen the boys watching porn, just like now, the girls had raised the alarm. Hey, don't make it sound so bad. We were hiding it, not flaunting it. Right on cue, the accused boys barged in. The ringleader, if he could be called that, was none other than Cohen. It took a special kind of talent to step forward shamelessly in a situation like this. At his appearance, the girls let out exaggerated shrieks and huddled behind Lillian's right side. That's him, look at the way he's eyeing us. Oh, come on, I was just lifting the spirits of our troubled youth. Cohen planted himself on Lillian's left, and the argument erupted around her. Could you at least pick a better place? This is ridiculous. Who'd even want you? So vulgar, says the one with a mind full of pink. To make matters worse, even bystanders quickly split along gender lines, fueling the debate. Quite the lively bunch. Still, a large-scale argument like this could serve as a good stress reliever, as long as it didn't escalate too far. Clashing emotions could be its own form of communication, but letting things spiral around her was getting tiresome. Lillian drained her tea and stood in silence. Gradually, the two arguing factions quieted. If you have so much energy to spare, why not try a ship-wide marathon? I could even arrange it with the captain, for the sake of maintaining order and discipline. With that, she parted the crowd to return her tray. That said, watching in public is improper. Do it in your own rooms. And with those final words, Lillian left. Yet this wasn't an issue that could simply be brushed aside. Lillian had diffused the situation with a joke, but only to prevent further escalation. She had made it clear, as common sense dictated, that public viewing was unacceptable. But that didn't solve everything. Having lived 79 years, she understood male urges and female ones, for that matter, even if romance wasn't her forte. What a vulgar topic. Arms crossed, Ares spat the words disdainfully. The conference room was filled with commander candidates and squad leaders. This was the second operational meeting since Weltall had instituted them to discuss future plans and status updates. And the agenda, the very issue Lillian had just dealt with. Ban it, outright, indecent. Ares dismissed the matter outright, glaring pointedly at Cohen, the instigator. Cohen shifted uncomfortably under his gaze, but didn't argue, likely aware of his responsibility in the matter. Actually, wouldn't outright suppression backfire? The one defending Cohen was a towering man, Seo, head of maintenance. Though his limbs were slender and his face finely sculpted like a statue, his robust physique was undeniable, with a thick chest and limbs packed with muscle. Suppression is like filling a balloon with water. It can take some pressure, but push too far and pop. Agreed. Those of us in combat roles can blow off steam through sims and training, but, well, Cohen and his kind do exist. Albero, leader of the fighter squadron, nodded along. Though he leaned toward Ares' side, he wasn't rigid. Who cares if they watch in secret? More importantly, how'd they even get caught? Delan, wholly uninterested in the topic, cut in. WL, for the record, we don't watch in broad daylight. Midnight? We gather then, so, wait, why were they in the rec room at midnight? By they, he meant the girls. Maybe they had a lover's rendezvous. Same idea, different execution. Debonair, back in form after 3 days, teased. Beside her, Myri reacted instantly. A midnight rendezvous. Far more innocent than expected, Myri turned bright red. Come on, everyone's got a partner. Given the circumstances, things get heated, right? I don't get it. We're facing life or death stakes. Exactly why it's dangerous. If they lose control, it's trouble. As the debate continued, Lillian sifted through old memories. If she recalled correctly, one of her hangers-on had stumbled upon Cohen's secret screening while sneaking out to meet a boy from the logistics team. So Debonair's guess was spot on. Personally, I don't really mind people watching porn, as long as it's not in public, of course. Lillian made her remark after considering the situation. Huh, that's surprising. I thought you'd be the type to make a fuss about that sort of thing. Debonair's eyes widened slightly. Well, sure, I have my opinions, but it's a biological thing, right? Can't be helped. Better that than meddling and making things awkward for everyone. As long as it's not in public. You don't have to say it twice. I get it, I'm sorry. Whether it's watching porn or couples getting lively at night, I don't really mind. Hey, don't ignore me. But moderation is key. Fortunately, our uniforms can track location data, right? Along with our tablets and personal devices. These were measures meant to locate individuals in case of emergencies. Though from a privacy standpoint, they were somewhat controversial. If things get out of hand, we'll assign monitors. I'd prefer not to recommend it for privacy reasons, but it's a last resort. Still, to resolve this situation, we should at least consider straightforward punitive measures. Let's see something like giving them just an hour's worth of oxygen and sending them out on a spacewalk with nothing but a lifeline. For a brief moment, Cohen looked horrified. Reasonable, I'm in favor. Ares stated flatly, no way, that's insane. Delan reacted as if it were too extreme. The others were roughly split in their reactions. Lillian, isn't there a gentler approach? Perhaps sensing it was excessive, Richard spoke up. Lillian responded with a faint smile. Oh, I'm joking. In reality, it'd just be a standard EVA, external maintenance, visual debris monitoring, that sort of thing. Floating around in just a suit and lifeline, especially in this crisis. A fair punishment, I'd say. For something like this, though, a full marathon through the ship should suffice. She offered a compromise. Fine, I'll take responsibility. I'll do it. Steeling himself, Cohen nodded and stood. Cleaning in space, I'll do it. I'll take responsibility for this much, so let the others off the hook. Oh. Weltall seemed mildly intrigued by the unexpectedly bold declaration. Good attitude, Cohen. You've got a strong sense of responsibility. But what you'll be doing is the marathon. At this stage, Tiberius isn't fully secure yet. Of course, if things escalate beyond salvage, that's another matter. But this is still within laughable limits. While we'll discuss the specifics of disciplinary measures later, Gunnery Chief Cohen, you'll start your full ship marathon immediately. Understood. Yes, SIR. Cohen snapped a crisp salute and briskly set off. Watching the scene, Lillian allowed herself a small smile. For now, this leniency was permissible. Soon enough, a new enemy attack would come, along with new problems. Behind her smile, Lillian considered how to handle them. Fighting enemies is easier, not that I'd ever say that out loud. She mocked herself for the thought. It was almost frightening. As the meeting was wrapping up. Right. Lose her a moment. Weltall stopped her. The old her might have been flustered, but he'd never shown interest in Lillian before, nor had he ever used her name. So this, too, was another sign of change. Section. Relax, if you'd like. Something to drink, though all I have here is coffee. The location was the captain's quarters, temporarily assigned to acting Captain Weltall. Though used for training, Tiberius was a battleship designed for combat. The captain's room was spacious and comfortable. Is this a date invitation? They were alone together, but the current Lillian knew better. Still, she teased him lightly, only to receive an unexpected reaction. Don't be ridiculous. Weltall let out a small snort, displaying a boyish demeanor rarely seen in his past life. Well, that's unexpected. She found the thought genuinely amusing. No, nothing like that. I just have a few questions. Clearing his throat, Weltall reset the tone. He sat at the captain's desk. Lillian took the guest sofa. Of course, just a joke. That's what I mean. Are you really loser? Shaking his head in exasperation, Weltall then spoke firmly, tension filling the air. Well, it's only natural he'd be curious. Lillian already had an idea of what this was about. He was outstandingly sharp, no sarcasm, just fact. That was why he noticed the discrepancies in her behavior. Most students, preoccupied with survival, either didn't care or even relied on her now. But a few harbored doubts. Even Debonair had. As acting captain, Weltall had to address them. Since this crisis began, you've been a help. I'm grateful that's sincere. But to be blunt, why were you the way you were before? Oh, just wanted to enjoy my student days. She gave the same answer she'd given Debonair. No better excuse came to mind, and oversimplifying was safer than overcomplicating. Enjoy? I can understand that, I suppose. But Weltall wasn't so easily convinced. Even Lillian knew the excuse was flimsy. Besides, given the circumstances, it's better to take things seriously than joke around and get killed. Common sense, no. There's an old saying, a wise hawk hides its talons. If that's what you were doing, I'll accept it. But you want to say this situation feels too unnatural, too deliberate. That's what bothers you. You. Weltall's expression said she'd hit the mark. He, too, didn't believe this was just an accident. Probably neither had his past self. You noticed it too, then, that this warp incident is odd. Yes, it's not something that should have happened, yet it did. But investigating now would be difficult, it'd breed dissent. That's the gist, isn't it? Uncanny how aligned we are. Then tell me, do you think this was orchestrated? And if so, by whom? His tone held no accusation. Oh, you don't suspect me. She tested the waters. At first I did. But your actions make no sense as a culprit. Playing the fool while stirring chaos would have been more suspicious. Suddenly revealing competence during a crisis is practically asking to be doubted. That's why I ruled you out. My. Had her past self been suspected back then? Who did it? I don't know. Even if we investigated, evidence is likely long gone. A thorough search might turn something up, but it'd require the entire crew's cooperation, and a witch hunt would sour morale. Meanwhile, leaving the culprit at large might keep the ship safer. Isn't that the trade-off? Weltall's silence was agreement. To be clear, I have no leads on who or why. Our priority is returning to Earth. That's all that matters. Losing focus now would be unwise. Unity around their goal was fragile. Weltall seemed to grasp that. Even if we found the culprit, paranoia would spread. Internal collapse. It's frustrating, but we have to leave it be. Though if you are the mastermind, this situation suits you perfectly. That he'd say this to her face meant suspicion lingered, but also that he was willing to trust her, for now. And by sharing this, he might have already prepared others to doubt her if anything happened. Richard, his self-styled adjutant, was there, along with allies like Delan and Ares. A spy could be among them, but right now, I'm the prime suspect. Fair caution, prudence and audacity. Again, Lillian acknowledged his skill. He really should survive. Like Stella, he'll shape the Empire's future. Left alone, Weltall would rise and achieve greatness. All she had to do was not interfere. And besides, she has the guilt for splitting up certain young couple apart. Well then, I suppose it's about time. Staying alone in your room with you for so long might stir up strange rumors. And I'd feel bad for Stella, was it? That girl. Why bring up Stella? Aren't you two involved? Involved? What nonsense. But you were alone together, on the observation deck, weren't you? That was. This was an unexpectedly flustered side of him. In her past life, she had known Weltall as a mature, composed man, sharp and dignified. Yet now, he was behaving like a boy his age. Perhaps it was because Lillian's inner self was that of an old woman that she could perceive it this way. Or maybe it was because she now knew one of his secrets. Whatever the case, it felt, how should she put it, like watching an adorable grandson. Oh ho ho, I simply must survive this now, mustn't I? Teasing him deliberately yielded amusing reactions. Weltall seemed to realize he was being toyed with and took a deep breath to compose himself. Enough, that's all I wanted to say. Crossing his arms, he made it clear the conversation was over. Pushing further would be cruel, so Lillian decided to leave. Just then, as the door closed behind her, 3 girls who had been eavesdropping scrambled away, only to trip and tumble to the floor. She recognized them immediately, Stella, Debonair, and Frim. What an unusual trio. Lillian approached, and the girls exchanged glances before bowing their heads in embarrassment. This is your fault for being so clumsy. Debonair glared at Stella, but it was obvious she was just masking her own shame. Sorry. Stella shrank like a frightened animal. Sigh, I knew this would happen. Frim shook her head in exasperation. Lillian could guess most of it. The real question was, who started this? Hey, but it's because of Richard. Stella blurted it out without hesitation. Him again, probably spread some nonsense about them sneaking off together. It sounded exactly like something he'd do for fun. Frim had likely tried to stop them, but got dragged along in the end. Honestly, hold on a moment. Well, no helping it, time for this old woman to step in. With a sigh, Lillian reopened the captain's door. What now? Weltall, who had just begun his paperwork, shot her a puzzled look. Ignoring him, Lillian grabbed Stella's arm, hauled her up, and practically shoved her into the room. Stella flailed in confusion. What's this about? Weltall was equally baffled. She has business with you. I'll leave the rest to you 2 youngsters. With that, she shut the door, no objections allowed. Now then. Brushing her hands together like she'd just finished a chore, Lillian turned to Debonair and Frim. Care for some tea? The 2 blinked, then nodded timidly. Why, yes. Section, 5 days had passed since the battle with the destroyer. The future had shifted, if only slightly. During her break, Lillian reviewed the changes in her quarters. First, her own existence. That was undeniably the biggest change. The why of it she decided not to dwell on yet. Next was Tiberius's condition. In her past life, the surprise attack had damaged the subthrusters, making high-speed navigation impossible. Now, with some leeway, they could even conduct training drills, something unthinkable before. Even though it was called training, it was really just to confirm the movement of each section. But even that alone could drastically improve the response speed in an emergency. Back then, they were constantly dealing with crises and how to overcome them, with no time to relax. The atmosphere on the ship had become tense and prickly. Of course, the main cause of that tension had been herself, but looking back now, she could hardly believe they had managed to survive it all. One other important thing, there hadn't been any foolish attempts at desertion so far. Originally, that kind of incident had happened in her previous life because of something she caused. And now, the worry lingered that someone else might do it this time. So, she'd given strict instructions to the hangar crew to manage everything carefully. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be anyone trying to instigate a desertion, so no major issues had occurred thus far. But stress builds up no matter what, and letting one's guard down was not an option. Still, it's not heading in a bad direction, not a dramatically good one either, just slightly better, I guess. The provisional disciplinary rules within the ship seemed to be working, at least to some extent. The students were trying to behave themselves. A big reason for that was probably the example set by Cohen, the class clown. He had run himself into near unconsciousness with a punishment marathon. It had demonstrated how serious the consequences really were. A spacewalk with just 1 hour of oxygen and a single tether isn't exactly a joke, but hey, if someone really does something dangerous, I guess it makes a good example out of them. To avoid having to enforce such harsh penalties, something more positive was needed, some kind of change. The concern had already been raised in the squad leaders' meeting. The suggestion came from Richard. How about hosting a party, even just temporarily, to help everyone recover some spirit. Vanessa, the round-faced, red-haired life support squad leader, had chimed in, saying there weren't any real issues with food reserves. After all, spaceships were required to carry essential provisions at all times. Food and water were two of the big ones. There were 3 years' worth of food in frozen storage. And water was endlessly recyclable thanks to a cutting-edge filtration and purification system, an invention so revolutionary it was hailed as one of the greatest in human history. Because of all that, holding a party wouldn't have any real impact on operations. But in the end, the proposal was shelved. The prevailing opinion was that it was still too early to say they were truly safe. Even though, deep down, everyone probably just wanted to breathe for a moment. I wonder, is it true that couples really heat up during times like these? That slightly trashy thought flickered through her mind. Speaking of which, I wonder how those two are doing. Lillian hadn't followed up after leaving Weltall and Stella alone together. Well, whatever happened, they could do as they pleased. If they took things too far, even as captain, she'd have to crack down on them just like Cohen. Honestly, a bit of enemy activity would be the perfect kind of tension right now. Not that I could ever admit that out loud. Wait, am I really that much of a war junkie? Maybe she was feeling stressed in ways she hadn't even noticed, thinking about things she usually wouldn't. After all, she was never meant to be running a proper fleet. Even she could tell her thoughts were becoming uncharacteristic, but necessity had her racking her brain more than she'd expected. I kind of miss those carefree days. Maybe that was an important kind of talent too. For now, just like in her youth, when she didn't feel like doing anything, she collapsed onto the bed. Back in her previous life, she did this whenever she was demoted, just laid there, wasting time. As she aged, even that became difficult. In the end, she had lived her life in a wheelchair. It all felt like a distant memory now. Maybe because she now had a young, energetic body again. And yet, she still couldn't live a life of indulgence. Maybe that was just how deeply her old instincts were rooted. She was grateful for it, in a way. It kept her from making stupid choices, and most importantly, she remembered that future. That's why. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. It chimed like an antique bell, a strange touch of nostalgic imperial flair, one of many odd design choices aboard the ship. She could have ignored it, but then she heard Debonair's voice. Hey, wanna grab lunch? It had been ever since that first battle, Debonair had somehow gotten attached to her. Another sign of how different this future was turning out to be. Wait, if you're busy, it's totally fine, sorry. No, it's fine, let's go, I'm hungry anyway. Now that she thought about it, how do you make friends? She was pretty sure she had friends in her past life. Probably. The girls who always surrounded her weren't bad people, but they weren't cut out for the military. They couldn't keep their heads in an emergency. She still had some contact with them in this life, but not like before. She had distanced herself, maybe she'd been a little cold. Wait, were you sleeping? No, I just had some things to think through, but I got fed up and gave up. This is a nice distraction, thanks. Really? That's good then. After that, they headed to the mess hall and casually picked out some food, waiting while it cooked. For some reason, Debonair didn't sit across from her, but on her right side. Ship meals taste pretty good, but the variety's not great, huh? Kinda feels like one of those regular diners where you eventually end up ordering everything on the menu. What kind of comparison is that? Lillian doesn't quite grasp Debonair's analogy, but when it comes to taste, she nods in agreement. The Imperial Army has its perks, chief among them being the delicious onboard meals. The chefs are professionals, too. They're so skilled they could run their own restaurants even without serving on a battleship. Still, it feels kinda lifeless around here, doesn't it? A bit of chatter while waiting for their food. But no matter how hard they tried to keep the conversation light, the mood around them remained subdued. Can't be helped. We're still on high alert, though we can't stay like this forever. One big change, good or bad, and things'll shift. Yes, sooner or later we'll end up fighting again. No, we definitely will. No doubt about it. That's an unavoidable fact. Honestly, I hate it. When I enrolled here, I never thought I'd actually have to fight. I figured I'd graduate, get my certification, then find a civilian job or something. Nothing wrong with that. Nobody's forcing you to stay in the military. Though, well, this is a military academy. That said, the Imperial Army had grown complacent. Pirates ran rampant in the frontier sectors, causing no small amount of damage, but to Earth, the heartland, it was all a distant problem. Plenty shared Debonair's mindset. Yet now, the entire crew knew that mindset had to change. Whether they could adapt was another matter. I'm scared, honestly. Even stepping onto the bridge terrifies me. What if we take a direct hit? My body won't stop shaking. Even the ship rocking from attacks scares me now. Lillian, aren't you afraid? You always seem so composed. Hard to answer. It's not like I'm fearless. Truly. But the truth was, she had grown accustomed to it, and knowing fragments of the future gave her some leeway. Granted, that future was starting to shift, so she couldn't afford to let her guard down, but still, she had it easier than the others. Though the biggest difference likely came down to combat experience. I'm scared, but if it's with Lillian, I'd follow. Mind if I join you? Debonair's words were cut short as Frim slid into the conversation. She carried a plate stacked with 5 hamburgers. Oh, Frim, on break. Just wrapped up some work. As she spoke, Frim's gaze flickered toward Debonair. Debonair didn't exactly glare, but her expression turned slightly troubled. My apologies, am I interrupting? Not at all, come on, sit. Frim gave a small chuckle, and Debonair, perhaps a tad flustered, pointed to the seat across from her. With a lingering smile, Frim obliged. Why hamburgers? And 5 of them. Debonair stared at the towering stack. I like them. That's fine, I guess. I don't mind them either. But can you really eat all that? And they're all loaded with cheese. I like cheese. Won't you get heartburn? Or gain weight? Hee. Frim's smile seemed to say, I don't gain weight. I heard you've been organizing training schedules these past 5 days. The bridge crew, Weltall and the others, functioned as de facto leadership, so such tasks fell to them. Must be tough. Well, yes, but a ship runs on its entire crew. We have to make sure everyone's ready when it counts. What about you? Injuries might be few, but morale's low, and I'm sure there's plenty else keeping medical busy. True. Chief Medical Officer, Jameson's been grumbling about needing a psychiatrist. Aren't there students training in that field? They've collapsed. Oh dear. A lost cause then. If anything, medical was likely the most swamped right now. Under those conditions, Frim had every right to her 5 hamburgers. As they talked, Lillian and Debonair's meals arrived. Ah, right. Has Stella caused any more trouble? With all 3 now eating, the conversation resumed. Oh, speaking of her, why she's so weirdly knowledgeable about combat? She's an odd one, and apparently she's beaten the young lions a few times. What's her deal? To Debonair, Stella was as much an enigma as Lillian. She's a gamer. Frim answered breezily. That's it, sounds like talent to me. Can't spoil her. She gets carried away and sticks her nose into everything. Ah, there you are. Excuse me, Miss Loser. Like this, ahi. A loud voice echoed through the mess hall. Frim, who'd already polished off 2 burgers, winced at the sound. Oblivious to her dismay, Stella bounded over like an excitable puppy. Frim me. And then she spotted the last person she wanted to see. What's with the Rude. Sorry. Plotting something again. And no, the maintenance team had something to discuss, so I came too. Stella's eyes darted around, pleading for backup. Fine, I'll hear you out, but keep your voice down. Sorry anyway, here's the thing. After a quick bow to the others, Stella turned to Lillian and launched into her pitch. She's way too carefree, isn't she? Debonair watched, baffled. Always like this. Frim buried her face in her hands. Ignoring them, Stella pressed on. So, the fighter corps and I had a meeting. We think we should start early warning patrols. Tiberius has equipment for 3 recon craft. If we use them for regular sweeps, we might prevent surprise attacks. Plus, the fighter corps doesn't have much to do right now. True, they're stuck running sims, early warning patrols, Lillian considered the proposal and remembered something. Her own escape stunt. Ironically, it hadn't been entirely pointless. By sheer luck or a fluke of fate, it had revealed the enemy's presence. In fact, Lillian was chased and nearly killed. Is this the event replacing my little escapade? A stretch, perhaps, but the plan itself had merit. I'll talk to the captain after we eat. The future seemed to be shifting. Section, 6 hours later, the early warning mission was greenlit. Weltall authorized it immediately on one condition. The fighter corps tacticians, and CIC personnel were to hold thorough briefings and simulations. Maintenance was also ordered to rigorously inspect the 3 radar domes' radomes. Given the prep required, 6 hours was remarkably short. Additionally, Tiberius's full complement of 16 fighters couldn't be deployed. Some had to stay behind to guard the carrier. Only 1 radome-equipped craft and 4 escorts were cleared for sortie. Leading the escorts was, naturally, the fighter corps leader, Albero. Alongside him were 3 pilots of his choosing. The radome craft would be piloted by Delan. And just in case, maintenance officer Stella tagged along. The radome craft took point, flanked by its 4 escorts. Though called fighters, these were technically space combat craft, distinct from atmospheric aircraft. Think ultra-compact combat craft. Their design diverged from traditional fighters, tubular fuselages reminiscent of old-century rockets, with wings and tail fins tacked on. Fixed guns lined the nose, while rotating turrets on the dorsal and ventral armor covered all angles. The radome craft, however, leaned closer to a radar-specialized vessel than a fighter. It even had a rudimentary command system. Given that, Delan, an ace in carrier operations, was the obvious choice to accompany it. I don't get the acting captain's logic. Or should I say, the main operators. Albero, at the head of the formation, grumbled about the slow radome craft trailing behind. Delan made sense. The guy fancied himself a carrier commander, and they got along fine. But the extra girl? No clue. Sure, radomes were delicate. And yeah, maintenance had been triple-checking all electronic systems since the warp accident. Still, Albero couldn't wrap his head around it. We've reached the designated point. Are we really just waiting here? Yeah, the plan's to sync the radome with drones and extend our sensor range. No idea what Loser's thinking, but she's throwing drones at this like they're free. Maybe she's onto something. The fighters loitered at the edge of Tiberius's radar range. By syncing the radome with the ship's systems, they could relay real-time data back. Drones would stretch that coverage even further. Since the drones had their own propulsion, it'd take time, but it was the safer approach. Man, I just don't get it. It's not like we've got drones to spare, right? Why's the plan to burn through them like this? The observation drones aboard Tiberius were, of course, finite in number, 36 units total. Within Imperial territory, resupply would be possible, but with their return date still uncertain, even 40 or 100 drones would be precious cargo. Yet this time, they deployed 5, with no intention of recovery. It's simple, Stella answered Delan's question from the cockpit's rear seat, monitoring the radome and drone feeds. Human lives come first. Captain Weltall and Lillian must have decided broken machines are better than dead people. But still, hi, what's up? Nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think they're testing a hypothesis. A hypothesis? About what? Delan couldn't follow Stella's logic. Prioritizing lives was fair. Cool-headed, he might have used drones too. His pushback stemmed partly from lingering resistance toward Lillian. Yet that didn't mean he'd reject everything she proposed. Well, for example, why did the enemy charge straight at Tiberius? Isn't it standard to investigate an unidentified warship in your territory? Albero replied over the open comms. Normally, yes, but what are we doing right now? Recon? Exactly. Even if Earth's Imperial forces control this sector, do you think they monitor every inch of space? Radar isn't infinite, gaps exist. So that ship just happened to find us. We popped up on radar. Nah, that ain't it. Delan was a command candidate, a future admiral. Piecing together the clues, a pattern emerged. Now that you mention it, that is weird. Explain, we're lost here. Hey, Albero, we're stranded here 'cause of an accident, right? So we're told the warp drive is busted, right? An accident, so why'd that enemy ship find us so damn fast? Their radar must have. No clue what their radar range is, but come on. They'd need to know we'd be there to attack that quick, no hesitation. Even Albero could understand, once that was explained to him. At the same time, his face paled at the implication. An ambush, but how, why? That's what they want to find out, hence the drones. Delan finally understood. Their position might have been compromised. But that was still just a theory, another mystery. If the enemy knew their location, why no follow-up attacks? Maybe they had their own reasons. If so, do they want to find out? Either way, Delan could only tip his hat to the minds thinking 10 steps ahead. What the hell's going on in their heads? And Stella too, what's she seeing? It wasn't fear he felt, more like reliance, yet parts still eluded him. Obviously, nothing happening to be ideal. Yeah, but currently, the radome showed nothing. The freshly launched drones would take time to yield intel. He was curious what the dispersed sensors might catch, though success meant trouble. Drones stick out like a sore thumb. Despite the name, they were fighter-sized, bound to ping enemy radar, and likely that was part of the plan. Recon feels more like baiting an ambush. The intent was clear: lure the enemy out. It reminded Delan of an old educational cartoon where a cat fished with its own tail. Wasn't this the same? Nah, no way. Probably overthinking. But once the idea's there, it won't leave, if the enemy knew we were here from the start. A moment later, a shrill alarm cut his thoughts. Drone 3's down. No image or data feed. Stella's report drew a sigh from Delan. Stealth or jamming, either way, we've got company. His grip tightened on the control stick. In the cramped cockpit, he'd spotted the enemy. His non-combat craft carried civilians too. Albero. Torpedoes are greenlit, I say we retreat. Wish we could, but we wait. They hadn't stepped on the tail yet. This surprise attack relied heavily on luck. While recon was the stated goal, Lillian had weaponized a foolish memory from her past. The area Delan's team scouted was where she'd once fled in an escape pod. She'd kept this hidden, feeding navigation chief Myri a plausible lie about Tiberius detecting threats along this course to set the route. Whether the enemy still lurked there was unknown. The arrangement may change just as history changes. But no matter, no recon was wasted. If the zone was clear, it became an escape route. Spies aboard Tiberius or not, it changes nothing. If they exist and relayed intel, the enemy had to act. Now it's a race. Will our drones spot them first, or will they shoot the drones down? Either way, they reveal themselves. Lillian had another move. She deliberately proposed a smaller number of aircraft for the reconnaissance formation. She added plausible reasoning such as for small-scale reconnaissance and mothership protection, but at the same time, it meant using Stella and Delan as decoys. This strategy assumed that the enemy was trying to capture them. The opponent might think it would be easy to capture combat aircraft operated only by students in small numbers. The possibility of being shot down was naturally within their consideration. But if the opponent happened to be an intelligent being capable of thinking, the more cautious they were, the harder it would be for them to gauge the intent behind their actions. This is easy for us. If something happens to the observation drones, then the first phase of the operation is complete. If they're few in number, we can inflict damage by firing the battleship's long-range main guns and torpedoes. If it's a large fleet, we immediately retreat. Lillian looks around at the people on the first bridge. What if one of them is a spy? The thought of spies among them chilled her. However, she can't pursue that further right now. Above all, regarding this operation, there's a part where Lillian been somewhat pushing herself forward. There's also the possibility of being suspected in return. But I really don't get it. It was about an hour after the reconnaissance team had launched. Cohen leaned back in his seat and, looking up at the bridge ceiling, began to mutter such things. Hey, stop the private conversation, Myri promptly interjected. But you know, Cohen didn't stop. We were attacked, right? Why doesn't the enemy send a large fleet? Well, that's true, isn't it? During these past few days, probably every student had wondered about this, the attack from the mysterious enemy ship. Slipping past it and beginning to escape. The fact that there have been almost zero attacks during that time, that itself is one of the factors accelerating the anxiety. Acting captain, is there some kind of reason for this situation? No, first I should tell you to refrain from private conversation, is what I'd like to say, but I do have questions about that myself. Perhaps surprised at suddenly being brought into the conversation, it was an unusual reaction for Weltall. The enemy's movements are unnatural, but why they took such actions is completely unclear. Even assuming they conducted an intimidating reconnaissance, whether there was a need to sacrifice a single ship. And then we inadvertently destroyed the enemy ship. If so, we should be classified as a threat at this point. Then, forming a fleet of several ships to subjugate us, that would be the common way of thinking. However, there are no signs of that. Recognizing this as an informal conference, Myri also joins in. Yes, that's why I think it's eerie. We can't read what the enemy is thinking. But couldn't we also consider this? Coming to this space sector itself might require considerable preparation even for the enemy. Or perhaps they're behind us in terms of warp travel or space navigation. But this is merely speculation after all. The distance from Earth to the Horsehead Nebula is 1,500 light-years. In reality, Tiberius is believed to be somewhere between 300 to 600 light-years away. If so, from the perspective of the Horsehead Nebula, Tiberius' current location could also be considered just as distant. Those questions were never answered, even in the future. Or perhaps the information never reached Lillian. I see, even for Horsehead Nebula inhabitants, a 1,500 light-year journey isn't something they can undertake lightly. That's why the number of ships they can dispatch is limited. Or perhaps, while ultra-long-distance warp is possible, it requires preparation, making consecutive actions difficult. From Weltall's deduction, Lillian felt she had found an answer to one of the many questions that had lingered for over 60 years. Indeed, the attacks after Tiberius' return were sporadic at best. It took 4 years for a full-scale fleet battle to occur. The 1,500 light-year barrier might still be an unknown variable for both sides. If that's the case, how did the spies infiltrate Earth? No, Tiberius itself. Just as one question was resolved, another arose. Lillian nearly lost herself in the whirlpool of thoughts but shook her head, refocusing on the mission at hand. To solve those mysteries, she had to survive now and return to Earth. For that, this operation absolutely had to succeed. Incoming transmission from the scout team. Anomaly detected in observation drone number 3. At Debonair's report, the atmosphere on the bridge shifted instantly. Even if it was just one battle, that experience hadn't been wasted. The enemy had taken the bait. Now the operation would proceed to the next stage. Huh, Dryad, what does that mean? What's wrong, Communications Officer Debonair? The transmission wasn't over yet. Debonair tilted her head at the message before turning her gaze toward Weltall. From Dryad, they're requesting to have the carrier-based fighters stand by with torpedo armaments. Stand by. Where? On that point, they haven't detected the enemy ships yet. Weltall fell into brief contemplation, lasting about 2 seconds. Notify the fighter and maintenance divisions. Re-equip the carrier-based fighters with torpedoes and have them stand by. Be ready to sortie at any moment. Understood. Had he sensed Stella's intent, Weltall's decision was swift. Gunnery Chief Cohen, I'll need you on main cannon control again. Confirm coordination with CIC. Third bridge, keep your eyes on our radar. Engine room, prepare for maximum ignition at any moment. We may need to retreat. Orders came one after another, each relayed precisely to their respective teams via Debonair's communications. Well, are we launching an attack? Richard didn't seem opposed, but he whispered to Weltall as if seeking confirmation. Weltall smiled faintly before answering his old friend. If the enemy's lying in wait, then yes. We're always being hunted. Besides, if my hypothesis is correct, taking out this enemy will buy us some safety. If I'm wrong, well, we'll just have to laugh it off. Hope you're right, seriously. Yeah, otherwise this is the end for us. If their tech is leagues ahead of ours, we'll have no choice but to surrender, beg for our lives if we can. Despite his words, there was no resignation in Weltall's eyes. Richard recognized that expression, the face of a man who saw a chance at victory. Lillian noticed it too. After all, he was once her first love. She could still read him. At the same time, it was a very transparent gesture, one of a still young boy. Acting Captain, let's order the scout team to fire all their torpedoes before returning. If the drone malfunctioned, it's the enemy. Tiberius will advance temporarily to retrieve them, then withdraw immediately after. Right, I was thinking the same. Comms Officer Debonair, relay that to the scouts. Also, sync communications with Delan in CIC. He'll know what to do next. Permission for a torpedo attack, but not for defensive interception. This was a preemptive strike. More than that, it was effectively a declaration of war. In the past, we were the ones constantly ambushed. But not this time, we strike first. History is changing, whether for the better or worse, I don't know. The scout team had already begun their retreat from the sector. If an anomaly occurred in observation drone number 3, there was a 90% chance the enemy was present. In that case, lingering there served no purpose. Their squadron consisted of 5 units, one of which was unarmed. No matter how agile their fighters were, lacking firepower made them useless. And they still didn't know the enemy's exact composition. Delan, tell Albero, just fire all the space torpedoes they have left into drone number 3's sector, but set them for timed detonations to maximize the shockwave spread. The distance should be just past the drone. Hitting anything would just be a bonus. Got it. Before retreating, Stella had proposed a preemptive strike. Relayed through Delan, Albero agreed but argued that firing now might not inflict any real damage. Firing torpedoes is fine, but wouldn't it be better to confirm the enemy first? No, Albero, we're not counting on these torpedoes for damage. Right, Stella. Delan had already grasped Stella's plan. What do you mean, Delan? You're not saying we'll use the explosions to expose their numbers, are you? That's one idea, but no. The moment jamming started, the enemy showed fear of the drone. Staying hidden was pointless. They had to jam it. Observation drones were slow, fragile, and large for their kind, making them easier to detect than asteroids. Yet they remained active because the enemy likely wanted to avoid revealing their position via cannon fire trajectories or light signatures. Listen, Albero, the enemy panicked. If these were unmanned, they could have just charged recklessly like last time, which would have been bad for us. But this time's different. The enemy's nervous. You fighter pilots know, panic makes movement sloppy, revealing ingrained habits. They're manned craft, so we're inadvertently ambushing them instead. Exactly. Even as they debated, Albero's team had already prepped the torpedoes. Not only that, Tiberius had sent the scouts tactical data. This is Lillian of Tiberius. Navigation Chief Myrie has calculated the enemy's predicted position. Make use of it. Much appreciated. All right, listen up. Everyone, check the Nav Chief's projections and the drone's position. We're firing torpedoes just beyond the drone here. Albero's target was closer than Myrie's prediction, but farther than the drone, creating a wall of explosions. While space would dissipate the blasts instantly, this wasn't about damage, as the commanders had said. The reasoning was unclear, but orders were orders. At least someone smarter had thought it up, and Albero had no better ideas. The 4 fighters unleashed all their missiles, then turned, along with the recon plane, toward Tiberius. All units high-boost ignition. At Delan's command, the squadron activated high-boost for top-speed acceleration. It wasn't warp, but it covered long distances fast. The downsides? No mid-course corrections, unusable in debris-heavy zones, and a 5-second limit. The boost pushed them to Mach 51, but safety protocols prevented higher speeds, even in space. Now, let's see how the enemy reacts. If they faced a fleet of dozens, fighting was impossible. Hoping otherwise, Delan muttered as the high boost's lightscape blurred past. No, we'll be fine. In the brief 5-second window, Stella answered, The enemy, I think there are few. That's awfully specific. The boost was ending, because As their speed dropped, Stella noticed drone number 3's destruction signal. The enemy may have grown impatient and started attacking. At the same time, the jamming must have been deactivated. With nothing left to block the signal, the drone continued to send the remaining observation information as if to fulfill its last task. Stella scanned the data and spoke. I've seen that enemy before, a long time ago when I was little. Enemy count 3 ships. 2 are the destroyer types that attacked the ship recently, and the remaining one. Based on its signature, it's large, but not as big as Tiberius. Lillian didn't have confirmed intel, but if she had to guess, the last one was probably a cruiser. A highly mobile, terrifying opponent. Section, the alarm blared through Tiberius. Most of the students would probably prefer never hearing it again, but now that it was ringing, there was no stopping the battle from beginning. Bracing against fear, nausea, the urge to wet themselves, suppressing every negative emotion, the students had no choice but to fight. Because they all knew, if they didn't, there would be no tomorrow for them. The same went for the bridge. Facing their second real battle, many were trembling again. Weltall was no exception, his fingers unconsciously gripping the armrests of the captain's chair. The only one who remained calm was Lillian. Not that she felt no fear, but somewhere along the way, her sense of life and death had warped. Combat exhilarated her, made her feel truly alive. That said, she wasn't so battle-crazed that she wanted to fight all the time. It's going well, I'm on a roll, let's leave it at that. Smirking inwardly at her own bad habit, Lillian kept her composure. At the same time, Tiberius received reconnaissance data. The display showed the enemy's approximate numbers, ship types, and relative distance. The remaining operational drones continued long-range observation. The scouts were unharmed, having finished their high boost and were now heading to the rendezvous point. Lillian shared the intel with the second and third bridges before turning to the captain. Captain, recon report. I recommend accelerating Tiberius to regroup. Also, I'd like to propose a coordinated strategy with CIC. Permission to proceed. After receiving the report, Weltall nodded. Go ahead. Debonair, open a line to CIC. Yes, sir. Ares' face appeared on the edge of the main monitor. This is Ares. What's up? Ares, I have a proposal, listen. Before he could respond, Lillian continued. I want to temporarily hand over main gun control to you. Hey, hold on. Cohen reacted, but Lillian ignored him. You've seen the enemy intel. 3 ships, fast-moving formation, but they're in a fleet. You're Ares, the master of defense and mobility. Don't you know exactly what kind of attack they'd hate, what defensive maneuvers they'd take? Whether he took it as a light taunt or not, Ares' expression stiffened. Just slightly, barely a few millimeters. Real combat's different from simulations, but fine, I'll show you. Perfect. Keep the line open with Delan. You two know how to sync up, right? Is that sarcasm because you beat us before? It's called faith. If it's too much, the captain or I can take over. Unnecessary. I get the gist of your plan. Cohen, you hearing this? Ares then turned his gaze toward Cohen. I'll leave the finishing blow to you. With that, Ares remained online and took command of main gun control. Recon squad request from Delan. He wants the torpedo squadron launched. As Debonair confirmed Delan's transmission, Weltall immediately issued orders. Launch all fighters, but hold position. No attacks until my direct order. Timing is critical for this operation. The instant the command was given, tension aboard Tiberius peaked. 11 remaining fighters launched simultaneously from Tiberius. Forming squads of 5 and 6, they split left and right, taking up positions before entering standby. Tiberius advanced, effectively leaving the fighters behind. But this is fine. The fighters will high boost for 2 seconds, then hold at a distance. We'll retrieve the scouts, exchange some fire, then fall back. Now, let's see how you move, Horsehead Nebula fleet. From the enemy's point of view, the move must seem inexplicable. Tiberius' actions would seem erratic, almost incoherent. Long-range radar contact, scouts detected. Prepare for retrieval. The moment it's done, inform Ares to begin the attack. Understood, relaying to CIC. Commence attack immediately upon scout retrieval. Enemy predicted course calculated. 4 patterns, displaying on sub-screen. The flurry of activity on the bridge wasn't chaotic. If anything, it was smooth. Maybe because they had combat experience now, but some never improved, no matter how many battles they fought. One of the reasons the old empire fell. Yet now, there was no sign of such weakness on this bridge. They're all so capable. In past, me wasted all of them. What a curse I was. This time, I won't let that happen. Unconsciously, Lillian smiled at the sight. Prepare for enemy short-range warp. Bow torpedoes ready. After retrieving the scouts, we fall back temporarily. Weltall's orders were concise. Normally, a battleship wouldn't dart back and forth like this. It invited confusion. And acting alone was unheard of unless you were a destroyer or patrol craft on reconnaissance. However, the current Tiberius is only 1 ship, and it does not have any reinforcements. If it is to compete with the enemy on an equal footing, there is no way it can stop and engage in a firefight. There simply isn't enough firepower. If it stopped to trade blows, it would be surrounded, its shields collapsing instantly. A battleship had to fight with mobility now. Worse, Tiberius' warp drive was still under repair. To escape this crisis, it had to defeat the enemy somewhere. If we had our own fleet, they wouldn't dare use warp tactics so freely. As Richard muttered, Weltall gave a small nod. Normally, warping into the heart of an enemy formation was suicidal, a reckless gamble. The earlier destroyers were likely drones. That's why they could afford such recklessness. Though there are terrifying individuals who do it anyway, Richard's mind flashed to a certain girl. Exactly, a weakness of going solo. The Scouts' torpedoes might buy us some time, but once we retrieve them, nothing will stop the enemy from warping in at their leisure. They've already breached our explosive barrier. The Scouts' torpedo volley wasn't meant to destroy. 4 fighters alone couldn't deal meaningful damage to a 3-ship fleet, not with their point defense and shields. If the enemy hadn't noticed the fighters, they might have had a chance, but even then, the risk outweighed the gain. Still, it's strange. Their attacks are oddly weak. Do they have a reason not to sink us? Not that I'm complaining. Who knows? You'd have to ask their crew directly. Maybe they'd even answer. Doubt it, they fired first. Reason doesn't matter now, we just need to get back to Earth. If they're in the way, we'll break through. Right. Richard turned his attention back to the main monitor. Tiberius telescopic cameras locked onto the Scouts. As acting XO, Richard issued retrieval orders. The enemy might close in during recovery. Ares, you hearing this? Lillian, also monitoring, added. Preparations complete for striking predicted warp exit points. Tell the Scouts, if they fly straight, no friendly fire. Got it. Comms Officer Debonair. Channels already open. Thanks, Delan, just keep coming straight. We're ready for emergency retrieval. Amid the flurry of orders, a dozen torpedoes launched from Tiberius bow. Simultaneously, the Scouts were hauled back aboard via emergency retrieval, fighters decelerating as the mothership caught them with massive wire nets and cushioning systems. All Scouts recovered. At the same instant, a distant explosion flared ahead, then vanished just as quickly. Alarms blared through Tiberius. Warp distortion detected, enemy has warped in, distance 800,000. CIC. Lillian's command overlapped with Ares' actions. Though still out of effective range, the main guns fired heavy particle rounds while additional torpedoes arced out, curving toward their targets. 2 destroyers and a cruiser emerged from warp. The cruiser type also had the same shape as the destroyer, semi-elliptical hull, its rounded bow lined with parallel-mounted main guns. At this distance, the destroyers easily dodged the particle fire while the cruiser's shields deflected it. The torpedoes were shot down by point defense guns. Captain. Lillian turned to Weltall, signaling everything was in place. Full reverse while firing main guns and torpedoes. To the enemy, the movements must have seemed utterly incomprehensible. One moment, the ship charged forward boldly to attack, only to suddenly retreat, as if avoiding a head-on clash. Of course, fighting multiple enemies alone makes retreat the logical choice. But then, what was the point of deploying Scouts or revealing presence with attacks? It's practically inviting danger for no reason. That would be the natural conclusion. Though what must have shocked them most was how precisely the Scouts pinpointed their location. Too bad for them. I already knew. What luck that they were exactly where I remembered. And then, what could be interpreted as a preemptive strike? They weren't hunters lunging at their prey. They were dogs whose noses had just been smacked, left to watch their quarry escape. But if they pressed their numerical advantage, the ship would be cornered. So it had no choice but to shake off that disadvantage. Report from CIC, Delan and Albero have returned. Oh, and apparently Dryads with them too. Lillian responded in Weltall's stead, as he was fully occupied, directing combat maneuvers. No point recalling them to the hangar now. Tell Delan to stand by and await orders for the fighter squadrons. Tiberius continued its retreat, swinging its stern like a serpent evading pursuit. Most of the enemy's shots went wide, and the few that were on target were too far to penetrate the shields, easily deflected. The only real threat was the guided torpedoes, unaffected by range attenuation, but the enemy fleet effortlessly shot them down with both guns and point defenses. The explosions and scattered debris made it seem unlikely the enemy could execute a short-range warp so easily. Warp is a delicate thing. Attempting to warp out amid debris risks catastrophic collisions, and the chaotic magnetic fields from explosions could scramble coordinates. Worst case, they might vanish into another dimension entirely. Yet the distance between the ship and the enemy steadily shrank. Once the shock waves subsided and debris was cleared with gunfire, it would only be a matter of time before they resumed short-range warps. And soon, the enemy's attacks began reaching the ship. enemy destroyers and cruiser maintaining distance at 700,000 units. Though the destroyers had surged ahead, all three ships maintained fleet formation. At this range, their volleys, like the ships, were easily blocked by shields, but Tiberius was still overwhelmingly outnumbered. The echoes of shield impacts reverberated through the ship, louder than ever before. Like plunging through a thunderstorm, flashes of light and concussive blasts shook the students, primal fear gripping them. Yet they'd endured this once already. Most clenched their teeth and held firm. Amid it all, Lillian alone had the presence of mind to monitor the data. Captain, detecting enemy warp distortion. A short-range warp. They'd likely emerge at the last possible distance to avoid collision. A warp right into the heart of the enemy fleet, like in the simulation with Delan and Ares, was unthinkable for a manned vessel. Failure wouldn't just mean a head-on crash. Overlapping spatial coordinates would annihilate both ships. That tactic only worked in simulations, with no lives at stake. And the enemy destroyer last time was unmanned. That's why it could pull off such reckless maneuvers and rapid short-range warps. But what if the enemy was suicidal? The dark thought flickered through Lillian's mind. Yet they couldn't destroy this ship. The existence of a spy had solidified into near certainty in Lillian's mind. Could they really sink their own allies so callously? Their oddly restrained attacks weren't complacency or underestimation, they had no choice. And that was the ship's opening. Here they come, shields to maximum, cease retreat. Engine room, prepare main thrusters for ignition. Stand by for my signal. Weltall diverted Tiberius's energy from offense to defense. Simultaneously, CIC reported that main gun control had been returned to Cohen. The enemy fleet shimmered like a mirage, then vanished. An instant later, they reappeared 300,000 units ahead of Tiberius. A blinding flash and devastating shockwave struck again, yet the battleship's shields held firm. For now. Shield output down to 43%. Surface armor damage detected. Port observation deck block destroyed. Lillian reported the shield's endurance. Total failure was inevitable. The ship itself wasn't critically damaged, yet. But a cruiser's shot had partially breached the shields, residual energy carving into Tiberius's port armor. The loss of the retracted weather deck section was a shock to the crew. Thankfully, no students were there, but it was a grim reminder of mortality. Noticing the damage, the enemy accelerated, closing in. Now's the time. Bite that cruiser's ass. As if waiting for the cue, Delan's voice crackled through comms. In an instant, fighter squadrons, split into two groups, high-boosted in from behind the enemy fleet. In 3 seconds, they arrived, unleashing every torpedo before breaking away. The enemy fleet must have noticed the high-boosting fighters, but their reaction was a split second too late. The squadrons had lain in wait, systems at minimal activity. Had the enemy deployed recon drones, things might have been different. They likely never imagined the ship had already deployed fighters. A single ship mimicking carrier tactics and fleet maneuvers had clearly rattled them. Torpedoes hit, now. Dozens of torpedoes struck the enemy's stern. Some were intercepted, but the point-blank explosions strained their shields, followed by direct hits. Too late to change course. They'd missed their chance to scatter. The cruiser bore the brunt. Positioned at the rear as the flagship, it took the most damage. The sudden overload vaporized its shields in seconds. Cohen. Lillian's shout went unanswered. He'd already fired. Not sporadic, random shots meant to restrict the opponent's course or keep them at bay, but a straight course aimed for a direct hit. The dull glow of heavy particles carves into the cruiser's armor with overwhelming heat energy. A single destroyer moved forward as if to become a shield, but it was merely a suicidal act. The cruiser had already reached its critical point, with explosions erupting from various sections. Tiberius's main guns scored a direct hit on the destroyer caught in this chaos. Though it tried to withstand with its slightly remaining shields, combined with the strain from the exploding cruiser behind it, the two ships vanished unceremoniously. The enemy is in confusion. The remaining destroyer had no choice but to make indecisive advances, neither fully retreating nor attacking, but by now it was merely a target. Fire! A full barrage from the main guns. The destroyer somehow managed evasive maneuvers, but took a direct hit to its stern, moving away while performing irregular maneuvers like a leaf tossed in the wind. A few seconds later, the hull showed a slight bulge like a balloon about to burst, and then its signal disappeared. Section: a single ship's victory over a fleet of 3. For these students, the result was more than just a win. They were alive, against impossible odds without a single loss. That fact sank in. When the end of battle was declared, the interior of Tiberius was filled with thunderous cheers. In that moment alone, whether they had been at odds with each other or had never even met, people embraced whoever was nearby, shook hands, exchanged smiles, and shouted until their voices grew hoarse. Though they had been boiling with excitement over the dramatic victory, now many students were sleeping like logs. As if a taut string had suddenly snapped, the ship fell silent. Perhaps to signal that night had come, the lights had dimmed. Although you could still hear the voices of the few students who remained awake and the sounds of the maintenance crew repairing the blown-out port observation deck, a different kind of atmosphere flowed through the ship, one that felt almost peaceful. Weltall permitted this as well. Without such a respite, their mental fortitude wouldn't hold, and now was the time to share in the joy of survival. Even so, vigilance could not be neglected. Naturally, they needed to continue operations at each station in shifts. Nevertheless, the ship remained quiet. The first bridge, which had been so noisy during combat, now had its lighting lowered. Still, the system itself remained functional, with panels glowing faintly like illuminations. Lillian was there, on alert standby duty. Somehow, this feels nostalgic. In this darkness, she simply gazed vacantly into space. This had been her daily routine after the decisive battle in her previous life. Day after day, endlessly circling through meaningless regions of space, counting unchanging starlight until the day ended. For over 60 years, Lillian lived that way, occasionally killing time by playing fleet battles in simulations, and when she got bored, she'd go back to counting stars. Like that, she wasted time on meaningless things, only to finally vanish in the light of heavy particles as a sacrificial pawn. And then, before she knew it, she was back in the past, living her life all over again. History has changed in small ways. Right now, my memories still give me a major advantage, but though the Tiberius was exhilarated by this battle's victory, complete safety was far from guaranteed. Amidst it all, Lillian was the only one who knew a portion of what was to come. Some details had shifted, but the broad strokes remained the same. After this battle, the next enemy attack wouldn't come for quite some time. Frankly, this battle had been the biggest hurdle. Managing to break through, while minimizing damage, could even be called a stroke of luck. Because in her past life, the Tiberius had suffered damage to its secondary guns, and its armor had been riddled with cracks. They hadn't even deployed fighters, instead charging into enemy lines like an old-fashioned fleet battle, exposing their flanks as they exchanged broadsides. There had been no other choice. It was a tactic meant to catch the enemy off guard, but it had been dangerously reckless. And the one who had forced them into that position was none other than herself. Now that I think about it, they must have already written us off. We were only recovered because we survived. Though they had escaped in a lifeboat, they weren't retrieved until after the battle. Looking back, she couldn't shake the feeling they were used as decoys. At the time, she had managed to evade enemy pursuit with some godlike piloting skills, but the more she remembered, the more embarrassed she felt. At least that didn't happen this time. Why was I such an idiot back then? Thinking too much about the past made her whole body crawl, so she tried not to dwell on it. That's all in the past now. She had to focus on the future. Yes, the future. There were things she must do to prepare for the decisive battle 4 years from now, but before that, she needed to ensure the Tiberius returned safely. And then, in the end, I never figured out who the spy was. If the spy had reported their movements in detail during the last battle, they wouldn't have escaped without heavy losses. Lure them in, then ambush them. If the enemy had known about their fighter squadron's movements, the entire plan would have collapsed. That said, it was too soon to assume there was no spy on the bridge. During combat, suspicious activity would be impossible, so the only chance to report would have been before the battle began. Even if I combed through the Tiberius's communication logs, I doubt I'd find anything. Of course, no fool would use the ship's official comms for that, but unless they used some method to transmit, the enemy wouldn't have known their location. And yet, they were still pursuing them. Though, admittedly, the fleet they just fought was likely their main search force. The rest were just destroyers, numerous, but nothing more. Why they had been so hesitant to commit their full strength was beyond her. There was still too much she didn't understand about the enemy. But if I checked the frequency logs, wait, it's not like I can even read those bands. I've only ever handled basic comms, receiving and replying. Honestly, analyzing detailed frequencies was the job of a communications officer. Asking them to investigate without solid proof would just seem suspicious. Unfortunately, Lillian had never learned that side of things. Out of necessity, she had picked up basic navigation, rudimentary helm control, and main gun management, but 60 years had felt long, yet somehow not long enough. Enough. I'll think about it once we're back on Earth. Lillian leaned back in her seat and stretched slightly. Before long, the relief crew arrived on the bridge. It was Cohen. Still half asleep, he rubbed his eyes and let out a big yawn. Hey, good work, shift change. Yeah, try to stay awake. That's what this sugarless coffee's for. Holding a large bottle under his arm, Cohen yawned again. Mess hall's handing out stuff. Protein bars, want one? I'll take it. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. And no watching porn, got it? Not on the job, but hey, someone's been spreading that story around. Mind shutting it down. Your own fault. Cohen didn't reply, just shrugged with a resigned sigh. Leaving the easygoing guy in charge, Lillian stepped away from the bridge. The mess hall had food and drinks ready. The logistics team must have been working hard, so she decided to head there. But on the way, Chief Engineer Seo. She nearly ran into the tall, burly man skillfully pushing 2 floating trays stacked high with snacks. Oh, Lieutenant Luzal, off duty. Yeah, just handed over my shift. But still all this. What, not allowed? This is for the repair crew. You saw the observation block got blown clean off, right? That's at least a full day's work. Gotta keep their energy up. Well, not like we can fix the whole block. Just patch the hole and slap on some armor. He made it sound simple, but it was a massive job. Stella was probably roped into it too. Actually, was she even doing her maintenance duties properly? She was still technically part of the repair team, and the one keeping her away from it was Lillian herself. Still, damage like this is where we get to show our skills. The captain and the others, even Stella, were singing your praises. We all won this together, but sorry for pulling Stella away from your team. Nah, she's way more lively on your side, probably suits her better. And Seo hesitated for a moment. Crap, the kids'll be starving soon. Gotta go. Right, take care. Watching him leave, Lillian realized just how little she knew about Stella. She was a good kid, no doubt, but in her past life, she had done some extreme things. Eliminate obstacles, ignore those who don't interfere. In a way, she was kind. If you didn't oppose her, she would dismiss you as not worth her attention. But disagree even slightly, and you'd be thrown into the garbage disposal fleet. Back then, Stella hadn't trusted anyone, probably not even the friends she had once had. Lillian definitely don't want her ending up like that again. Maybe I should look into it. It's a bit nosy, but understanding someone requires knowing their past. Lost in thought, she neared the mess hall. She was a little hungry. Cohen's protein bar could wait, but she wanted something to drink first. Maybe she would make herself some tea. Back then, it had been one of her few hobbies, the only thing she took pride in. Even during emergencies, she had stubbornly brewed it, and even after her demotion, she had kept the habit. A few good memories were worth revisiting. The mess hall stocked tea leaves. Honestly, the Empire's food situation was one thing worth praising. Normally, the logistics team handled it, but if she asked, she could make it herself. They even had a full tea set, unnecessarily elaborate. Feeling a small spark of anticipation, she walked down the corridor, when an unusual pair of voices caught her attention. What were you thinking? First, Frim's sharp tone. What do you mean? I did what was necessary. In that situation, it was the only option, unless you had a better idea. The reply came from Richard. With few people around, their argument was quiet but audible. They stood by a vending machine in the hallway, Richard holding a can of juice. Frim must have run into him, and the atmosphere was oddly tense. Don't give me that crap. You're just wagging your tail for Gundaman. Say what you want. You'd have done the same if you were there. Or would you rather sit and wait to die? I'd never side with Gundaman. Then stop me. Go ahead, try. You can't, so you're taking it out on me. Pathetic, don't you think? A sharp slap echoed. Frim had struck Richard across the face. Hey now, let's stay calm. Lillian couldn't ignore that. Pretending she had just arrived, she hurried over. Huh? Frim whipped around, fury in her eyes, but the moment she saw Lillian, she froze, then quickly looked away and ran off. Wait, Frim. Let her go, she's got her reasons. Reasons? What's going on between you two? Lillian moved to follow, but Richard stopped her. Even during simulations, Frim had always been sharp with Richard. They definitely weren't lovers, but their closeness was unusual. Brother and sister, that's all. The secret slipped casually from Richard's lips. What? But your surnames. We were adopted by different families. Not so rare these days, right? And hey, we both landed in good places. Richard's tone was light, almost careless. Noble families without heirs often adopted children. Among the old aristocracy, bloodlines mattered, but for lower-ranking houses, adoption was common, sometimes even taking in unrelated children just to preserve the family name. A last resort, really. Still, really, can't yell at Well or you, so she takes it out on her big brother, scary little sister. Yell about what? Stella, you put her in the scout team, right? Frim thinks it's too dangerous. But she can't complain to Well directly, and since Stella's your friend, she can't yell at you either. So here I am. What can I say? Big brothers endure their sisters' tantrums. With a wry smile, Richard rubbed his cheek and walked off. Left alone, Lillian stood there, stunned by the revelation and a lingering sense of unease. Siblings. It really hit her. She knew nothing about them. No, not just them. Looking back, she had never paid attention to any of the bridge crew in her past life. But if she was serious about what lay ahead, that had to change. She needed to understand them better. Epilogue. A future full of things to do. Tiberius was experiencing a bizarre sensation, like the onset of seasickness. Though there was no physical turbulence inside the ship, it felt as though they were riding small, intermittent swells. Many spacers never grow accustomed to this warp sensation. The Imperial Navy has been working on countermeasures for warp sickness, but Lillian knows it will take at least 20 years for any real progress. Yet in just 4 years, warp distances will expand dramatically, making 100 or even 200 light-years a strategic possibility. By 60 years later, even a 1,000 light-year journey would become feasible with just a few warps. Compared to the present, where safety concerns limit jumps to 10 or 20 light-years, the difference is staggering. Full system check, maintain perimeter vigilance, confirm shield deployment. Weltall's orders echoed through the dimly lit bridge. Short-range warp successful. Test distance, 1 million kilometers cleared. First, a trial run, a short-range warp, not yet light-years. Myri's voice trembled as she reported, tears welling up by the end. We did it. We actually warped. We can warp now. Cohen leaped from his seat, his whole body radiating joy. A full week had passed since their battle with the 3-ship fleet. In that time, Tiberius had been attacked twice, both times by what appeared to be unmanned drones. Neither posed any real threat. The assaults felt half-hearted, almost perfunctory. Whether that was sheer luck or the momentum from their earlier decisive victory, no one could say. Perhaps because the warp drive had avoided damage in this timeline, repairs progressed far faster than expected. Still, long-distance warps remained out of reach. This short-range test was a one-time trial. Afterward, the drive required further maintenance. Not every stressed component had been fully repaired. Even so, the mere fact that they could warp was cause for genuine celebration. With repeated adjustments, once long-distance warps became viable, their return to Earth would be all but assured. Of course, they couldn't let their guard down. Everyone knew that, but knowing didn't make this joy any easier to suppress. Even Weltall, seated in the captain's chair, seemed to share the sentiment. For the first time in days, he slumped back, tension draining from his body. He exhaled deeply, smiled faintly, and locked eyes with Richard standing beside him. Richard, ever expressionless, gave a small nod. "How long until the warp drive is fully adjusted?" Richard asked debonair. A request to relay the question to engineering. For short-range warps, about 3 hours. If we complete 4 more short jumps without issues, long-range will be possible. Understood. Tell engineering and maintenance to begin adjustments immediately. As Richard relayed the order, Weltall added, "Now that we can warp, we've gained a way to evade combat. Until adjustments are complete, remain vigilant, but I authorize the postponed celebration. Inform the entire ship. Once our first historic long-range warp is complete, we'll make it a grand one. The announcement sent students across Tiberius into cheers. Seeing this, Lillian finally felt the weight on her shoulders lift. Everything was going well. Too well, perhaps? Well, no matter. Tiberius would return home just as history recorded, with no casualties, less damage than before, and a major victory under its belt. But they couldn't relax. The enemy might strike precisely because of this moment. Lillian reached for her console, checking the monitors. They were skilled, but still kids. They needed rest somewhere. That was her last thought before her consciousness flickered out. Just before, she'd heard a voice, Debonair's, Myery's, Cohen the Joker's, or Stress. Lillian woke 8 hours later, or so she was told. However, this was inside a sleep capsule prepared in the medical bay. Setting aside physical injuries, it's a device that refreshes mental strain and promises quality sleep. Though it was boasted as equipment that could provide the equivalent quality of 6 hours of sleep in just 1 hour. In cases like this, where mental stress needed to be resolved at its root, the device's refresh function had to be used at a leisurely pace, requiring 6 to 8 hours of sleep. It's a device that could certainly be criticized for being the complete opposite of its advertised claims. But since simply taking time with it serves as a basic treatment, it ultimately ends up being deployed on all Imperial vessels. You were under extreme stress. How do you feel? When Lillian next opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was Frim's pure white hair. As the capsule opened with a hiss of escaping air, she felt a slight chill. Though still in her uniform, this was likely due to the sleep capsule. Perhaps her body temperature had dropped from sleeping for so long, though this wasn't supposed to be a cryogenic sleep device. I don't think it's bad. The sensation of stress being relieved is difficult to perceive. How did the short-distance warp experiment go? Frim let out a small sigh. From Lillian's perspective, it was a why that reaction kind of moment. I had a feeling you might be like this, but you're a worrywart just like Stella. Don't worry. Now, let's see, we've conducted 2 more short-distance warps since you collapsed, so next would be preparation for a long-distance one, ideally. Frim spoke while recording the vital data displayed on the device next to the capsule. Any enemy attacks? None so far. Personally, I don't think they'll come back. We gave them quite a thrashing. Or rather, that's the source of your stress. You worry too much about everything. It's necessary to some extent, but Lillian, you're trying to shoulder everything yourself. Was that casual, somewhat dismissive response a reaction to her unchanging attitude? And that observation about trying to shoulder everything, it felt like a pinpoint strike on a slightly painful spot. Still, it's not like she had anyone to consult with. I'll be careful. But that's just how the first bridge is. There you go again anyway. The medical chief has strictly ordered me to give you a sedative and 1 more day of rest. All right, I get it, I'll rest. Hey, don't get angry yourself. You'll end up in the same state. Having no comeback to that, Frim's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked away. Why are there so many people like this? It's because you're earnest. And kind. Please don't change the subject. I'm just telling the truth. Seemingly resigned to having every comment smoothly countered, Frim stopped nagging. I need to record this in your chart, so I have some questions. Do you know what's causing your stress? After that, Lillian underwent some routine examinations and psychological tests. It was only natural that no issues were found. After Frim compiled everything in the chart, she remained silent for a while before raising her face with newfound resolve. About the other day, I apologize for the unseemly display. That I was surprised. Why, I was startled, but... Well, it's just that person is treated as the acting executive officer, and is someone with expectations on him, right? Plus, he's one of the popular students at school, and I got into a fight with someone like that and slapped his face. Your siblings, right? When Lillian asked this while glancing around cautiously, Frim showed a slightly surprised expression, but quickly nodded. Richard told you, I see. I wasn't planning to hide it, but there wasn't any particular need to mention it. Well, that makes sense. There's that saying about fighting being a sign of closeness, and I don't think a relationship where you can express your true feelings is a bad thing. It's not that good. Frim's eyes seemed to be looking somewhere distant. Do you dislike him? I don't know, that's just how his personality is. I've never known what he's thinking, though I'm sure he's good at navigating social situations. It seemed there was some complex relationship beyond just being siblings, but Lillian couldn't pursue that further. You seem quite tired yourself. We're both dealing with our fair share of worries. It's part of my job. Well, it's part of my job to care about these things too. Frim gave a bitter smile. She thought that she might not be able to win against this person. But you're off duty now, so if I catch you... Ah, you're awake. It was Debonair who entered the supposedly quiet medical bay with an inappropriately loud voice. Perhaps unsurprisingly, since that incident, Debonair had been following Lillian around, though she was serious during duty hours. Please, could you keep it down? You again. Debonair looked slightly annoyed. That's my job. And here, I'd appreciate some quiet. Yes, yeah. More importantly, are you okay now? Debonair brushed off the question as she hurried over to Lillian. Seems I've had plenty of rest, and my body's fine. Though the doctor's orders say no work, so unless I'm called, I'll be resting in my room. Oh, right, you two, come to my room. I'll treat you to some tea. But... Frim hesitated, flustered, but Debonair was eager. Yes, absolutely. You too, I'm sure you've got a lot on your mind, but if you collapse like I did, things'll get messy, won't they? I'll show you some good tea. It'll lift your spirits. I'll even teach you how to brew it. I may not look it, but I'm picky about tea. Only downside is what we have here is freeze-dried, so the flavor's a bit lacking. Well, guess this is Lillian's chance to show off. She'd been overthinking things. No, the truth was, she'd been trying to do everything. But they were all capable, more so than she'd given them credit for. The fool who'd been holding everyone back was gone, so maybe it was okay to relax just a little. Still, there was work left, explaining things to Earth, the future Marshal's promotion, the young Commodore's paths forward, her own position. Her comrades, the war, the stalled military reforms. But that was a problem for after they returned to Earth. So for now, she'd take them up on their offer and rest. Now that she thought about it, ever since her consciousness had flickered out in the glow of the heavy particle beam, she hadn't really rested. Soon after, the final short-range warp test concluded. After 6 more hours of adjustments, the Tiberius successfully executed a long-range warp. With that fact, and its results, in hand, their return to Earth was assured. This event would come to be known as the miracle return of the battleship Tiberius. No one yet knew the impact it would have on the Earth Empire. Not even Lillian. This was the dawn of a new history. From here on out, her knowledge of the future held no advantage. For Earth, weeks after the Tiberius disappearance, they would see their blue planet again with their own eyes. Amidst shock, emotion, and all the political chaos that came with it. Section 1 additional note, every cadet aboard the Tiberius graduated safely. Of course they would. They'd experienced more than any graduation exam could throw at them and lived to tell the tale. They'd all seen real combat. More than that, they'd accomplished an interstellar voyage longer than anything even seasoned Imperial officers had attempted. After the incident, Lillian, smothered by her overprotective parents, was met with undeniable love and concern, leaving her a little flustered. Her father especially was adamant. You're being reassigned to rear duty. I won't let you face danger again. It would take time to talk him down, Lillian thought with a wry smile. Still, being showered with such parental affection was equal parts embarrassing and heartwarming. Yet the thought that she had once been the one to drag them into despair made her mood plummet all over again. For now, it was best to lay low. She had her father to convince, and more importantly, she couldn't afford to stop here. Her parents had planned a lavish party to celebrate her safe return and graduation, but Lillian politely declined, citing exhaustion, and hurried back to her room. After all that, the academy hands me a single slip of paper. In her neatly organized room, Lillian absent-mindedly studied her diploma. Well, it is an educational institution. Can't be helped. If anything, they're the ones benefiting. The school, having produced multiple miracle returnees, saw its reputation and influence skyrocket. The principal even had the nerve to claim it was proof of his educational philosophy, but she could let that slide. Incidentally, this would also lead to a surge in applicants. Not that it was any different in her past life. Even so, it hadn't been enough to fix the Empire's military manpower shortages or its declining standards. So much to do. What a headache. Yet somehow, it was exciting. Hardly fitting for her age, or rather, her body's age. For now, she'd have to handle the flood of interviews about the miracle returnees. This is going to be a pain. They'd dredge up every detail. The military and research institutes would grill her for hours. What did you see? What did you encounter? Sure, most of it came with praise, but it still felt like being a caged bird. The way they idolized her was downright creepy. There was even talk of granting officer ranks to teenagers, a ridiculous idea already on the verge of approval. That's peace for you. In peacetime, they turned you into an idol. But if they were handing out promotions, she'd take them. Power was useful, no matter what. Lillian stood and opened the window. Moonlight and starlight washed over her. Her gaze stretched beyond the sky, past the stars, to the edge of the universe. Come at me if you dare. I'll fight as far as I can go. That's my atonement. Those words belonged to the old woman she'd once been. Changing that horrific future, she was sure that was her mission. Afterward, the future belongs to sci-fi. Hello, I'm the author. Villainous stories have been combined with all sorts of genres, but this time, she's boarded a spaceship. Now, this story began with my vague thought. I want to write a battleship story. Early drafts included fantasy and steampunk, with dozens of chapters written for each, but none clicked. Then I committed, no, it's gotta be a spaceship. And suddenly, everything fell into place. The writing flowed smoothly after that. But sci-fi and battleships are genres with countless masterpieces. Could my humble work stand beside those giants? The thought fills me with equal parts anxiety and excitement. Speaking of anxiety, this isn't unique to sci-fi, but with battleships, humanoid robots often steal the spotlight. From the start, I excluded them. Not because I dislike the genre, but because I wanted a singular focus. Robots instantly make a story about robots. That wouldn't do. I was writing a battleship story. Of course, I had doubts. A villainous and sci-fi battleships, an unusual combo. Adding more convoluted elements would have blurred the work's core. In a way, I stayed true to my vision. Yet, to my surprise, it is resonating with the readers on the web. Thank you, and to myself. See, sci-fi works. Battleships work, a little self-indulgent perhaps. This momentum can't stop now. Sci-fi and battleships can shine even brighter, I believe it. People think sci-fi is intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Sure, recent years have seen grand, meticulously crafted, hard sci-fi works, and they're brilliant. Yet their depth can also make them daunting. Sci-fi carries a stuffy image, but it's fun, exciting. I wanted to share that, so I aimed for an accessible story. The future of sci-fi is bright. The cosmos mysteries, the unknown frontiers of science. Tomorrow's sci-fi author could be you. End of Volume 1.